Well, we're back again. Week 3 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. And Johnny Depp is still on the stand. He's under cross-examination from Ben Rottenborn. And hopefully that's not going to last for too much longer. Hopefully we shall get him off the stand at some point today and get somebody else up there to testify for Johnny. We also got the redirect as well to look forward to, where he can put all the wrongs to right that the Amber Heard, let's say, rotten bum was throwing his way. That was all essentially lies, as we know. So anyway, it'd be very interesting to get that redirect. I'm looking forward to that. But we do have Claire who's waiting. Let me add it to the stream. Here we go.
Good morning or good day. Or good... What is it? Hi. Thanks for having me back.
No problem. Glad to have you here. How's your channel doing now? You passed 1,000. I know that.
I did, and I'm still every day a little bit more. I think it's like at 1,037 or something right now. So like it's really good. I think you have single-handedly got me like 200 subs in like 2 weeks. So pushed me over the edge. Pushed me up there. I'm a real YouTuber now. Like, look out, people. Like, they can't get rid of me now. Like, I'm official.
Yes, you are, and you just need to get monetized now. So hopefully,
I passed. I did stage 1, stage 2. Now it's in their hands. I've done everything. I passed everything that they said. I even cleaned up my channel a little bit in advance. Like, I was getting some back and forth DCMAs about some music I was using on an intro because I had a license through the video program, but there was something they weren't understanding. So like I had to keep doing claims. So I actually cleaned all those up. I actually went ahead and changed the music so it doesn't happen anymore. I got my button gear because I'm official now. Now I got,
well,
you've got to be P's and Q's.
you've got to be really careful with the music. For instance, over the weekend, last Thursday, I did say that I would do a twerk if I got 2 new channel members, and I got 2 new channel members. So I realized that the video music I was going to use, I couldn't play it on this stream, let's say, because the stream would just get totally demonetized. So I've unlisted the video with that music on that I wanted to play, and it's
wait, is it the video I think it is? Is it the one that I heard that I was bopping to this morning? Yeah.
Wiggle it just a little bit.
Yes. Ranty and I he doesn't know it, but we were dancing together this morning, like with my coffee. Yes, we were. I was chair dancing with you.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to give that link out during the first break, I would think. So during the first break, I will give you the link, everyone, to the unlisted video of me doing a 15-second twerk, just because I follow through with my promises.
I tell you, people, this is a man of his word. You will not be disappointed. He's a man of his word. He's a man of his word.
And Simon Dan, holy, that's amazing. Nice to see a proper.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, or good afternoon. Yeah.
Is he? Yes, he is. He is moderated. Simon Dan, how are you doing? How are you doing, mate? A video that I put out yesterday had a very slow growth on it until this morning, and then I changed the name of the video, and it's blowing up pretty well. I think in the last 3 hours it's had over 5,000 views, which is absolutely crazy.
Well, anything to do with this trial, it's like I'm a very tiny little channel, and look where I got. Like you picked me up out of obscurity, and you got me some exposure, and even the videos, even the small little things I do are getting hit like crazy. Anything to do with this trial right now. And it's just the hottest topic in legal out there right now.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, imagine if Simon Dan did a video on it.
I would watch. just don't get me conflicted. Don't do it during ours so that I have to like make an excuse to leave or something to get in trouble. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I'm
Well,
just joking.
well, Simon Danny says he's well. He's got lots on today. He's writing and he's editing.
Oh, okay.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And I saw the collab that you did with FTFE. Very good, have to say. And I'm just waiting for my collab to come out now. I've done my part, and I'm hoping that it'll be in the next month or so. We're just waiting on the agent to do his part, I believe. And then hopefully we'll get the agent video out. So bit of time traveling and things like that going on. So I can't say too much, but it's going to be definitely very good.
Well, I'm intrigued now with just the little bit that you said. Like,
So yeah, I mean, today we've got Johnny Depp on the stand again, still under the cosh, let's say, of Rottenborn or Rottenbum or whatever it's called.
Oh
anyway,
my, yes,
yeah, he did so many wrong things to Johnny that we didn't get an opportunity to really delve into on Thursday's stream. So I think maybe we should have a little look into them now. What do you think?
We have some time. I mean, yes, because, it did end quite abruptly. Like, it's the end of the day and we had to listen to an hour of him. But I have to say there are some wonderful TikToks out there that actually do justice to like that whole afternoon. Have you seen some of them where Johnny, we miss the smiles, we miss the smirk, we miss Johnny's pretty snarky. Like he was giving it. But Rottenborn, like, he was relentless and he was putting words in people's mouth. He was being really ridiculous. I mean, just the insurance policy alone. How many times do you have to ask somebody if you signed it? What was it at the end? 4? Like, and the last time Johnny says something like, you mean the one that I already signed 3 times according to you? Like, yeah, like that one? Yeah, I signed it. I was just like, whoa, okay, Johnny, okay.
So can we do a mic test? Obviously, Claire and I are talking right now. Can anybody give us some ideas of how that sounds coming through? Are we going? Is one of us too loud, or are we both about right? Can you let us know?
Yeah, let us know. I'm still on Ranty settings. I put it back, but we'll see how the.
Good. That's what I'm after. Yeah. So what happened? We had Rotten. What did he lie about? Well, that's the main thing. One of the things I picked up on was the plane. So he was determined to try and paint that Johnny Depp, before he took the Boston flight, was drunk. And what Johnny Depp in his text had said was that he was drinking the night before he picked up Amber, not the day. So he'd been out the night before, got really hammered, but then the next day he picked up Amber. I don't understand how that even relates to him being drunk when he turned up to take that flight. And secondly, right, hang on. But audio seems fine, says one, and another one says the mic is way off. I don't know which one to believe. And then what happened then was, because he was determined to try and paint him as drunk, he then played audio from a different plane. When Johnny was actually going through detox and having the moans and the groans of detox, and he didn't specifically say it, but he literally said, "You were drunk on that Boston plane, right? I want to play some audio of you on a plane," right? And then he left it up to the jury to believe that was him on that Boston flight. Right. Okay, so levels are perfect. That's great. So that was one really disingenuous thing. Do you think that's going to get addressed today?
I'm hoping it does, because there has been a lot of misdirection in dates, as you have noticed. When Johnny will specifically ask, what date was this? When are we talking about? They will not answer. They are purposely trying to misdirect, I believe, for the benefit of the jury. Of course, everything's for the benefit of the jury, as we know. And they don't want specific times and dates in there that things could be matched up, because could it be, I mean, just gonna throw it out there, a little biased that I am, and I admit it, but could it just be that because they don't have anything else, All this trickery and games is what they have to resort to because they just don't have the straight facts that I, for one, being someone who loved the process, I love this legal stuff. I read it and watch it every day, even if Johnny Depp wasn't going on. And I have great respect for it. And I think it's a mockery. I am very offended by the lack of legal manners going on here. They act like the worst of the worst. And I think maybe a little of my bias is bleeding into that. Now I'm seeing more, or maybe I'm making a little more of it. But the lack of legal manners, the actual disrespect for the process, is really starting to annoy me. Like you can hear it in my tone, right? Like this is not good-natured bad. This is like, don't mess with my good time people. I love this legal stuff. Like, get a clue. Like, this is not right. And the misinformation is just driving me out of the wall. Like.
Well, what do you think about? Do you think Rottenborn lives in the real world? Do you think he's ever had a girlfriend or anything like that? Because
I don't think he. You want the blunt? He's never been laid. He doesn't know what wood wine is, and I don't know even a recreational drug. He'd probably run for the hills. The man's going to be bald before his time and old. He's already old. He's probably only in his 30s, and he's like a 90-year-old. I can't believe he has not. He's just. Oh, I just hope I never meet anyone like him in real life, because I will just either go into fits of laughter, pointing and laughing at them forever, or just going to have to, like in frustration, go running for the hills, because I can't even imagine. He's so upset that Johnny had a drink. He's so upset that Johnny might have done drugs. These things do not mean abuse. The one thing that's for sure is that a person that went through the life that Johnny had, learning to deflect and run away from abuse the way that Johnny had, could never lay hands on a woman. And that's a fact. And so will every woman he's ever been with attest to. Okay. Amber lied.
Well, what's really interesting is that Rottenborn made a huge deal out of this skull and cross box. And I don't understand why, because he literally made it all about this box in this image, right?
Yep.
But there are other photographs that Amber took without the box being in the actual in the shot, proving that this scene at some point didn't have that box in. And then the box was moved into position, the glass was moved out of position, the CD was moved further across the bag. There was a whole, it was definitely staged. You can tell it was staged, but why would he make such a big deal about something that, when it comes to the point of the jury seeing another image without the box there, they're going to know that that was staged, right?
Especially since, wasn't there testimony before that about that box being missing for a little bit of time? Like maybe Amber had it so she could stage it. The box there on the table. There was testimony of Johnny saying that box was missing for a while. He didn't know where it was. There were text messages back and forth with him and a couple of his friends.
Right.
Remember? Yeah.
Well,
probably during the staging episodes is what I'm thinking.
Well, let's set the stage of what this scene was trying to show, because let me just open the main image. One sec. Here we go. So this is the main scene. Now, on this back chair here, in a different photograph, we have Johnny Depp's. I believe this is zoomed in, actually.
What is going on? I'm sorry. There you go.
Right, God. I believe that this is a cropped image, actually, because I'm sure that there's this is just for the sake of the, for argument's sake. I'm sure this is cropped, but we do have Johnny Depp's coat on the back on the chair.
Right.
We have a newspaper which has a title on, so that you can definitely date it, right? So even though it's casually placed enough so that you would be able to find that headline of that particular newspaper to know what date this was taken on, right? Very, very crafty, very clever. Infinite Nile. Now that is Johnny Depp's business. So,
yes,
just turned enough so that you can read it all. Infinite Nile. So it's Johnny Depp, date, his coat. Then on top of that, you've got a CD, right? Johnny Depp's CD. You've also got a cigarette that's been rolled in Johnny Depp's way that he does it. With the brown paper, basically. That that's how he does it. You've also got his box. you've got all sorts of indications there that this is Johnny Depp, right? But isn't it a
Right.
beautiful composite?
Well, yeah, she's yeah. It's, you know what it is? It's too beautiful. That's the problem. The drink is too full, the lines are too straight, the CD is placed too appropriately, and no one in their right mind used a tampon applicator to snort their cocaine. Sorry, Amber, blew it. No one. Yeah, I'm sorry. No one's gonna do that. Yeah, it's a little too much, you know. It's a little too perfect. Mm. No, Juliana, I swear it wasn't JD. Yeah, it was, and I muted it. It won't happen again. If it is him, he's not going to get through.
Oh, who's this on the
what
screen?
happened?
Who's this?
It's the only person who would use a tampon applicator to snort their cocaine. That one right there. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's asleep, right? So if Johnny poured some liquid over her, could he say that she?
I don't know. I don't know. Was it too much ice cream? Is it? I don't know. Is she drunk? Did she do drugs? Does she look a little altered to you? I mean, look at that hair. It looks like a wild night happened. Like, what happened? Maybe we could be Rottenborn and we can just ask a million questions about the harem and stuff like that. Or, I don't know. She is a hot mess.
So what do you think about Rottenborn talking about you vomit a lot, blah, 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 blah. And Johnny's like, no, you're sick a lot. And then he showed the image of Johnny Depp asleep on the couch with the milkshake. Sorry, the ice cream.
Yeah.
That she
which
had
wasn't
given to
vomit.
him.
Which wasn't vomit. The only vomit is a statement from her in a audio after he woke up. Yeah.
It was a statement. And I picked up on that immediately because from this point of view, right? Johnny Depp's he's scratching his head when she's telling him. It's like, what? What are you talking about? What? What? And then from her side of things, she's saying, Johnny, you were sick. I was worried that you were going to choke to death. Johnny's like, I don't know what you mean. I was sick. Well, you were. You were sick in your sleep, and I thought you were going to die. I've never been sick in my sleep. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know about this. Well, it must be worse than you think then. I mean, that is total gaslighting, right?
Right, especially when you wake up and there's no vomit on you. It's not, all right, it's not like, let's be clear. Amber is not the kind of woman that would clean up her partner while he slept of vomit, okay? Amber is not going to do that. We know Amber, right? We've met Amber. We have heard the kind of things she does. Does she sound like the kind of caring partner that'll actually do something like that for someone? No. So it would have been there. He would have it would have been all over the place. He would have woke up in it. He would know. She's gaslighting for sure.
For sure. For sure.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the text messages.
You're trying to get me to spit my coffee again. Oh, I have to tell you, I just love Isaac's face. When Isaac laughs, he has that smile on, and I know he's laughing, and his eyes are all crinkly. That just amuses me to no end. I can actually hear his voice when I see that picture. He was great. I miss Isaac. More Isaac, please. Oh.
So the text messages that he exchanged with Paul Bettany, and talking about, let's just say, burning and drowning this lady, along with doing something naughty with her deceased body afterwards. So,
it started out like a Monty Python's.
Yeah,
they were going to find out if she was a witch, but they already know that she's a bee, and so it just went from there. And listen, when you're that kind of evil, you do have to put something in place to make sure you're really dead. So I could see how he wouldn't want to go anywhere near her if she was still alive. So I can see it. And you know what? Being one who is has an active imagination, a little creative, and talks a lot. If it was an ex who had done all that for me, I could imagine I would say something pretty terrible myself. And if I could picture me saying it, then there's nothing wrong with Johnny saying it for sure.
Listen, everyone's allowed to be angry with an ex. They're allowed to talk to other people about you in a derogatory way if you've if all the things that had happened to Johnny Depp had happened and he knew what she was saying and what she was talking about, if he wanted to blow off some steam with his mate and say something, I'm sure everyone would appreciate that. You know, sounding off to your mate about your partner because you're in a bit of a because you've had an argument or she's done something bad and you've said something nasty about her isn't the same as physical abuse to the partner. It's just totally different. And let's get it right. Out of context, they were talking about the possibility of her being a witch and how do you test that she's a witch? Well, you know, that's how they used to test, right?
Straight out of Monty Python. Like it was, but I mean, towards the end, Monty Python, they didn't do that kind of stuff to the corpses, at least not on film that we saw. It might have been in the edit. It might have got scrapped. It might be on the editing floor for all we know. But, you know, I mean, I've had some stuff happen to me that I was that mad that I probably said very terrible things like that. But like I would even have taken it farther. I didn't even say it to my mate, my friend. I probably said it to the person. So I probably and if they recorded me, I would have had charges filed for the things that I said. But I just I don't know. I mean, am I wrong? Was it really that bad? I mean, really, am I like a weirdo? Because I really don't think it was that bad. To take it even farther, I'm that warped. I actually thought it was pretty funny. I actually thought it had good humor in it, and I was like, "Damn! At least he's mad and he's making a joke about it. At least he's getting it out, like, you know, in a humorous kind of way."
Let me give a massive shout out to LaTonya Brooks for the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you so much. Yeah, really appreciate that. Thank you. Right, I did a little video earlier. It's only a 3-minute one. I'm going to play it now for everyone to see as well. Let's.
Well, thank you, James, because I'm thinking like maybe I'm a little weird because I don't think it's that bad, and most people are like, "Oh, it's so horrible," and I'm like, considering what was going on, that wasn't that bad. So much more could have been said. Trina, the actual trial starts at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and just over an hour from now.
Right, let's play this, and this is a brand spanking new audio that probably most of you have not heard as yet, and we're gonna hear something from one Amber Heard again.
Okay.
Have a listen to what she's got to say.
Can't just stand there and take the punches. At a certain point, we're gonna fucking react.
That's not what I meant. Let's be fair.
But what I'm saying is,
we're talking about splitting. I'm not asking you to stand there while I punch you. Come on.
We're talking about me. Yeah, getting out of the room or leaving. It didn't happen. I didn't. In Australia, I didn't leave the fucking house. I went to other rooms. You know, whatever. I didn't fucking take off in San Francisco or whatever. Look, go in another room.
That's different from saying I'm getting another hotel room, which is what you did in Toronto. And then in France, you said I'm getting you a flight. And you involve, other people. It's humiliating. It's embarrassing. It's demeaning to me. And it's...
You wanted a flight.
No, but you were the one to suggest a flight.
Possibly, yeah. Maybe I did.
She texted even that. And the same with the room. Your splitting is chronic. It's early. It's quick. It's so not... You're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee if you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space. You would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? I got mad at you in Australia about this. I've said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that, give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit, because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just
No, it's
if that
different.
happens, if it happens,
It's different. You never.
if it happens, I'm just gonna say, look, I need some time. That's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No.
I guarantee you it will.
If you're stuck in throwing punches,
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes, in our argument.
Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undeterminate amount of time. You do it without actually respecting. When you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never actually honor anything close to that. So I can't trust you. And especially when you always take off.
A few minutes is also an expression. It's not.
Yes, exactly. And I'm not holding you to it. I'm saying hours and hours later is different.
Ooh-wee. That was
Listen.
hard to listen to.
That sure was. I never ever want to be like that. If I would hope if I ever started to even act that way at all, my partner would call me out immediately. That was entitled. That was needy. That was spoiled. That was gaslighting. That was
It was worse. It was worse than that, because what she was
ridiculous.
saying, you will guarantee a fight if you walk away.
Mhm.
It's you're the problem.
Yep.
When you
Threatening.
walk away to avoid a fight, you are guaranteeing that we're going to have a fight. What sort of head fuck is that?
That is that is someone telling you the door is closed, my way or the highway. You will do what I want, or you will pay the price. Period. And that's not a partner. That's not compromise. That isn't even normal communication, in my opinion. That is just like it's women
That was
like these.
crazy.
It's women like these that are. I'm never going to get a normal date again, ever. If they keep having this stuff out there and looking side-eyed at these kind of women doing this stuff, it's insane. That's insanity to me, actually.
Yeah, Johnny brought up Australia as well, which was really interesting because
Mhm.
again, he's on tape saying, "Listen, I didn't leave the house this time in Australia. I just went to different rooms, and again, you were chasing me down." I mean, it's like this isn't the only recording of that. So this
Mhm.
Australia incident where she alleges that she was holed up for 3 days as a hostage, it doesn't sound much like this, because if she felt like she was a hostage, if anyone was a hostage, it was him, right? You
Mhm.
know? But basically, you know, she's arguing at him and saying, you split, you go to different houses, you go to different hotels, and he says, well, I didn't do that in Australia, did I? I just went to different rooms. You know, so at every opportunity, he's on every video, he's saying, I don't want to fight. Do you want to fight with me? And then she's on at least 4
Mhm.
recordings now of admitting that she is the one that is guaranteeing a fight if he walks away, and that she will throw punches, she will hit him, blah 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 blah. This is clear as clear can be. If they know that this tape is out there, that's Johnny Depp's legal team. I mean, they know the tape's out there, but have they got this little composite here? That's, you know, not even a composite. It's just a little clippage.
Yeah.
It's what they need.
I think that they have to get it all into context and to show it, you know. I really want to hear more of it against her. Maybe they're going to use it against her when she testifies, if she gets up there.
Can she get up there? I cannot for the life of me believe in a million years that she's going to get up there.
She wants the limelight. She wants to compete with Johnny about it, and Johnny gave great testimony. So I think for her, she would want to. She would fight her team, but her team better wrestle her back, because it would be the worst legal move ever to let her go up there and represent herself, because she is a very good representation of herself, and they don't want us to see her, not the real her. Because she's not that good an actress, okay? It's not going to go well. I'm sorry. She's not going to be able to. Have you seen her movies, legal team? You better get a clue. She's not going to be able to do it. Don't put her up there. And I can't believe I'm saying that, because actually, if she takes the stand, it's all over. It's all over. Because
well, get this. Johnny Depp.
I just turned away for a second, and bam, bam.
Well, there's definitely no hiding this time. You know, when she was on this.
Oh God! Oh, you got me. You got me.
So I think that Johnny Depp will have been on the stand on the cross examination for probably coming up to close to 2 full days, which is around about 7. It's around about 12, 13 hours or so of actual cross examination, which is an incredibly long time. Can you imagine Amber Heard being on that for that long and trying to keep, her straight face and keep her lies together?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't, because it won't just be, we have this little text message against you. It will be, we have the police officers against you. We have apartment managers against you. We have your personal assistant against you. We have friends, people that you lived with, body cam footage. We have footage of being on the James Corden show after these alleged assaults with no broken nose and black eyes and all this kind of stuff. You didn't even have any hair missing, total crap. And the thing is, if she'd had the hair pulled out, thinking of that hair incident, she alleges that the hair was pulled out from a scalp, right? And she had quite long hair. So you would imagine that they would be, what, a foot long, let's say, or something like that. What we had was just, like maybe 2 or 3 inches or so, 4 inches of like something that had been pulled out of a hairbrush. Made it look like it had just been de-hairbrushed. So, I mean, all of this evidence is going to come out, right?
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that it all, just what we've seen already, just the way Amber represents herself out there, in all of the clips, even the clip where she's giving her testimony about what happened to her, to the deposition, where she's eating the Oreos in between so she can think about the stories. She gets aggressive during it. She can't help but disparage him while it's going on. She shows her true side. And I understand that they're saying that she'll testify, but I don't believe it until somebody actually hits the stand, because things are fluid and we don't get the list every day of who's coming out and what's going on. And we're not in the minds of the legal team. We don't even know the long-term plan as to why they're piecing things together the way they are. And trials are fluid. So are cases. Things change minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day. That you can take to the bank. That happens in everything I watch, in everything I read, in everything I follow, every single case I have ever followed.
What about this makeup? What about the makeup? Do you think that's going to be a huge issue?
Well, here's the thing. I have issues with that. Yeah, it's not such a big deal that Elaine used the wrong compact, because you're not going to use the actual compact, okay? But here's the thing. If you're going to come out there and say she used this compact, she said the words, she used this makeup compact every day to hide those bruises. This is it. You see this? This is what she had to do. She had to mix the colors, and she's using
the colors,
this. She's using it. She's getting all into it, and she's making it like totally representing that it is this compact. I have issues with that. Do your research, Elaine. At least buy the compact she actually used. Okay? The sloppy legal manners. You're being disrespectful to people that have half a brain. I'm sorry. That's just rude. That's very bad legal manners.
Do you think it's just incompetence on their side? Because I can think of a whole bunch of problems that they've done already. One of them was the compact. Another was them playing the wrong audio recording on the flight to say that these moanings were on that Boston flight, when it clearly wasn't from the Boston flight.
You know what I think? I think that they also are in a very bad relationship with Amber Heard. And that at the end of this, they are going to feel abused also because she is feeding them nothing but lies and misdirection. And if they count on anything she's saying, this is why they're in a legal quagmire all the time, because they're not going through. They don't realize that they got to double check everything that comes out of her mouth. They're believing her as a client, okay? And they're not treating her like the enemy. And if they did, they'd have a better case, because then they would probably find all the real facts and be able to present them in a certain way. But when they don't have the truth, so they can't even twist it properly, because that's what lawyers do, right? I mean, and I don't mean that negatively, but part of their job is to represent the story in the best light that they can, you know, by manipulating certain words in certain situations to make it look better. That's what they do. They're not allowed to argue that a fact isn't a fact, but they are allowed to smokescreen it. They are allowed to manipulate it. That's what I want my lawyer to do. Okay. And I think that's what everybody wants their lawyer to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't, you know, I mean, obviously we're going into week 3 now, so we're actually a third of the way through, and it seems like we've still got a mountain of evidence to get through. We've got a mountain of witnesses still to appear. And I know that they're trying to settle a time, you know, where each side gets a fair amount of time, you know, like 50-50. So I'm concerned that we're going to maybe run out of time at some point for Johnny to get all of his evidence in.
Yeah. That brings 2 things I want to address from the chat. One, Alice, in wrongful conviction land, I think they also brought up the fact that, do you think that the defense is actually doing all this misdirection and all of this delay to extend the trial, so that when it comes to their witness list, Amber's on the stand for very little time, that there won't be time for the plaintiff to actually rip into her, because it's only going to be very little. They'll have little exposure to her at the end. That could be a good plan. I don't think that's going to work, but they are seeming to eat up time. I mean, some of the bad manners that we've seen is they don't even redact the stuff they want to put into evidence ahead of time, even though they know the redaction rules. It's just standard when you got a text message that the phone number shouldn't be on there. That should all be done in ahead. They have people to do it, and they're just not doing it. Like, just ridiculous. Looking for documents, you know, for 5 minutes during the thing. They are eating up a lot of time, very sloppily. They're either really, really bad or it's strategic. I happen to think Rottenborn is smart. Okay, I said it. I don't like him. I really don't like his style. But is he clever? Is he probably a good lawyer? Yeah. He's doing everything he can to eat up the time, misdirect Johnny, confuse Johnny, try to embarrass Johnny. It just didn't work the way he thought it was going to work, because Johnny has a good sense of humor, and he just went with it. He was like, I see you, boo. I know what you're doing. Let's play. You know, Johnny was up for it. He was like, let's play. I'm used to this. Like, I'm from Hollywood, dude. Like, people do this to me all the time.
They were trying to have a charismatic battle. Right? That's the way it came across to me. It's like,
yeah, but
Johnny obviously won that, right?
Yeah, because like you have to actually have charm to be in a charismatic battle, and unfortunately, the other guy has none. I mean, none. There is nothing charming about Mr. Rottenborn. Sorry, not sorry. There is nothing charming about that man.
What about these flyers that have been allegedly?
Yeah, that was number 2.
The courthouse. Yeah.
That is like wickedly, underhandedly, just nasty. That's desperation. That reeks to me of desperation. And if that's how you have to play, then we know who already won, don't we? But I do get amused at the fact that I'm thinking it's Eve Barlow stuffing mailboxes. She's been demoted to mailbox stuffer and flyer pusher. And I just get a kick out of the image of that. I just like, because she was such a pain in the neck. She's so vocally. And, you know, she made a really ironic tweet this week. Did you see it? Like, she's talking about the trial, about misrepresenting things in the trial. I was just laughing. It was quite, I'll have to find it for you. I retweeted it. I put it up on my feed. She's just all that. She needs reality. She does.
So I want to say to Trina Dickerson, who asks in the chat, says, what's this trial over? So in short, I'll give you a brief overview of what the trial's about, which is essentially Johnny Depp married this woman several years ago, and it would appear that that was a bad mistake for him, because she was definitely trying to move her way up, you know, through the ranks as an actress, and she, by all accounts, would appear to be, you know, sort of like a gold digger. And I'm saying it. I think she was a gold digger, and she used Johnny for influence inside of Hollywood. She got some great movies out of it. You know, she got modeling contracts, etc., on the back of Johnny Depp's name. But you know, everything wasn't great in the relationship. Johnny drank and Johnny took drugs, and she didn't like that, so she hit him for it, and she couldn't control her anger. When they broke up, she alleged, well, she actually contacted the police to report an incident, having only a few weeks before discussed it with the marriage counselor that if she were to report something about Johnny Depp, would it look better for her when she got the divorce? Johnny Depp went around to say to her, look, it's over, I'm getting a divorce. She made, at the same time, an allegation of assault, contacted the police, and at the same time contacted her own lawyer to initiate divorce proceedings. He was then given a temporary restraining order, appeared outside of court with a bruise on her face. Rumors spread about domestic violence inside the relationship. Fingers were pointed at Johnny Depp. And in 2018, she wrote an op-ed about domestic violence and how that she was, quote unquote, you know, let's say a survivor, in not too many words.
Right.
And that's what they're fighting over. They're fighting over this op-ed.
Mhm.
And then after that, she made all these allegations of all these different times that he was supposedly attacked her, including
Mhm.
breaking her nose, breaking her ribs, pulling her hair out, punching, biting, all this kind of stuff, you know, and
She just kept adding to it, right? She just kept
adding and
adding.
adding, getting to the point where she's finally alleged that she was sexually abused with a bottle, for crying out loud. And of course, you know, Johnny Depp is not very happy about that, because not only is there no
Mhm.
proof of that and no evidence, there's nothing out there that would suggest that that's in his character either.
Mhm.
So that's what they're
Mhm.
fighting over, essentially, because
Yeah.
Johnny Depp
Yeah.
lost roles
Mhm.
on the back of what
Mhm.
she said,
Mhm.
and it would appear that all the evidence is on Johnny Depp's side, and Amber Heard has pretty much nothing
From what
in
we've
favor of
seen,
her.
because she hasn't brought forth a very important evidence of abuse, and that we haven't seen it. And there's very simple ways that that could have been documented. But let's be clear, like over the years, not one single medical appointment, not one single conversation with a nurse or a doctor that she had access to many, many, many times. She is a woman of wealth. She was away from Johnny plenty of times that could have taken care of this kind of stuff. If this situation was really going on, then this is not being taken care of in the way that it should have. If she was injured, she should have been treated. She was on sets, you know, she was everywhere. She could have been seen by anybody. None of that's coming through. And here's the other thing. If these type of injuries that she has, like, she's gone too far. See, she's not that smart. She's actually talked about injuries that leave long-term effects, that even today, if she went and got an x-ray, we would see some evidence of. Where is it? It doesn't exist. And that was the problem for me. That's what turned it. Also, the fact that I covered this on Thursday night. My friend Mandy and I were talking about this with the chat, that who in their right mind dates a man and starts recording them from day one. Let us be clear that the audios and all that you are hearing are from years of her recording him with him not knowing it. Why would you do that if you weren't trying to set someone up? What kind of a sick mind does that to a loved one? Recording him, audio and video, without his knowledge all this time. What? To keep it in a file. You're that mistrusting. You got a Rolodex. What kind of relationship is this? She's a gold digger. She had a plan. Yes, I agree
Yes.
with you.
And
I don't
also,
like to say that about another woman, but I smell a rat.
well,
I do.
also let's be even clearer about this. All the time through their relationship, she was taking photographs of herself using makeup to make it appear that she had bruises here, there, and everywhere.
Mhm.
Now, those photographs have been not just debunked, but totally debunked. I mean,
Mhm.
they were leaked to the public. The public scrutinized them and found all the problems with them, including
Yep.
things like tears running from her eye that actually smudged away all of the makeup that she'd put
Right.
underneath her eyes to
Mhm.
pretend she had black eyes.
Mhm.
That just absolute garbage. That the whole way through their relationship, she was taking photographs of alleged bruises. So it definitely was a complete stage set up hoax all the way through, because this wasn't
Mhm.
something that she just made up after they broke up. She'd been taking
Mhm.
photographs of these and alleged, all the way through and filming him, like you say. So she was
Mhm.
definitely preparing this the whole way. He was like a mark. When you get these marked people to set your target, that's the person you
Mhm.
need to go for. She went for a very rich, very well-known man, and then she was going to make these allegations at him, and she
Mhm.
was blackmailing him. She literally
Exactly.
she blackmailed him,
In the at the divorce, yes, she did.
at the
That's when I
divorce.
first got involved. At the divorce, there are text messages with her threatening him. If you go and file first, if you don't, then this is what's going to happen. Um, that's very threatening. And that's when she went out, without any makeup out there trying to allege this abuse happened. She got a TRO because the system works the way it should for protection. And I don't really have a problem with them issuing TROs right away. That's necessary. I actually believe that should happen. But what I don't think should happen is that she's allowed to keep talking about this and disparaging his actual career in such a
Well,
way that without
what's
any evidence,
well
without a trial. Yeah.
here's what's gonna happen. We've heard testimony already that essentially, even what the marriage counsel was saying, that audio that we just played before, is basically what the marriage counsel was saying, that Johnny tries to escape, Amber instigates the fight, and she strikes him if he goes to leave. And literally that audio recording backs that up. So we have all these witnesses that have already testified, including Isaac. We've had JD on the stand, who clearly is winning over the courtroom, it would appear, at least anyway. And when all the rest of the evidence gets laid out, we have the witness testimony from the police, etc. By the time that Amber Heard and her side get along to putting their people on the stand, which is
Right.
pretty much just going to be, I would imagine, like Io till it right, and basically just the 3 or 4 conspirators that lived with her. Nobody's going to believe them, because they will be so discredited already by the police, by the body cam footage, about how they staged that entire scene.
They're kind
And also,
of
well,
their own
basically,
testimony, their own
yeah,
affidavits will make
yeah,
it so that we don't believe them. The way they changed. Just
yeah.
keep,
Well,
if you've been,
think about it. When Amber gets to go on that stand, the jury and the rest of the world will already be looking at her as if she is a complete liar. That is in the back of their head. That's what they'll already have assumed that she is. So whatever she says anyway, they're going to be looking at it and taking it with a huge pinch of salt. They're not just going to absorb it. They're going to be like, no, that didn't happen. We've already seen that didn't happen.
right.
You're talking about something here, and then that didn't work. And then every time that she alleges something, Ben Chu, or whoever's doing the cross, will turn around and say, we have footage of you on the James Corden show. Let's show it to the jury. You were bouncing around on that couch, right? With broken ribs. How did you do that?
Photo shoot the next day in a bikini, hardly any makeup, not a mark, stretching
But
all
no
over that
swelling.
beach,
No swelling. That's the main
running
thing.
down the beach in a free, carefree manner. Like, what? I'm sorry, I
No
realize
swelling.
you're an actress, Amber, but you're not that good. Like, you're not that good. No
Swelling's
one could do that. Yeah.
Swelling's the biggest thing with bruises, right? Bruises, you don't just get a bruise without swelling. In fact, the bruise is caused as a cause of the blood clotting and piling up and then discolorating, right? So it's healing itself, but it gets underneath the skin and it causes the skin to swell, because it has to, because the congealed blood it goes in that area and it grows. That's what a bruise is. So anytime that you have a bruise, you will have a swelling underneath the bruise. It will be visible. You don't just get discoloration. You do at the end of the bruise. So let's say the bruise is almost gone. Then the swelling's gone down. But the first week or so with a bruise, you always get swelling. Always. We never see that with her.
Absolutely. And I think she was banking on all along the fact that we are also uncomfortable talking about whether the issue existed or not, whether she got hit or not, whether there was an actual bruise or not. We are naturally uncomfortable talking about that because we don't want to blame a victim, at least from my perspective. And it took a long time for me to actually voice the fact that I don't think those injuries existed at all. And I will speak loudly on it now based on the evidence that I've seen, based on the manipulation. But I think that this is one of the things she was using in her favor, the uncomfortableness of anyone to doubt a victim. If you just claim yourself a victim, it's like you wear it like a shield and nobody's allowed to doubt you or say anything. And I'm going to say that we can't have a society like that, because you have to be able to see what is happening. Yes, we want them protected right away to get them out of a situation. But as far as court and proving things and actually labeling someone as an abuser, you need to prove that. You cannot put that label on someone without proving that. You can say you're in a situation that you need protection from, use the system that way. But those kind of labels that ruin a man's life or ruin a woman's life, you can't use that without evidence. And she doesn't have any, none.
So here we go. If you have darker skin, you may notice purple, dark brown, or black bruising. As the area heals, the bruise may turn a lighter shade of brown, green, or yellow. The bruised area and surrounding skin may also be tender to touch. A hematoma causes a swollen, raised, painful bump. And then down below, is it normal for a bruise to swell? Bruised areas can swell and get worse in the first few days. After that, all symptoms should gradually diminish.
Right.
So,
and bruises can get larger as they heal because they're dissipating throughout the skin. A hematoma is usually caused from blunt trauma, like something forceful, because it's a raising of the blood of the skin, like a raising up. But yeah, you would see much more evidence than what we saw.
Indeed.
And for all the pictures that this woman's taken since 2012, when they got together, they met in 2011. She has documented their life together by photographs. She takes a lot of photos of herself, a lot of photos. Okay, why are there only one or two with the makeup bruises that we see? If there's such abuse going on, she had a broken nose and 2 black eyes, and I don't have one single picture of it. She had broken ribs, and I have not one single picture of it. Okay, that doesn't seem right at all. Like, what are you talking about? You document everything. You take pictures. You have not been without your phone for more than 2 minutes in this whole relationship. You have proved that with the audios. You have proved that with all of the other types of photographs that you have tried to submit it. So where is the actual proof of it?
We just got a super chat. We just got a super chat from Holly's Corner for €2. It says Amber Heard is going to be eaten by wolves.
They're on the Amica. I know they are. This is so funny. They're all on the Amica cream now. Colin is like, I've never known of a time traveling bruise cream. Exactly. Like I don't understand. And Nimrod's making up songs with it. You guys you guys make this so much fun. I like it here.
Let's have right. This image here. Right. Let's be quite clear. Something that you said about at all these times that she's taken so many photos. I think there's over 50,000 photographs she's taken. It's a ridiculous amount over the time that they were together. Now, get this. Johnny was supposed to be an absolute waster, etc., etc., etc. Now, we've already had an image of him sitting on the couch with his hand in his pocket that he's fallen asleep and he's got some ice cream that has fallen down his leg. Clearly staged by Amber. That's the evidence that they only have. We have this other image here, which is a staged photograph showing all of this paraphernalia, which again is a staged photograph. Where's the real photographs?
Okay. But what I want to know is, they say this is evidence, and I want to know, what is it evidence of? That Johnny partied. He's a movie star, a rock star. He did cocaine. He told you this. He swore that he did it. He said, yeah, I did it. It proves they drink. Okay. It proves that he was doing a show with the CD. What does that photo, what kind of evidence is that of? Evidence of what? What is it evidence of, truly? Of everything that Johnny's already admitted to. I drink. I do drugs. I had a problem. I am mad. I have beat inanimate objects. I beat up a cabinet. I beat up a kitchen. I punched out a light sconce in the bathroom. He has admitted to all of these. What he won't admit to is laying hands on a woman. He did not. That picture has nothing to do with abuse. That picture has nothing to do with him laying hands on Amber. That is evidence of nothing. Nothing about this case, except for that they want to disparage people who drink and do drugs as if you're all abusers.
Like we're all abusers. This image is going to be one of the downfalls of Amber Heard's entire case, because the Amber Heard and her cronies never ever expected body cam footage to surface. You know, as far as they knew, it didn't exist. And for the longest time, I don't even think the LAPD knew that it existed, because they would have brought it to the UK trial. However, they diligently went through the archives to find that footage, the body cam footage of this incident. And what we're seeing on screen here, which is this ginormous red wine, I'll show you this other image that I've circled it somewhat just to give you an idea. This gigantic puddle of red wine outside this door that Johnny Depp had apparently thrown all over the place and up the walls. There's photographs of this splashed all up the walls. We don't get to see that in the body cam footage of the police officers turning up. And they never saw an injury on Amber Heard. They never saw any damage in the apartment. They never saw any broken doors, any broken vases, nothing. And that was 4 police officers that said this. Two times they came, two different police officers.
Sets. And you know what? Funny thing is, all the stuff that they put in their depositions about what happened, none of that occurred until after the police left, after the supposed time of the incident. None of that was evident until after. That's strange. Oh my God. I have to just keep staring at the stream so you don't catch me off guard with these things. Like I look over to the side and I come back and there's stink face. Oh my gosh.
Stink face, rubber face. The only woman in the world that can get a bruise and never get any swelling.
I know. She's a miracle. She's just all that. Ranty, did you not know? She's just all that.
I'll tell you who's all that. Johnny Depp. He's just passed 13.4 million subscribers on Instagram.
He's quite the charmer too. I am a fan. I have to tell you, I don't mind. Like, I have to make little montages of all his pictures for the people that come to watch my recap. That's what they want. They want to see beautiful pictures of Johnny throughout his career. Yeah,
agree.
She is just not a pleasant woman. Why you do that to me?
Well, the new audio, as I say, the new audio is quite damning, I believe, for Amber Heard.
I think so. I think it is. It shows manipulation and gaslighting and just her unwillingness to cooperate, her threatening, her. You remember he said, I was just several times throughout the testimony, I have heard him say things along the lines of, I don't know the exact words, but the inference to, I just did this to please her. I was just trying to get her to be light and, just to have a good day. I was just trying to make it okay, like certain things. And now I see why. That clip shows us why, because she has already threatened him, my way or the highway, dude. Like, if I'm not happy, you're miserable. If I'm not happy, you're going to the cleaners. That's it. Like,
yeah, it's a crazy recording, actually. And to be fair, I mean, we didn't know this was even out there. We followed this trial for well over a year. I know you've been close to 2 years, me for well over a year. And I hadn't even heard this recording before. So even though we knew that there was damning evidence already, probably enough for an absolute slam dunk win for Johnny Depp anyway, these other recordings that are coming out are just hammering that home, right?
Right. They really are. I want to see more of the evidence on the plaintiff's side played out more. Like right now, we're just answering stuff. We're just like putting little dribs out, going with the testimonies and everything like that. I'm hoping that after redirect today, that we get to the penthouse incident and we get to all of the evidence there, because the evidence in the penthouse incident is strong. We've already heard testimony from the security guard that he did not lay hands on Amber while she was standing there in the corner saying, don't touch me. And he wasn't anywhere near her. We've already heard that testimony. I need to see now the evidence from the collaborating evidence from the rest of the people involved, the police officers, and the body cam footage, and the audios, you know, and the conflicting statements from her friends.
Well, I'm going to play this video again for everyone to listen. It's only a 3-minute audio recording of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and in it you're going to hear Amber Heard admitting to punching Johnny Depp. Right. So going past that though, when we get back, we're going to talk about the deep throat reference.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you know, Rottenborn. He's just not educated, is he? Just doesn't.
No, doesn't get it. Right, here we go, guys. Have a listen to this.
Can't just stand there and take the punches. At a certain point, I'm gonna fucking react.
That's not what I'm asking. Let's be fair.
But what I'm saying is,
we're talking about splitting. I'm not asking you to stand there while I punch you. Come on.
We're talking about me. Yeah, getting out of the room or leaving. It didn't have. I didn't. In Australia, I didn't leave the fucking house. I went to other rooms. You know, whatever. I didn't fucking take off in San Francisco or whatever. Look, go in another room.
That's different from saying I'm getting another hotel room, which is what you did in Toronto. And then in France, you said I'm getting you a flight. And you involve, you know, other people. It's humiliating. It's embarrassing. It's demeaning to me. And it's...
You wanted a flight.
No, but you were the one to suggest a flight.
Possibly, yeah. Maybe I did.
You know, she texts Stephen that. And the same with the room. Your splitting is chronic. It's early. It's quick. It's so not, you're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee, if you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space you would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? You know, I got mad at you in Australia about this. I said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that, give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit, because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just...
No, it's different.
If it happens...
It's different. You never...
If it happens, I'm just going to say, look, I need some time. That's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No.
I guarantee you it will.
If you're stuck in throwing punches...
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
Right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes, and our arguments...
Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undeterminate amount of time. You do it without actually respecting. When you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never actually honor anything close to that. So I can't trust you. And especially when you always take off.
A few minutes is also an expression. It's not.
Yes, exactly. And I'm not holding you to it. I'm saying hours and hours later is different.
There we go. I've taken a couple of little snippets out of that to sort of like condense. You guarantee a fight when you you guarantee a fight when you perpetuate the fight by running away. Okay, that's some kind of bent logic there, isn't it? And lastly, I guarantee you running away from my violence will make it worse.
Okay, if she is the abused person, why is she upset he's running away? Like, yeah.
It's absolutely crazy. So that's new audio that's been discovered today. I learned that from the channel SEC, and
Yeah.
I left a comment there thanking them for that and thought I should republish it too. So I did. So that clip, I'm sure, will be doing the rounds. And any people wavering, sitting on the fence about this, they only need to listen to that to understand what kind of
Yeah.
psycho he was living with, right?
Yeah, she needs total control of all situations. Like she, even in something like this, he's not allowed to protect himself. He's got to be right there. Like she needs total control. Like I
What
said, there's
about
something really sick about how she's done this whole thing.
Mm.
I do feel this man was targeted from the start.
What do you think about Rottenborn then? When he said, when Johnny said, "I can think of something non-violent to do to your throat," and Amber Heard responded by saying something along the lines of, and
So
Johnny
my
Depp
throat
got
is
him.
yours. Yeah.
And Johnny Depp got him to repeat it. He repeated it twice to
Yeah.
him, and then Johnny said, "Can you repeat that for me?"
Yes, because it was just like Johnny Depp knows a soundbite when he hears it. Let me tell you, like he's got a good ear, he's got a good sense of humor, and he got many, many points from me for that one. And so did all the lawyers who actually went with the humor and said, "Oh, come on, like really, Rottenborn, really, like really, come on, like." This just shows this man has not lived. Like I'm telling you, he's a sheltered individual. It's sheltered individual. I'll tell you.
Yeah, that deep throat moment was hilarious. I mean, how he didn't even.
He did not. He didn't get it. That makes it even more humorous. The fact that he just doesn't get it. It went right over his head. He didn't get it at all. I think he probably still doesn't. I could just picture him at home, talking to his wife or whoever, going, "I just don't understand what they were laughing about. Like, I don't get it." Like, and they're like, "Oh,
Oh dear me. Yeah, so it seems like he's grasping for any kind of reference in Johnny Depp's text or emails that may allege something to do with the throat or any kind of shocking event or violence that has been spoken about, or calling somebody a B or calling someone a C,
right.
or things like that.
As if this stuff doesn't happen like all the well, here it is, because Amber has accused Johnny of choking her until she couldn't breathe or whatever, which didn't happen. But they're just looking for anything that they can pull out of these text messages to try to say that he's if all you have is that Johnny once in 2013, in 2013 was walking down the street, had a glass of wine and kicked a puppy. If that's all you have, we don't have a case yet. That's how ridiculous it seems to me at this point, where the way they're combing through these emails and these text messages to take everything out of context. When you add the rest of the conversation, you can see two friends going back and forth. Friend is probably saying even worse stuff than Johnny is, and they're going back and forth. After the fact, after they break up, you're not going to find anything that proves that it's are you going to find that he said disparaging things about Amber because she was acting a certain way? Yes, you will. But that's not what we're accusing him of, is it? That is not what he's being accused of. He's not being accused of being a little pissed off when he got taken to the cleaners by his ex. Okay, that's not the accusation here. That is not the charge on the paper. That is not what she came out in the op-ed and said, is it? She didn't say Johnny's butt hurt because I did this, and he's saying bad words about me and calling me names, and he wants to do awful things to my dead corpse. But that's not the accusation. That's what you can prove because he did it, and he's not even trying to hide it. Okay, but what you can't prove is what you're accusing him of. You cannot prove it. You're not going to find it in the text messages. You're not going to find it in statements from the friends. You're not going to find it in phone calls. You're not going to find it in the thousands of hours of audio that you're putting out there. You're not going to find it in any of the 58,634 pictures that were submitted. You're not going to find it there either because it doesn't exist. Because Johnny Depp didn't lay hands on her.
The redirect is going to be the best part of this whole thing, because we've been pulling our teeth out now listening to this Rottenborn guy trying to throw anything he can, including the kitchen sink at Johnny Depp, and nothing seems to be sticking, I have to say. It doesn't appear that, in fact, the more he's throwing, the more Johnny Depp's Instagram is going up. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And more support is coming out. I believe there's been over 2 billion hashtags for justice for Johnny Depp on TikTok. On TikTok.
Just on TikTok. See, I'm not even over there doing it. I'm on Twitter doing it like every single tweet. But wow, TikTok. Wow, I didn't know.
Billion. 2 billion.
Wow.
Not million, billion. 2 billion.
Billion.
Yes.
Wow.
That's a lot. And so the support for Johnny is just overwhelming, right? And you know, this isn't going well for Rottenborn. He's not getting anything to stick. And when it comes to this redirect, I'm sure that a lot of the things that the jury might have been going, I need a bit more clarity on that. Johnny has the clarity. The thing about the aeroplane, him moaning on the aeroplane, they'll say, yeah, that wasn't even the Boston flight. You know, it was this flight recording. They screwed up. They misrepresented to the court. They misrepresented to you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And everything that he's tried to throw at him, they're just going to be like, yeah, we can prove this. We can prove that. We can disprove what he said there. Yeah. And, you know, then he'll come off the stand. They'll probably bring the police officer on, I would expect, next. Or would they be bringing on a psychologist, maybe?
You know, here's the thing, like some of the stuff that they're accusing him of now never even came up until they couldn't prove the first allegations. Okay. They're just, what it is smoke and mirrors. Like if we talk about SA, maybe you'll leave us alone about lying about the DV, you know? No. It's just like throw anything out there to see if it'll stick. And it's not, because it's not true. Here's the thing. Words matter. She's used words to attack somebody. She got nothing behind it. Okay. Now she's being asked for the evidence. She's being asked to prove it, and she can't. So instead of just owning it, girl, say you're sorry, walk away. No, she got to double down. She got to try to get all these other people involved, and everyone she gets involved with in regards to this allegation that she cannot prove is going to look like they have egg on their face. All of them. Okay. Plenty of people have walked away already, and I would expect more will.
I think when this is all finished, I'm pretty sure that her career is pretty much dead. I can't imagine anybody wanting to star in a film with her because, well, just think of it from the other actor's point of view. We'll be bringing on this woman who's clearly deranged, right? And the studio won't want to take a punt on her either because the negative press that they're going to get with her. If you think it's bad now, imagine if she's going to star in another film. Let's say Jack Snyder wants to bring her in for another movie part. It's not going to work. She's going to get a ratio to hell, and nobody's going to watch it because she's in it. So nobody's going to want to bring her in for that project. They'll bring somebody else in. She's done.
Right. No, I agree. You know, I don't agree with some of the stuff in the chat right now about if it is defamation, and the defamation is about abuse, because that's what she accused him of, and so that you have to prove what they are saying you didn't do, and that is what it's all about, and that's why we're talking about the abuse right here, because that is the key to it right there. They've already allowed the op-ed in. It didn't get pushed out for the slap. It didn't get pushed out because it was good for the people for her to say what she said. Okay, it got stood there because there was enough evidence that the things that she said may not be true, and that it could directly be tied to Johnny Depp based on the period of time, her accusations before in the marriage. Okay, when they went for the divorce, she had already filed a TRO. That was all public knowledge well before she came out with the op-ed. It is an easy inference that that's who she was talking about. Any lay person could put that just from the public opinion of what was out there already from the crap that she was doing. And this lawsuit is because she keeps doing it. This is the last recourse. She wouldn't stop. Okay, yes, it is a defamation because that's all he had to throw at her. Believe me, if he had anything else, I'm sure he would do it, because she just won't stop. She's relentless. She won her divorce. She got everything she wanted from him. And she still had to go out there and do that op-ed. She still had to make sure he was destroyed because he doesn't want her, because he doesn't want her in his life, because she's not number one. He won't make her special. It's a narcissistic, evil kind of bunny boiler plot, in my opinion. It just makes us all look bad. Like, and I just can't like keep. And yes, I'm biased. You can say that all you want because I say it. I say it all the time. Yes, I'm biased. I've seen 2.5 years more. I saw the other legal trial. I saw all the statements. I went through the divorce filings. I've gone through it all. I am biased. I am biased against Amber Heard in this case because she's a liar. Period.
We just got a super chat. Not really. I just wanted to shut you up.
All you have to do is say, "Shut up, Claire." I will. I tell you, I got thick skin. Just tell me that's enough. All right, step off.
When you're talking, do you actually breathe? I'm concerned
No,
for you. I'm
I think
concerned that you.
I've been accused of having gills. Yeah, actually, I don't know. I don't know.
I think that's
It's
possible. That's highly possible. I do
it's a
believe that.
gift. It's a gift. It's a talent. What can I tell you?
So, so how long have we got to go? We got 13 minutes, guys, and we will have the live stream here again. Now, we've been doing this for the past 2 weeks. We've been here every single day, every single minute of the trial, offering commentary just like this. So, much like a lot of other channels are doing, I've seen a few new popping up actually, as well as a channel called Ziggy, Heard Trial and Commentary. But she hasn't been doing it before now, so she's only just popped up now to start doing it from week 3. Interesting. I think there'll be a few more channels that do that actually, as this gains more popularity, or should it be notoriety?
Yeah,
And
it's trending. There's a lot of coverage. There's a lot of play on it, and it's very interesting because there's so much to it. It's like a big drama. It's got all the elements of entertainment,
Right, so this is
We
real.
just got a super chat.
From James Smith, who says, for Canadian $2, I hate the bias talk. We trust evidence and character. Okay, I understand. We met, probably most of the channels that you will go to listen to this stream will be heavily biased in favor of Johnny Depp, but that's more than likely because they've been following this for a very long time and have seen the evidence already. They know where this is going to lead. They know what's still to come out. And, in their own minds, a bit like ours, I should suggest, is that we've already been judge, jury, and executioner in our own brains. We've already been through the process and we've already come to the same conclusion that, we know what went on, so that is why we are a little bit biased here. But, when Amber Heard gets on to present her case, we will listen to see what she's got to say. She must have something. I don't know what, because we haven't seen it. But she might have something. You just don't know. So
I'd be willing to see it. Like I would like to see it. I would like to see something else, come forward. Not that I think that Johnny's guilty, because obviously I don't. I don't think he could go through the abuse that he did as a child, have the life that he had, and then all of a sudden become an abuser just like that. I just don't think it's possible. I think the evidence actually portrays him as not, even just what they already have put out there. It's just not possible. And there's actually nothing that we've seen that would say that it is. That's not bias. That's just what they presented.
It is. It is. The thing is, I haven't really got involved in a trial like this ever before. It's just that it's personal to me for something that happened to me recently, and I want to see justice for who I believe is the wronged person here, and it spans far more than just two celebrities having a tiff with each other. There's so many good and bad things in this trial that are being exposed for the flaws, which is like the Me Too movement, etc. Not that that's a bad thing, but it can be used as a weapon.
Right.
And
Mhm.
we need some balance here. This is going to redress things. You know, a lot of
Mhm.
the men out there that have been at the, you know, the wrong end of the stick with the Me Too movement, that, you know, that this is going to give them hope that things can change down the line. You know, so this is what it's all about. It's not just a celebrity fighting each other.
No, actually, because they have to show that the accusations caused damage. They have to show that it affected his career. They have to try to show that she was actually speaking about him. And with the evidence that she's putting forward, it's pretty evident she was. Even in her own evidence that she puts forward, in her own lawyers, the way that they are attacking the case, it is obvious that Amber wanted to put out there that Johnny was an abuser. Her lawyers are actively trying to prove it in the court, because the only thing that they can do is, if they prove it's true, then the op-ed isn't defamation, it's a statement, right? So if she wasn't talking about Johnny, as she claims in the op-ed, that it's not really about him, why are the lawyers going out of their way to try to paint him as an abuser?
Well, guess what? We just got a super chat from Nimrod, who says, for 20 secs, don't read my sex message. Thank you so much for the sex message super chat. I definitely won't read the sex message at all. Thank you so much for supporting the show. It means a lot. We will also be, well, I'll be doing a recap video. Will you be doing a daily recap as well on your channel later?
I do not do daily recaps. I do my other content all during the week. At the end of the week on Thursday nights, I do a recap with my friend Mandy, who's been watching this case for 2 years with me. And we have a little fun with it. Like we just do the whole week and talk about certain issues and stuff with everyone.
Cool. Well, I'll be doing a recap video on this as well. So if you don't manage to stick around for the entire, marathon session that we've got ahead, it's going to be about another 7 hours, I would think. If you don't manage to stay around for that, I will tomorrow morning, so in around about 20 hours from now, release a video that just keeps you up to date with everything, keeps you keeps you in the loop about what's gone on. So
I enjoy them because you put all the points in there, like you put just all the points of the day, which is a good thing because you can narrow it down to just a little bit of time, make it more digestible. It's a long day for everyone watching the trial. Trials can be boring in some parts, like when they had to put all the evidence in. Yes, when they were documenting all the photographs from the penthouse cams. And the man had to just verify every single photograph, and it took quite a while. It was very boring.
Oh, that was terrible. People think that Rottenborn's trying to run down the clock because Judge Penny was very, very adamant that this trial would be 6 weeks and no more. I mean, literally, she laid the law down when she said that it's not going to go past Memorial Day weekend. That's not going to happen. So if you don't get your evidence in by then that's on you. That's just tough cookies, because what you put in up to then, that's it. She was,
I'm wondering if she's going to actually address that when we come into court on Monday. I would expect that she would, because it did get to be a bit much at the end of the day on Friday. And I think she was annoyed too about all the references of having to redact and the evidence and wasting time and the repeat questions over and over. She made statements before about the time. So.
Well, time is ticking on, because Amber does need to try and present her counterclaim, right? Because unless, I don't know how that ruling went, or it might have skipped me by, because I'm sure that Johnny, mind you, they must be presenting the counterclaim, mustn't they? Because it's 50-50, right? Okay, so my bad. But I mean, I don't know how much time or how many witnesses she's got to bring on, or what she can bring on. Do you? I mean, I've seen her list, but there's nobody there to worry about. Yeah.
You know who's not on it? Her makeup artist.
Oh, is the makeup artist coming on Johnny Depp's team?
Well, she is on Johnny's witness list, yes.
It's the same with the psychiatrist as well.
Mm-hmm.
She had an independent psych value, didn't she? And
yes, she did.
then she didn't want to bring him in, so Johnny Depp is bringing him in on his side. Very interesting, guys. 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. Let me get the screen up.
In the chat, there's a question. Do you think that Amber's side is going to try to buy off the judge? I don't know. I don't think the judge is buyable. Actually, not this judge. Yeah,
not this judge. No. And to be fair, I mean, she the other things that she's covered in the past, she's also covered things that to do with drug addicts and their rehabilitation. So she's acutely aware of what drugs do to people. So I suspect that she has a lot of sympathy for what Johnny Depp's saying, and she can see a lot of truth that's coming out of him. As do most people.
Yeah, Kyle, the other makeup is Melanie Iglesias a makeup artist? Because I'm talking about the other one. The other one is definitely on there. The one from James Corden's. I'm gonna look that other name up.
Oh well, she'll definitely be on the stand, but she won't be on for long. What they'll do is they'll bring her on. They'll say, "What's your job? How long have you done it for? Where were you working on this day? Oh, I was working on the James Corden show. Did you see Amber Heard? Have you ever seen her before? Did you see her on this date? What did you think of her face? Did she need any makeup, etc.?" That'll be it. So she'll only be on the stand probably for 25 minutes or so from Johnny Depp's side, and then depending on how long they want to cross-examine her for, I don't know how long they can ask, the same question. Are you sure you didn't see any bruises? Oh, look at her. She's had her roots done. She's got a new hairstyle, completely new coloring and everything. God, what's she trying to look like today? A walnut whip.
Yeah. I mean, Samantha, I know she's on the list, Kyle.
She's all in black.
Okay. And there goes dispelling the rumor that Elaine quit over the weekend over the compact. There were actually, I got a copy of a video from someone. Somebody actually put that in the title of their video, that Elaine had quit, that Amber had fired her, or that she quit, and that she had left the team. And they put it as the title of their video, and they put it on the thumbnail, and it never was addressed during the video. It was total clickbait. It was horrendous what people do.
Is it the same outfit that Johnny Depp was wearing on Friday? Somebody says. I can't remember. Was he all in black?
I don't think he was all in black. I do remember it was a lighter jacket, I believe, during most of his testimony.
Hang on. Johnny, I'm going to have to check. I'm terrible at remembering what people wore, etc., etc. So that's he was pretty much all in black. The only thing he had was a very dark blue shirt, and everything else was black. Black tie, black everything else. Yeah.
Well, here is your answer as to whether redirect will happen first. Obviously, the very well rested Johnny Depp, he's going to take the stand.
Looks even fresher today. He looks like he's had a great weekend.
He looks amazing. He looks amazing. And thank you, Kyle. Yes, the two differences there. I get that. And I don't think Melanie is on the list, but I'm going to double check.
He looks a lot better today than he did do on. He's probably just refreshed, isn't he?
Yeah. Did you see that little snicker smile he just gave to his team?
He's probably like, I'm ready for Rottenborn now. Bring it on.
I don't know what that means, Nimrod. I can't answer. Do we need to call for a flood warning?
Do you know what Johnny Depp's laughing at? He's probably laughing at the fact that he's seeing Amber Heard all in black again because of what he wore on Thursday.
Maybe. That could definitely be
it. We just got a super chat. Barry on for $5 American. Thank you so much. Says, if Warner Brothers makes a movie of this, are they going to allow Johnny Depp to play Johnny Depp? I would hope so. But I don't know if he'll work with Warner Brothers again. But I would love it if he did.
And if I was Johnny Depp, I would sue them for the rights to his own movie. Like, I wouldn't let them make a movie about me after what they did. Like, Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, this will end up as a movie, guys. Trust me. When this is all over, I am 100% sure somebody will make a movie out of this. You have to.
Ginger has the question: has Amber ever showed any evidence of Johnny's rings marking her face or body? She has made statements, but we have not seen any evidence that has not been declared as tainted or corrupted.
Yeah, but it was interesting that she mentioned in opening statements that look at the rings on his finger. Look at how much damage they would do. Well, clearly there's plenty of evidence of that then, right? Because the rings that he's wearing, it's like getting clobbered by what? Something very hard, right? You'd expect welts. You wouldn't just expect a little red mark or a little tiny bruise. You'd expect welts, right?
Yes, yeah. And Nimrod, I get it now, and I promise I'll keep myself in control. There's no chance. There's no damage of anybody getting caught in a flood. Don't worry, we'll be okay. Just
so what we do over here, guys, is we have a policy of letting everyone listen to what's going on, so we don't interrupt. We only take a moment to discuss things if they call time that they need to approach the bench or something like that. So we'll get 30 seconds or 40 seconds to say something, and we'll jump in. But for the ease of listening to everything, you get to hear everything here. We don't talk over, the testimonies or stuff like that. Yep.
And I've been getting a lot of positive feedback about that, Ranty, that people appreciate it because then they can hear it and talk about it as what they actually heard, and then they like the way we discuss it later in the chats during the breaks. So that's good.
Good. Judge Penny's late. What's she doing?
She's I'm hoping she's dealing with emotion to like get gag order somebody or something, like something exciting. I want it to be an exciting reason and not just like, the door got stuck or like she couldn't find her phone. Like I want it to be exciting, something legal. Yeah.
It could be. She's probably saying she's probably petitioned the judge to say, I want all of Johnny Depp's evidence thrown out. And the judge just said, why do you want that, madam? And Amber Heard returned by saying, because it's devastating to my case.
Exactly. That's it's like you read the opposition's brief, because that's exactly what they were trying to say. Like, especially when they said you have to remove the op-ed because it is not factual and it has no credence. And I'm like, yeah, that's right, because it was all lies. Like, I can't believe you just put that in writing.
But imagine Ben Rottenborn presenting Johnny Depp with the wrong op-ed. That wasn't the op-ed that he read. He didn't read the newspaper print. He read it online.
Yes. Point taken to Johnny Depp. Like, that was a good moment for Johnny. He's like, he's very smart and he's been on this case and he knows what he needs to prove. And he's been well educated by his lawyers on the points that need to be made. And he's on it. He's really on it. And Jem had sent me a picture of Rottenberg looking not so happy. It's on my Twitter feed, and he looks like his life is like miserable, like he's looking over his life choices. Like, I can't believe I'm representing Amber Heard. I can't believe it either, Rottenbone. This is not a good idea for your
Talk
career.
about career suicide for the both of them. Breedhoff has been absolutely, nobody's going to employ her. She's been abysmal, right? And so's he.
She's been embarrassing. Actually, I think this will go. I have a different opinion about that. I think this will play well for Rottenborn because he had to, against all odds, he was a tenacious bulldog, and some people need that for an attorney. And I do think that he is showing that he'll stick to his guns, and he's skirting right up to the edge of what is allowed without going over. And I do think that the publicity alone is going to do well for him. Whether I like him or not, and I do not, I have to admit, I just don't like his style. I don't like that kind of lawyering. But some people may find it necessary, especially if you're guilty. So I do see a long career for him because there's plenty of guilty people out there.
Yeah,
or people
possibly.
that
Any time that he ever appears in a trial again, they'll be like, "Oh, that's the one that defended Amber Heard, right? He must be defending someone that's guilty then." It'll never be, "Oh, he's defending someone that's innocent." It'll be like, "Yeah, defending someone that's guilty."
Kyle has a good theory here. She said she bets it's a motion by Elaine, the delay, to clarify her opening statement with the Milani compact, that it wasn't the exact one that Amber used, and to clarify it and apologize to the court for not making it clear.
And then I suppose Rottenborn's going to also appeal and say, "I'm sorry for playing the audio of the wrong plane flight to make the jury believe."
Yeah, that whole stuff about the audio. Did you read Andrea Burkhart's take on that, the legal take on that, on how that could be like a huge issue about, because all of the evidence numbers that he was reading off were wrong, like they were all misdone. Like I put that, I'll have to find it for you during the break. But actually when they spoke of the actual evidence ID numbers, they misdid them too, and that makes it very, very messy for the case. Are they trying to get a mistrial? Are they looking for appeal issues? Are they doing this on purpose, or are they just dumb? Like, is it just bad lawyering? Like, I don't get it.
So what have we had so far? We've had the wrong article that was presented to Johnny Depp that was published on the wrong day, because obviously he was looking at the day afterwards article from the paper. We've had the Milani issue with the compact. We've had the fact that they played the wrong audio to a plane ride, where to make it out that Johnny Depp had, been drinking on the plane, and this noise was coming from that. I don't know whether it is them trying to get a mistrial, or whether Amber Heard is going to say, "Look, my briefs were so incompetent. These are all the gross errors that they made. Not just the little errors, just ginormous errors that they made. So I don't think I got a fair crack of the whip. I think my solicitor screwed it up for me, so I want a retrial." So I don't know whether that could be an argument for her. I mean, it's possible, because we're not even a third of the way. Well, we are a third of the way through, and that's 3 massive dumps that they've taken on their own case.
Yep, yeah, definitely.
And the flyers outside, that could be an issue going forward.
That I was just reading that comment. That is curious. I wonder if she's going to address it, because that is slandering, like that is trying to there could be charges of things where you're trying to influence the outcome of a case, where you are actually interfering with justice. Maybe she will have to sequester the jury. I'm not sure. Rob's, she's laying cable, is she? Well,
and what about the other dirty tricks that they've done? They got a witness thrown off the stand by fraudulently approaching the bench and handing them fraudulent evidence. Fraudulent. This is their team.
It did open it up for the judge to question her, and I'm sure the judge feels a certain way. Not that the judge is going to go against what she did, because the woman did answer the question honestly. And so there was good reason to do what she did, regardless of how that came about. But I'm sure she doesn't like being put in the position she was by them misrepresenting. They actually tried to defraud the court with that. They don't understand that these little things that they're doing that are probably normal to them because they're shady people. Court of law, you could have some serious repercussions for this.
Error after backhanded, snidey, dirty way of fighting this. Dirty way, not a clean way. Johnny Depp's legal team, Ben Chu, they're literally being straight and down the line. This is evidence. We're not going to object to your line of questioning. We're just going to let you answer the questions. We're not going to object to any evidence you present that has a discussion between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, right? So this is something that they made very clear. I think 3 times that it was brought up. When we play, do you have any objections to this particular video recording or audio recording? And they've said, if it's just between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, we don't have a problem with it, right? They've said that 3 times. Now, I think they've said it that way on purpose to let everyone know that they have nothing to hide with any evidence going forward between them two discussing something, because as been proven with the video I put out a couple of hours ago, hour and a half ago or something, which has that video recording of Amber Heard clearly admitting to hitting, punching, starting fights with Johnny. This is new that people haven't heard before, and that Johnny runs away. And also the event, and it also clarifies what happened in Australia, because again, he said that, well, I didn't run away to a different house this time. I just hid in different rooms in the house whilst you chased me down. And she's like, yeah, you know, sort of like she's totally admitting everything, right? I mean, it's like, when they come to present this, is Rottenborn going to say, we don't want this presented to the court? Is that what they're fearful of? Is this why this tactic of saying every time that there's an audio recording, if it's between JD and Amber Heard, we don't object? Every time. So when they go to present, it's just a video recording of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. We haven't objected to them at all, you know, in any time they've wanted to present anything. So why are they objecting to this audio recording right now? You know what I mean? And I think that'll play. I think the judge will rule on that and say, well, you know, let's hear it, because they were completely down the line with this as well. That they didn't want anything hidden from the jury. I mean, it's damaging. It's really damaging. Might put it on whilst we're waiting.
Yep. Here is a let me just share this screen with you real quick. While we're waiting here. Here is a picture of those flyers that are on the jurors' calls. Can you see that? Is it big enough, you think?
Hang on, one sec. Where are I?
I shared it with you below.
In where?
I didn't. I shared it down there.
Right, there we go.
I tried to make it easy for you instead of driving you crazy with tech. Like, I'm so bad at that.
So this is the image. What does it say? Save a life. I can't read it.
Okay, let me see. It says, save a life, Amber Heard. 1214 incidents of violence were proven in 2020 for actress Amber Heard, but her case is continuing now in Virginia. Online social media operations and manipulation prevents you and others from supporting her. Threats, bots, and thousands of repeating texts show on 6 platforms for 3 long years. We want her life, humanitarian work, and leadership to continue. Would you stand up to stop coercive control online? She's human rights champion to the United Nations, Women's Night Ambassador for the ACLU. Adapt, and survive even when she wins.
That's the flyers that they're posting out, right? That's the flyers that they're posted out to try and put it on the jurors' cars and things like this. It's totally bad. Right, let me do you want to stop sharing that now and I'll present something else?
Yep. Let me just click it off. Boom. There you go.
Right. Here we go, guys. So we're gonna have a listen to this whilst we're waiting.
You stand there and take your punches. At a certain point, we're gonna fucking react.
That's not what I'm asking. Let's be fair.
But what I'm saying is,
we're talking about splitting. I'm not asking you to stand there while I punch you. Come on.
We're talking about me. Yeah, getting out of the room or leaving. It did not. I didn't. In Australia, I didn't leave the fucking house. I went to other rooms. You know, whatever. I didn't fucking take off in San Francisco or whatever. Look, go in the other room.
It's different from saying I'm getting another hotel room, which is what you did in Toronto. And then in France, you said I'm getting you a flight. And you involve, other people. It's humiliating. It's embarrassing. It's demeaning to me. And it's...
You wanted a flight.
No, but you were the one to suggest a flight.
Possibly, yeah. Maybe I did.
She texts Stephen that. And the same with the room. Your splitting is chronic. It's early. It's quick. It's so not, you're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee, if you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space you would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours. You know, I got mad at you in Australia about this. I've said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that. Give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit. Because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just...
No, it's different.
If it happens...
It's different. You never...
If it happens, I'm just going to say, look, I need some time. That's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No.
I guarantee you it will.
If you're stuck in throwing punches...
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
Right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes, and our argument...
Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undeterminate amount of time. You do it without actually respecting. When you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never actually honor anything close to that. So I can't trust you. And especially when you always take off.
A few minutes is also an expression. It's not.
Yes, exactly. And I'm not holding you to it. I'm saying hours and hours later is different.
There we go. So that's the latest recording so far. And let's get the trial back up. We're still waiting. Still waiting for the judge.
That kind of makes me nervous because there were several things that happened on Friday that this could be about. Number one, it could be about the flyers. And if it is, that's pretty dangerous. It could lead to a mistrial. If they believe that there is jury tampering going on, that's going to shut things down. That could be meaning that we have to start all over again, good or bad. At least we know what the defense was going at. So it would let Johnny's side have a heads up on where they're going to go. And what
I don't think they'd change anything. They wouldn't change a thing. I'll be quite honest. I don't think they're going to change anything.
They might protect the witnesses because don't forget, then Gina gets to come back. Isaac gets to come back. Everybody gets to come back. It does give them a better chance to re-up some of the stuff. The other thing is it could be about the audio tapes. Remember, if they misidentified the evidence numbers when they said they were putting them into evidence, that taints the whole record. That taints the whole presentation. Is it going to all get tossed, or is it going to all get corrected, or is it all going to get stricken from the record? That could be a big thing too. But whatever it is, it involves a lawyer from each side and the judge. Or actually, maybe not a lawyer from each side. It looks like only Camille. Is Camille missing?
No, Camille's there. She's on the back row.
She's there. Okay, so there is no lawyer missing. There's Rottenborn. There's Elaine. There's Ben Chu. There's Camille. And Johnny's there. So it's only the judge? It only involves the judge at this point.
We just got a super chat. We got a super chat from Sandy, $5 American, who said, "First time I've enjoyed cleaning the car too. Your company was awesome," with a big smiley crying happy face. Thank you so much for the super chat. And yeah, glad to keep you guys entertained. We've been going for nearly 2 hours already talking about the trial for the past, over the past 2 weeks and what we expect to happen and all the screw ups that's gone on. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think Judge Penny's going to be too happy with a lot of things that have gone down last week.
Well, she seems very precise. And if she's starting this far behind, something's going on. And the lawyers aren't with her. So they're not arguing motions. They're not defending themselves or bringing anything to light. It's totally a judicial decision. And that could be big.
Guys, listen, you asked me on Thursday. Well, I made a promise that if I got 2 new channel members, that I would do a twerk. Right? And
and I'll have you all know he didn't know what a twerk was at the time he agreed to it. I give him a lot of grace for that. Yeah.
I had no idea what a twerk was. I then had to oh my God, I can't even believe I'm going to publish this.
I can't. You know what? I think
not-
the educating you on a twerk was probably the funnest afternoon I've had in a while. Just showing, like, going over the videos. That was just your like, oh my God. That was the best. That was the best. I did have a little bit of fun. Yeah.
So here's the deal, guys. Here's the deal. I am a man of my word. I did do the twerk. I found out what it was, and I had to do it. And I've published. Well, I haven't published the video. I've got it on unlisted. I have it on unlisted. So I'm going to put the link to that because it looks like we're still waiting here, and it's up to you whether you go and watch this video or not. So I'm going to put the link.
Yes,
in the chat.
I recommend you not drinking anything or eating anything while you watch it.
I can't even believe I'm doing this. This is terrible.
You don't want to, I think it speaks soundly to your character. You said you would do it and you did it, even though you know it's going to be, you're going to get some flack probably from
I'll get some blowback
members.
for this.
You will. But you're a man of your word. And that's very important. And you've got great humor.
And the thing is, look, if you go and watch it, then that's your fault.
Yes, he takes absolutely no responsibility to whatever happens to you. Your the warped humor, whatever, like happens after you watch this. Like there's disclaimer. There's a disclaimer that comes with it.
So, and with it being unlisted, you could only have got it from this stream and click the link. So you have, any sort of like trauma that you have after watching this. It's entirely down to you.
Yes. View responsibly, people. Take ownership and view responsibly. I saw it. I survived. I'm here. I'm here to talk about it. So you'll be okay. You'll be okay.
So there's the link. There's the link. Right. Listen, if you go and watch it, that's entirely up to you. I wouldn't advise watching it, to be fair, because it's just an old man having a twerk. Who wants to watch that, right?
Oh, come on. It's wait. I protest. Let me tell you how glorious it is. Go watch it. It's lit. It's glorious, and Ranty's good fun, and he can take a hit with the rest of them. He's like good chops, good sense of humor, and I'd go watch it just well, I won't even say because then I'll be giving too much away. But I would go watch it. I'll talk about it later after I'm watching you see it. But yeah. I'd go watch it. I would, but that's me. Colin, yes, Colin, right? He did a great job though, didn't he? He did a great job. He did. For the twerk, yes. You see, if they're paying you for your twerk, you did a good job. See there, you did. They're paying you for the twerk. There you go.
We just got a super chat. Harley's Corner with €2 for the twerk.
See, I know, so much wiggle. Who knew he could move like that, right? I did not know he had it in it. I'm like, wow, like, he just, there's so many layers, like an onion, this man. Oh my God, the wiggle, it was cute. It was actually kind of adorable. I'd have to say, it's quite charming. Exactly, Robsky, right? A man of his word. He took it on the chin. He did a great job. Mad respect for that. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Oh. Wait, let's put it on Discord and see what the birthday person. Oh my gosh, you want to send it to him? Well, I don't know. I guess that would.
We just got a super chat. Armageddon's Fire with a 99 super sticker. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh!
All rise. Here we go.
Okay.
All right. Good morning. Everything good now, Judy? We're good? All right, thanks. All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury? Just two preliminary matters. Okay. One, Okay.
From last week, we've given them to Ms. Myers this morning, and they've confirmed they look okay to them. So
Okay. All right.
here are paper copies. The thumb drive contains electronic copies of these, as well as the excerpted audio recordings that were in. And
Okay. Well, I kind of need a thumb drive for each audio recording, but
it's separate thumb drive for each.
it's
We
marked
just
different
got a
exhibits,
super
so I
chat.
have to have it as different.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may approach.
Okay.
This is exhibit 40 redacted.
Okay.
and, photographs that were in this exhibit.
The knives, right.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Great. We'll go through those. If we need anything else, we'll let you know, okay?
And each of the excerpted recordings are on a separate audio file on the thumb drive. So if you'd like it separate, I understand you're saying you'd like a separate physical.
Just because, so we can have them numbered that way, correct?
Sure.
All right. I gotta keep Jamie happy. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I just had one more issue that I'd like to approach about.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, they're approaching the bet. All four of them this time. Very interesting. Yeah, I wonder what's going on there. I imagine it's something to do from last week.
It is. It's about redacted evidence. It's about the submission of everything. He's already brought up the audios, so they do need to. They know they need to fix this.
Buns of steel, Ranty.
Yes, yes. And can we? And you know, I'm surprised nobody's brought up those legs. I can't believe nobody's brought up those legs. Oh my God.
My legs? I got little matchstick legs.
No, they were nice. Oh, come on, they were nice. You're holding up well, Randy. You're holding up well.
Holding up well for a 66-year-old. What can I say?
Oh, wow. I would never have thought. I actually thought you were younger. Yeah.
Bum of steel.
Were you, Sandy? Were you? Yes, the nice calves, right? He's in good shape, you know. Yeah.
Autistic Shill is a new channel member. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this.
They're a very nice account. They're in several places that I go to where I mod. I like hanging out with them. Awesome take on things too.
Yeah, I think obviously I'm doing this, well, doing as much as I can full time now with this YouTube. So every new channel member just makes it easier for me to keep doing this. New channel member here, new channel member there. It means that I can think, right, okay, I can definitely do this now. I can definitely do this full time. So thank you so much.
Nimrod, I'm gonna have to put you in charge of my flood warnings. You're very focused on it. We need a new system. We need a new warning system. Oh, thank you, Gemstone. It was the court reporter's fault, the delay. She had not arrived, and they can't have court without her.
So no way you're 66. No, I'm not 66. I'm 47. It's still getting on a little bit, you know.
Okay.
So the court reporter was late, so that isn't very nice, is it? For a big trial like this.
Well, stuff happens. Flat tires, traffic.
Still, it's a 30-minute late now, isn't it? I wonder if they'll stay an extra half an hour today. I think they probably will, won't they?
I guess it depends where they are in the trial because she's been a stickler about getting things accomplished.
You can be seated. All right. Just a reminder, Mr. Depp, you're still under oath, okay, sir?
Yes.
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Cross-examination. All right.
Morning, everyone. I hope you had a nice weekend. Mr. Depp, we've talked about this a little bit, but you've testified that abuse can come in many forms, correct? Physical being one of them, right?
Yes, indeed.
Emotional,
Indeed.
verbal,
Indeed.
psychological abuse.
Indeed. Some of those sort of flow into the other.
I'd like to talk Understood. I'd like to talk about some of that abuse. Can we pull up Exhibit 582, please? Your Honor, this is a recording, Defendant's Exhibit 582, that we will play the entirety of.
All right, any objection to 582?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 582 in evidence.
Put your fucking cigarettes out on someone else. You fucking have consequences for your actions. That's it.
Shut up, fat ass.
Yeah, you got me there.
Can you play that one more time, please, Michelle?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Move on.
Mr. Depp, when Ms. Heard tells you in that recording to go put your cigarettes out on someone else, you don't deny that, but instead you simply say, shut up, fat ass. Is that correct?
I think that was another grossly exaggerated moment of Miss Heard's. I did not put a cigarette out on her or throw a cigarette at her.
Let's pull up Exhibit 581, please. This is another recording that we'll play the entirety of with Your Honor's leave.
Any objection to 581?
No objection.
581.
I fucked up and cried in my bedroom after I had dumped you a fucking week prior. A fucking week prior after you beat the shit out of me. And then a week later you show up at my doorstep in my room saying you want to say goodbye. Okay, say goodbye.
Oh, I said it?
Yes, you did say it. I'll go to the text messages so that we're clear on the tape.
Yes, you said it before to me.
Okay. No doubt. But you did not say you're going to come over to say bye?
I made a huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me?
Huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me?
Well, I won't do it again.
What's the mistake then? Did you or did you not say you're coming over to say bye?
Can we please pull up Exhibit 598?
Is this another audio?
It is, Your Honor. And I will give the excerpts that we propose to play. And I'll say, Your Honor, it's a lengthy recording where.
Well, I already have 598A in evidence, so.
Right, and I just wanted to clarify, spoke with Ms. Myers this morning. We're gonna speak at a break. We're trying to be very careful about whether there's a third party on the tape. This is one where at the very end, someone else comes in. But Ms. Myers and I will speak, and we may be, to the extent your Honor's agreeable, we may be agreeable to just entering the whole thing as evidence. But for now, since there's a very small portion at the end that we're not going to play of a third party, I'll just give you the excerpts if that works.
Well, then I need 598B, and I need
Yes.
to know what the time of the excerpts are, and,
We'll prepare that for you, Your Honor. Thank you.
well, I need it now, I mean,
I have the
okay,
excerpts. So this would be 598B,
okay,
and it's seconds 1 through 20. And then it's 30 minutes and 2 seconds through 31 minutes and 45 seconds.
okay. All right. Any objection to 598B then?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm not what I said.
You may have not been able to do.
No, I meant exactly what I said.
What did you say?
At least I'm not doing it behind your back. I'm telling you. You gave me shit that I was recording, and I said, yeah, I'm recording, but at least I'm telling you.
Okay.
And
So-
if you had asked me not to, I wouldn't.
Well, record.
Okay, so the next excerpt is 30 minutes and 2 seconds.
Like die. Walking away is necessary. Is necessary, especially between you and I. It is of utmost importance because the next move, if I don't walk away or just go out for a little while, it's just gonna be a bloodbath, and like like it was on the island, of course, like it was, It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it.
Yeah, if
Why? Why be miserable? Can we just
The options are there.
have some semblance of understanding for each other?
Please, can we? Because I'm not trying to say, hey, by the way, no one in their right mind is going to choose bloodbath over walking away. Obviously, if you're given the option between the two,
Then why has it been chosen so many times?
that snowball. It is not a distinct choice that either one of us make at any discernible point.
No, it's stubbornness and it's all
You know, and
kinds
it
of shit.
builds, right? Like you build, I build, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
That really doesn't help her case because he's talking about her. He's saying that you'll create the bloodbath. Oh.
Can you please pull up Defense Exhibit 161, which was admitted into evidence on Thursday, Your Honor, I believe.
Okay. Yes, it was.
Thank you. Now, that recording that we just heard, Mr. Depp, isn't the first time that you refer to an argument as a bloodbath. In fact, in this text exchange that we saw on Friday, when you inform Ms. Heard that there exists a book entitled Disco Bloodbath, and she asks you if it is about last Friday night by any chance, you say, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? Yes, it is. Funny bitch." Did I read that right?
Certainly did, sir. Thank you.
Can we pull up Exhibit 586, please? Your Honor, the only the portion of this exhibit that we would plan to play, it's a recording, is minutes 7:35 to 8:20.
Okay, but I already have a 586A.
So this would be 586B. If
735 to what?
8:20.
Thank you. No objection to 586B?
No objection.
All right, 586B.
Oh, yes, you do, because you wouldn't have used that as a way to hit me. I was pouring my heart out to you. What do you do? Let me get it. Let me get it. Stab in here. That's what you saw, huh? You listen to me cry, and you're like, now I can get her. Is that what you think? You just do it without thinking. You do it without thinking, huh? You don't. Get her. Stab in when you can. You throw a swing when you can. And what win better than to win them on the floor? Because that's when it's really good to hit someone.
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 366? This is another recording, Your Honor, that we would propose to admit all of, although we will only be playing minute 320 through 338.
All right, so no objection to 366 in its entirety, is that correct?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, 366 in evidence. He's only playing part. Oh, plaintiffs, I'm sorry.
You're a flower. Every other man I know, every other relationship I know, there's man is like, oh, yeah, shit. And you're a flower. Every single time you get it.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 396? Your Honor, portions of this were used on Thursday, so with your leave, we'd like to introduce this as 396B with the following excerpts. 2:44 and 0 seconds through 2:44 and 16 seconds. And then 2:49 and 30 seconds through 2:49 and 55 seconds.
All right, any objection to 396B?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 396B.
Please, what? This is your last plea. This is your last plea. This is your last call. This is the last one. This is not helping! You stupid fuck! This is not helping!
If you could please go to 2:49 and 30 seconds, please.
Is this a joke? Every time that he's swore in an argument, they're going to try and bring that up. Oh my God.
I don't fucking care. You shut up with that. Impossible. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later. Talk to you later.
You heard Ms. Heard say, "Get off me," right?
You ran
No, I
away.
did not. I heard distant screaming, and I heard, "I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later." I
Let's
was
look at
reading, it
Exhibit
sounds like to
857,
me.
please.
That's defendant's 857?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This is another audio file? Oh, no.
It's not, no.
Okay, is there any?
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the second to last text
Yes.
on this. This is a text from you to your agent, Christian Carino, on August 15th, 2016, correct?
That's correct. That's what it looks like, yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and prejudice.
If you could approach for a moment. Make it
Guys, how's our audio compared to the sound coming through the TV? Well, the trial. How's everything? Is it balanced? Yeah, this isn't doing what he expected it to do. I'm sorry, rotten bum. When he was talking about the bloodbath, he was talking about what Amber does. When he was literally backing up what JD was saying the whole time, just from her side presenting it. What else? Yeah. So people row, they shout. One person's nagging. The one thing that we did notice in that, you could hear Amber rabbit, 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 rabbit in his ear, 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 and then he's like, just shut up. You know. So yeah. Normal behavior. I wonder how many times Mr. Rottenborn has argued with his wife. Or people on the jury have rowed with their partners too. Amanda Barmer says it's great on my iPhone, Ranty. Thank you. I do appreciate that information because I don't want to blast everyone out like I did at some point last week. Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, all these recordings, they might, you know, if they play it right, they could use this against her to say, how come you were recording the entire time you were together? Why were you doing that?
I would be interested in a suggestion from the chat, like if somebody made a bloopers roll of all of this stuff. Like it's so bizarre to use.
It's amazing how much a lot of this is so out of context. I mean, the only thing that stuck out for me was when Amber turned around and said, "You beat the shit out of me last week" or something, and Johnny doesn't answer yes or no. He's just listening to her rant. Now we don't know the context of that. They could have been rowing for 3 hours, and Johnny likes to escape. But imagine he's trapped with her and he can't escape. He's got to listen. So he's just going to shut up, isn't he? He's not going to respond to her. He's just going to let her say what she wants.
Exactly.
Your Honor, for the sake of time, I'll go ahead and may I ask the witness about the portions that we discussed, and then we can provide a redacted version.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, in this text message from you to Christian Carino, your agent, on August 15th, 2016, you tell him, you go on at some length about Amber, but you say, "She will hit the wall hard," 4 exclamation points. And then later down you say, "I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her." Did I read that right?
Objection compound.
I'll allow it. Mr. One.
You read that correctly.
And this wasn't the first time that you talked about Amber hitting the wall hard. Let's pull up Exhibit 213, please.
Hitting the wall hard based on the
We'll just take a look at the
accusations
next
that she
exhibit, Mr.
brought. I'm sorry, I was talking. Is that all right?
You had answered my question. We'll take a look at the next exhibit. Thank you.
Yeah. As long as you're happy, sir.
Mr. Depp, this is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014. The text at the top of
Where
the
am I
page.
looking, sir?
On your screen, please.
I
sorry.
figured that out.
The
Thanks.
top text on the screen.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a specific, if it was third from the bottom or somewhere around the corner. What would you like me to do?
This is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed.
Johnny's getting a little bit triggered at the minute.
With the redactions.
He's been rattled, I think, by Rottenborn here.
Okay.
Yep.
Redactions and
We have that.
fires.
We have that ready.
All right, 213 in evidence with redactions.
Move for the admission of this, permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, it is in evidence,
Thank
so you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, on February 4th, 2014, you tell Mr. Witkin, "Amber and I hit the wall hard." You see that?
I do, sir.
And that's the same phrase that you used in your text to Mr. Carino from 2016 that we just read, correct?
They are similar words, but they have different meanings. If
Can we
I
pull
don't know if that
up
makes sense
exhibit
to you, but
exhibit 498, please? Mr. Depp, is this a text exchange that you had with Ms. Heard on or about October 28th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to direct your attention to the third text down.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 498 with identifiers redacted.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
All right, what's,
May we approach?
okay, sure.
Well, yes, it's definitely a stretch. I don't think this guy knows
Yeah.
what terms mean. You know, hitting the
know.
wall. Hitting the wall. What does he think hitting the wall means? Does he
Yeah,
think
like-
it's a literal meaning?
It's like, right? It's like just coming to a really bad spot together. Like, just not good, a not good situation. Yeah.
I think he takes everything literally. Now, in this community, there is a guy called Sleeping Warrior, and he takes everything literally too. So he will literally take a dictionary to court with him when he goes to court on the terms of words and what they actually mean. So I think he's in the same vein as this Rottenborn. He reads things like, doesn't get the context with the deep throating that was discussed before. And and he's not getting the context here, hitting the wall. It's like this guy's drowning. I don't think
Yeah.
he understands.
Yeah. The
How
saying
people
is
talk.
like end of your rope, found a limit.
Yeah, if Johnny says, "Oh, she's at the end of her rope," what does that mean?
Yeah, so
Were you
accuse her
threatening
of
to
hanging her.
hang her?
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, so you were planning a lynching, were you? Okay, I see. Like, yeah, he's really reaching. I'm surprised,
Can you
like,
pull up
he's not
Exhibit
hurting himself.
330, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the middle text on this page, which is a text from you to someone named Ryan A. On January 12th, 2015. Do you see that?
January. The second one from the last.
Yes.
January 12th?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is that Ryan Adams, the singer?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 330. Just plan on asking him about that text.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm happy to approach if you want.
Oh, he's about to have a little fit then. Did you hear him? Like he was about to cry. Oh my goodness, I've got to rewind that if I can.
I'm kind of enjoying how flustered he is. It's not going his way, and he can't take it. This is
Just
a good
listen.
sign.
Just listen to him huff and puff here.
Your Honor, move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 330. Just plan on asking him about that text.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm happy to approach if you want.
I'm about to cry. Oh. Did you hear the huffing and puffing there? That was hilarious.
Yeah, he left. Yeah, I can't even talk. I'm laughing so hard. Stop.
If he had toys, he was going to throw them out of the pram, right?
I am actually enjoying Rottenborn's discomfort at this moment. He's very uncomfortable this morning, and things aren't going. He's getting pushed back, and apparently he can't handle it, which means when redirect happens, pushback's going to be glorious. He'll probably have to leave the room. I know.
Puffing and puffing, like I wish I had the other time that he did that well, where he stomped around and he was literally, he's like his gums were on the floor. I think it was sometime last week. I really wish I had both of those because these
you could
clips.
clip them. Well, you can clip them all together. We could make a blooper of Rottenborn.
We could do a whatchamacallit, a short video all the time. Rottenborn acting like a petulant child.
Can you pull up Exhibit 620, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to text number 40.
Okay.
It's the third one down.
Yes,
This is a text from you to Malcolm Connolly. Is that right?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this document with the third text down.
If I just,
I'm happy to approach to discuss if Your Honor would like.
relevance objection again, Your Honor.
Oh, yes. Come on, win this one again. Win this one. Watch him huff and puff. He's going to cry.
She won the last one, and I think it's related, so it could not go his way. Let's hope.
He's going to cry. He's literally going to cry if he can't get this presented.
If he does, I don't know if you're going to be able to contain yourself.
Funny.
Redacted.
Mr. Rottenborn, if that's coming in, we'd allow the contextual text messages as well, if we might take a look, please.
I'm sorry.
We would like to take a look and just make sure the contextual text messages are coming in with the one that you're directing Mr. Depp to.
Oh, no, we don't want to do that because that would be devastating to my point.
I'm just going to address the court. That was the text message that I would like to get in. If they're, I'm not sure what she's asking. Your Honor.
Yes, you are.
We'll just go forward with that text message for now. Okay.
Yes, you are. You know exactly what it is. It's not in context. It's out of context. That's why you don't want to have it in context. That's why you. Oh, I don't know what they mean. I don't know what they mean. But on
Mr. Depp, you remember last week the jury saw the video of you, as you called it, assaulting the cupboards in that kitchen on Sweetser Avenue?
Yes, sir. Very well said.
And that was on or about February 10th, 2016, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
I don't know when that's from. I have asked for the metadata. I've asked for the date and received nothing.
Okay. This text you sent on February 10th, 2016 to Malcolm Connolly. Malcolm
Yes.
Connolly is one of your security guards, correct?
Yes, he is.
And in this text, you say, "Thanks, dear Mal. I'm just at the point where I feel like I'm going to puke all the time. Once I get this shit moving and get myself out of her level of shit, I will never mention this cunt's name again, ever again. And the first prick that asks about her gets a warning. Should the single-celled prick decide to push it, he never forgets me and will always be remembered throughout his life as the guy that got his fucking nose bit off, chewed up, and swallowed by Johnny Depp. While I do have some civilized bones in my body, just on a matter of principle, I must force him to watch me fulfill this promise of mangling his motherfucker of a beezer. Love you, X." Did I read that right?
You did.
That's hilarious.
I'd like to turn to your views on Ms. Heard's career. Can you please pull up Exhibit 195? I'd like to direct your attention to the second to last text from the bottom. This is a text message exchange between you and Miss Heard on October 29th, 2013, correct?
It looks like it is, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 195 with the appropriate identifiers redacted.
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is him expressing his views on her taking a meeting about a movie, her career, his views.
He could be reaching again here, guys. This is the best they've got. This is the evidence. Don't forget, this is
Okay,
a
so-
100. Just a minute. This is a $100 million claim that they're trying to win,
Mhm.
and this is the evidence they're bringing up.
Based on the fact that I don't like her. What does that have to do with I hate her? They're two different statements. It's obvious in certain situations he don't like her much, and he's got good reason. But that does not mean he hit her. I don't know where they're going with this. It's not the same thing.
Reaching, grasping, picking up any message at any time that he's ever sent at any time in over 10 years of text messages that they got, from the UK trial.
Will be in evidence
Mhm.
with.
They shouldn't have got them actually in the first place. They were accidentally given the whole lot by the UK team. The judge only ordered so many, and they sent the whole file over. That's why they have all these text messages.
Mr. Depp, you see the text that from Amber that says, "I'm at a coffee meeting now." You see that?
I do,
It's
sir.
right there. So she tells you at 12:41 p.m., "I'm at a coffee meeting now. We'll be home soon." And then you respond, "Holy crack whores. No goddamn meetings. No movies. Why? Why do you deviate from our agreement? What species of meeting? Fuck it. Just tell me when you get home." Did I read that right?
You did, but a coffee meeting.
You didn't want her to take the meeting that she was taking that day, correct?
It seems as though we had an agreement. What seems like we had an agreement to do something together, meeting. So this is not necessarily an angry text. It's just, why do you deviate from our agreement? It's not about her doing films. How do you think she got Aquaman, sir?
You tell her no goddamn meetings, no movies, because you didn't want her acting. You wanted to control her career, correct?
Objection compound.
That's
I'll-
patently
hold on,
untrue, and it's a
Mr.
great
Depp,
guess.
sir. All right,
Sorry.
yes, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Sorry.
Let's,
That's
we can move on. Exhibit 394, please. Defendant's exhibit.
Thank you.
Mr. Depp, if you can take a look at the fourth text down, this is a text from you to Dr. Kipper on, it's in the timestamp issue. I believe it was sent on March 8th, 2015 in Australia, timestamped March 7th, 2015. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of 394.
No objection with the proper redactions of the rest of the text messages and the identifiers.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
394 in evidence with redactions.
Yeah, definitely reaching to suggest that that text message was saying anything other than they had something planned, and she was screwing it up by going to a meeting. And what does a coffee meeting as well? What does is coffee meeting like a like a word for a different type of meeting?
Mhm.
Might not be going for coffee. It might be for something else. Might
And
have
that
been
is
for
exactly what he asked, and that's what they said, right? He's clarifying, and he's trying to make it like it was an insult. He's like, "No, we had an agreement, and I just need to know what's going on." Like that's not what it says. He didn't like that much.
No.
Mm-mm.
Well, Johnny should really wait until on redirect. Really,
Permission to publish?
All right. Yes, yes, sir.
he should have trust and faith in his own counsel that they'll,
Mhm.
ask him these
Mr. Depp,
questions.
on this date, right after you had suffered an injury to your finger, you text Dr. Kipper and you say, "Hi, fucked, man. Had another one. I just cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done. No more. The constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, and vindictive cunt. But you know what? Far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading, endless educational ranting is her hideously and purposely hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love. Above all, here's the real deal, mate. Her obsession with herself is far more important. She is so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was acquired, mate. Although she has hammered me with what a sad old man has been I am, Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors. I'm so very sad. I cut the top of my middle finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital. I'm so embarrassed for jumping into anything with her. Fuck the world." Did I read that right?
Yes, Mr. Rottenborn.
So even as you are ranting about Miss Heard to Dr. Kipper, even as you were talking about her ambition and expressing your objections to that, you still admit to him that you cut the top of your middle finger off, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, so state as compound.
You're complaining about her ambition in this text to her, to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm realizing that her ambition is far stronger than her supposed feelings for me, yes.
And there's nothing about this text that's trying to protect her.
Protect her?
And
from what?
And you tell Dr. Kipper, "I cut the top of my middle finger off" in this text, correct?
It's just the way it was worded. It doesn't mean that I
No.
actually literally cut my finger off after, at the age of 12, finding the only thing that gave me peace, which is playing the guitar. Very unlikely. Why didn't I start lopping off digits when I was 13 then?
Just the way it was worded. Now, Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with you can take that down. Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking and abuse of alcohol, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection if you want.
Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking, correct?
Sir, if anyone had a problem with my drinking at any time in my life, it was me. The only person that I have ever abused in my life is myself.
In fact, you tried to hide your drinking from your daughter, Lily Rose, didn't you?
Objection relevance.
What's the relevance?
When your nerves are
But,
pushed.
sir, if you
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Pardon.
Dirty trying to bring his child into this. That you tried to hide your drinking from your child. Well, of course he would. Of course he would. He
This
doesn't want
is
to
grabbing
expose them.
at all the straws that Amber has laid out for them. This is grabbing at all the little things Amber told them that they have nothing to prove it on. This is just, it's ridiculous.
It's beyond ridiculous, actually. It's you would expect anybody that drinks, marginally heavily, like he clearly does, to not want his children to be predisposed to that. And you would go out of your way to not have them, see you drinking 10 pints of beer. You wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to sit there in front of them drinking one after the other, would you? So what's
No.
his problem? I don't understand this guy. Well, I do.
I don't
He's
either.
her defense, right? But it's not good.
Can't argue with that.
I don't know where. It's Johnny needs to just hold his cool. I think get this over with, get redirect over, and then he's finished.
Can you pull up Exhibit 207, please? You scroll down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the last text on this page. It's a text from you to Kevin Murphy. He was your estate manager, correct?
He was.
This is a text from you to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that portion of Defendant's Exhibit 207 with redactions.
With the identifiers redacted, that's fine. Thank you.
207.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
And in this text to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, you say, just trying to get over my shocking discussion with Vanessa that lasted 5+ hours. Vanessa's your former partner, correct?
She's the mother of my children, yes.
The mother of your children, that's right. And then you say, I feel ill and have invested my guts into some side corner. Now, Lily Rose hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right. But I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. Come to master in main house. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1092, please? Mr. Depp, is this a picture of you passed out in a chair during daylight hours?
Again, isn't passed out. That's a very specific term. Sleep could be one. Passed out.
Let's try it this way. This is a picture of you in a chair, correct?
That is correct.
Move for the admission of 1092, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I'm relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm trying to move this along, and when we stop with
Well,
relevance,
you want to lay a foundation? I just don't.
this is a picture of Mr. Depp. We've introduced another, on Thursday, another picture of that.
What is the date of this photograph? I'm sorry.
He had another fit then. Did you hear him have another fit when he was in the objected?
Yes, he's having a fit. He does not like to be challenged. And Johnny wants the date.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because the metadata is a big thing. So the more he mentions the dates, the times, when was this taken, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
Well, it should be in the metadata. He actually said that. Oh, it's so great that he mentioned the metadata. He did so earlier on. He brought that in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether that's a technical issue, a tactical issue to mention metadata so that they can bring it in later. Because if they can't provide that, in fact, they're doing this on purpose because he knows that they cannot say for sure what date this was taken because of all the corrupted files that she's got. I'm glad Johnny's asking these questions. Anything that doesn't have a date on, ask them what date it was.
Exactly, because they're not presenting it in context.
Can
We
you
need
take
to
that down
know.
and put up Exhibit 470, Michelle, please? Mr. Depp, is the bottom text on this page a text exchange or a text message from you to your personal assistant, Stephen Duders, on September 3rd, 2015?
That's what it looks like, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit with just that text and the appropriate redactions. Exhibit 470.
Again, of relevance, Your Honor. And cumulative.
I'll allow this one if we
Thank
just,
you, Your Honor.
with redactions.
I'm surprised it's still going on. I mean, they've got a lot to go through. I mean, if this is the case, when are they going to touch on the apartment incident?
Exactly.
I mean, what are they going to do? Read out every text he's ever done for 10 years, and then the 6 weeks is up, and it's like, we've run out of time. It could be.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
All right. Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, in the effort to move this along, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to start with the word main bits, which is 5 lines down. You write to Mr. Deuters on September 3rd, 2015, main bits needed are Xanax and Adderall, and I want no judgment from Kipper or Debbie. Kipper means Dr. David Kipper, correct?
That's correct.
And Debbie means Debbie Lloyd, your sobriety nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Just found out from Joel last night how much I spent on having Kipper and Debbie around. Millions and fucking millions, mate. All the while, Debbie just hung around Broad, BCH, and gave me new meds like every 2 weeks. She was on set maybe 4 times. Wow. And 5 money symbols. Sorry, just how it is. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we pull up exhibit 587, please? This is a recording, Your Honor.
And I already have 5787A, so this is 587B.
587B, Your Honor. The excerpts to be played are 1940 through 1953 and 2304 through 2329.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 587B evidence.
So we mind about spending millions on private doctors and nurses? And? Is he now going to be very complimentary to her in an audio recording? So he's... I don't get it. I don't see the context.
I don't see it either.
I'm never
In that clip, Mr. Depp, you tell Ms. Heard, I'm never getting clean and sober, correct?
It sounds like to me that yeah, it's either that or I have never been clean and sober.
Thank
It's one
you.
of the
Let's
two.
play 2304, please.
In the big picture, the big scheme of things, it does nothing but hurt us. And why? Because of coke and booze doesn't make it easier for you to see how clearly that is. You don't think
You gotta stop with the coke.
all the coke you've done today and all the booze you drank today,
By the way,
has it helped you? Has it helped us? Has it helped us? Yeah, I know, because yesterday you were 1,000 times better. Yesterday to be.
I'd like to turn now to a few more of your words around the time that you went into detox, about how you viewed Amber's role in that process, Mr. Depp. Can you please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 120_40? And Your Honor, 120_41 was admitted the other day, but I'd like to introduce this as a separate exhibit.
So 120B, and that would be _40, you said, 40?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So this
Any
is just...
objection to that?
If I may, it just came up on this.
Okay.
So this is just a smear campaign against JD.
Mr. Depp, while they're looking at that, is the second text from the bottom a text that you sent to Amber's mom, Paige, on August 19th?
It's just a smear campaign against JD, and it's a campaign to try and show a better side to Amber Heard before all the devastating stuff comes out. That's all it is.
Yep.
2014.
He's like,
Yes, that's correct.
he's like being
And
Amber's
this is when
PR.
you were either in the middle of or finishing up your detox process from oxycodone, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And no objection?
No objection.
Okay. 120B in evidence. You want to publish? Or as is, correct?
With the other
That's fine.
text messages redacted.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, with the, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, they're just trying to do PR, positive PR for Amber. Johnny said that she helped him come off the drugs. Isn't she an angel? Wait till you hear her recordings.
Okay, you publish.
And in this text message that you write Amber's mom on August 19th, 2014, you say, "My dearest Paige, how unbelievably kind and pure your message was. I am beyond thankful to have you in my life. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you individually that I've gotten helps immeasurably. I don't need to explain the horrors to you. You know as well as I. What you do need to know that your daughter has risen far above the nightmarish task of taking care of this poor old junkie. Never a second has gone by that she didn't look out for me or have her eyes on me to make sure that I was okay. YN words are truly feeble in attempting to explain her heroism in a text. Suffice to say that I have never met or loved a woman or a thing more. She has the strength of 1,000 men, and that is due to no one or nothing but you, sweetheart. Thank you. I love you. Your son, Outlaw." Did I read that correctly?
You did, sir.
I'd like to
Amber for martyrdom. Amber for martyrdom.
Yes.
take a look at another document. Exhibit 272, please. Is this a text message that you shared, a text message exchange between you and Amber the following day on April 20th, 2014?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 272 and ask for permission to publish.
With the identifiers removed, we have no objection.
All right, remove the identifiers. All right, 272 in evidence as redacted.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified on Thursday that you saw nothing wrong with referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor when she was trying to get you to stop using drugs. But let's take a look at what you say in
She had
this
used
text.
that term before.
In this text, Mr. Depp, you say, "Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve." Did I read that correctly?
You did.
You can take that down. Now, you've brought this lawsuit about the op-ed specifically, but for years prior to the date that Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain it to compound.
For years prior to 2018, when Amber wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you that were released into the public, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
By 2018, you saying?
Correct.
Yes, it all started with Ms. Heard going directly to a court to get a TRO, which is with a bruise on her face and paparazzi,
that was the sort of beginning of the ball rolling down the hill and gaining momentum.
There were lots of
And
negative stories
destroying me.
about you prior to May 27th, 2016, when Amber went into court, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Now it's 2016. I'll allow it.
There were plenty of negative stories about you prior to that date, weren't there?
So I've been in the racket of Hollywood since 1984.
Mr. Depp, I'm asking you a yes or no question. There were plenty of negative news stories about you prior to May 27th, 2016, correct?
From 1984 up until then, they're both. So of course people write negative stories.
Sure. And you just testified to the jury that it all started on May 27th, 2016. So that's why I asked you to clarify about the negative stories prior to that date. And you'd agree that there were, correct?
Can you be specific about the stories? Of course there have been negative stories.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
All right.
Was that
Your Honor, I have here numerous exhibits in one sort of compendium, all press articles about Mr. Depp, if I may approach.
This is total bullshit. This is gaslighting of the highest order. This bringing up every single bad article that anybody's ever any hack that's ever written about him in every fucking newspaper.
Johnny's talking about abuse, of the actual story of abuse that
Having
started in
received this, I
2016,
would like to
not
preemptively
about his
lodge a
drinking or
hearsay,
anything else.
lack of foundation. And
He hasn't got him in evidence yet. Are you moving?
No,
these to
I'm
evidence?
happy to approach, but they're certainly not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, but I'm happy to approach and
Okay,
discuss if
well,
you like.
This is ridiculous. What is a negative one going to be that they didn't think that his performance in Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one, was very good?
Exactly.
That could be a negative story about him, right?
Or when he dated Kate Moss and destroyed hotel rooms in drunken fits with her all along every day, but never laid a hand on her, and she said so.
Yeah. This is just a total smear campaign because they have nothing. Seek Truth, Speak Truth with a massive super chat of 10 American pounds to say, support Taranti in his journey of doing this full time. I hope others help when they can too. Thank you so much for the super chat there, mate. Seek Truth, Speak Truth, ex-Flat Earther, doing really well with his channel as well. So thank you for stopping by there, Seek Truth. It means a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is total gaslighting this. I mean, I would hope that this doesn't get admitted, to be fair, but you just don't know, do you?
No, I think he's just giving it to Johnny so he knows what stories he's talking about. He said he wasn't putting it in evidence yet because they were going to object to it anyway. So.
Right. I need to... Yeah, still...
Compound tinky tink means when they ask multiple questions at the same time that the witness cannot possibly answer all of it at once, and it's called compound, and it gets objected to and it gets thrown immediately because you have to ask a direct question that can be yes, no, or an answer.
Yeah, so what they tend to do is they're saying they're making a lot of assumptions in a particular question, and it's like, once you were here, and then did you do that? Well, that's not did you just do that? You'd have to ask the first one first, then the second, third, fourth.
Yeah.
But he's trying to jump, he's trying to push things,
Mm-hmm.
I'm finding this whole line of questioning very disturbing, actually, because I don't see the relevance of him having
this one actually does have relevance legally. In the definition of defamation, they have to prove that it was actually what she did that caused the loss. What he's trying to do is to prove that the loss was occurring anyway, that Johnny's career was over before Amber opened her mouth. That's what he's trying to prove. which he can't because it got worse. Which there's always going to be negative press, but it wasn't to the extent that Amber caused.
Yeah,
But
I
that's what
think.
he's trying to prove.
Yeah, I think this is more about just sailing these waters. Basically, this is the part that there's going to be some upsetting moments for Johnny to relive all this and have to go through all of this, but he's just got to suck it up because he wanted to take this to trial. He's got to go through this. He's got to suck it up because once his testimony's over, it's just then downhill from then on for Amber Heard. This is the this is going to be their highlight as far as anything goes for the trial. So they've got to milk it. Rottenborn has got to milk this for all it's worth because he knows this is the pinnacle of their argument, and everything from now on is going to be downhill for Heard.
And it's true, MG. Like, there's always going to be negative press. He's a public figure. There's going to be people that disagree with him. He has had arrests. He has had, like they say, the destroying of hotel rooms. At one time, he was pressed charges against Ford. He admits that with Kate Moss, they had a very volatile party-like lifestyle, and they routinely destroyed hotel rooms wherever they were. But the point being that she never ever claimed that he ever did a thing to her. And stands behind him, like all his other exes, to say that he would not lay hands on a woman. And that's what this case keeps going back to. What they do have to prove on defamation, and I think that's the line that the lawyer is going towards, is to prove that there was bad press out there prior. Does that weigh in on whether or not it was damaging enough to Johnny's career prior to the op-ed?
And I don't know why this hasn't been, this is time wasting of the highest order because they're literally looking through all of this stuff. And if they're going to submit it as evidence, surely this should have been discussed between the two sets of counsel beforehand. They've only got 4 more weeks of this. You can't be afforded to waste in time like this.
Exactly.
But I guess that's what they're trying to do, I guess that's what it's all about, right? For them, at least.
Yep, that at least, he does seem to be taking a lot of time with not redacting things ahead of time.
Now then, scrolling up because I did have another couple of super chats that I needed to shout out. It's just they were so long. Oh, there we go. So, super chat from Autistic Shill, 13 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. I'm watching with my Chromebook, but typing on my phone. Nice to meet you. Absurd. Hi, Claire. You two fight for this for me. Thank you so much for the super chat. Did I read that right?
Yeah, you did.
Rufus 1884 for £5 says, "Fair play, man of your word. What can we get you to do next?" ?
I think I know
read
what
that
he's
right?
referring to. I think you did. I think I know exactly what he's referring to. A little video,
A little video.
He
And
is a man of his word. He did do what he said. He is a man. Yeah.
And I might as well read Seek Truths again.
Yeah.
STST, £10. Support to Ranty in his journey of doing this full-time, full stop. I hope others help when they can too, full stop.
Yes.
Did I read that right? Did I read that right?
I don't know. Could you read it again, please? Could you repeat that, please? Could you one more time? You didn't hit 4 yet. Could you try one more? Just one more.
Oh, here we go. True MG. You read that very good.
Yes, all the quotes from the week before.
I would love it if all the other streams that are covering this also started to copy that with the super chats when they read a super chat out. Just to turn around and say, "Did I read that right?"
Context, Randy, context. And is that the thing you signed 3 times before?
A stack of articles in front of you.
Yes, it's a stack of hit pieces.
Yes, the first one is called
by Ms. Heard's publicity team.
Mr. Depp, we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. I'm going to ask you
stating
about
that
the
they
first one. Well, we're going to talk about them. The first one is entitled, is from The Guardian. You see that?
Apparently drunk.
Yes, and this is an article from November
The
15th,
Guardian.
2014, entitled "Apparently Drunk Johnny Depp cut off at Hollywood Film Awards ceremony, correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And the next article is an article from May 7th, 2016. It's entitled Johnny Depp, Friends and Family Seriously Concerned About Him. Here's Why.
Yes.
Correct.
How did they know?
The next article from May 1st, 2017, before Ms. Heard filed for a restraining order, a year and a half before she published, no, sorry, this would be after May 1st, 2017. The headline is Johnny Depp has a clear and epic sense of entitlement, ex-managers say. Published
Yes.
in the Hollywood Reporter, correct?
I was in a lawsuit with them, sir.
The next article from May 10th, 2017 is entitled Johnny Depp, a star in crisis and the insane story of his missing millions. Did I read that
Yes.
right?
That's straight from the same lawsuit, sir.
The next article, also from May 10th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, says Johnny Depp reportedly drank heavily and was constantly late on the new Pirates movie set. Did I read that right?
You did, reportedly.
The next
These are
article,
all hit
also
pieces.
from May
These are
10th,
drafts, sir.
2017.
This
Mr.
is
Depp,
a pathetic attempt.
Mr. Depp, please just respond to the question that I'm asking you.
What's your
The next
Mr.
question,
Rottenborn?
the next document, an article published in Vanity Fair on May 10th, 2017,
Yes.
is entitled Johnny Depp's Financial Woes Might Sink the Next Pirates of the Caribbean. Did I read that right?
You did. I don't know.
The
how
next
my financial
article,
woes would do
May
that.
25th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, an article entitled Where Did It All Go Wrong for Johnny Depp? After a string of flops and a ton of bad press, Johnny Depp's star power looks as wobbly as Jack Sparrow on a plank. Did I read that right?
You read that very, very well.
The next one, Hollywood Reporter, May 27th, 2017. Headline, Pirates of the Caribbean, the diminishing returns of Johnny Depp. Did I read that right?
You certainly did. Hollywood Reporter were very nice to me at the time.
July 12th, 2017. Why are all of Johnny Depp's movies bombing at the box office? Did I read that right?
You certainly did.
November 4th, 2017. A year and a month before Amber published the op-ed. Headline, Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say. Did I read that
Allegedly,
correctly?
reports say. This is hearsay. is
June
it not?
21st,
favorite
2018,
word.
6 months before the op-ed was published. Vanity Fair article, the real reason Johnny Depp used an earpiece on a film set.
I think that was
I
explained
read
in
that
court the
correctly?
other day. Oh, you did, yeah.
June 21st, 2018, 6 months before the op-ed was published. A
Mhm.
Rolling Stone article entitled The Trouble with Johnny Depp. Multi-million-dollar lawsuits, a haze of booze and hash, a marriage gone very wrong, and a lifestyle he can't afford inside the trials of Johnny Depp. Did I read that right?
You did. You should read the article. It's
And the
wonderful.
last one, June 22nd, 2018, the Daily Mail, vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. Alison Boshoff reveals why Hollywood's reeling over what's being called Johnny Depp's career suicide note. Did I read that correctly?
You did. Who's Alison Boshoff and how does she know?
Mr. Depp, you can't name
Oh,
a
it won't answer
single
that, I see.
actress who has benefited in her career by coming forward and stating that she was the victim of domestic violence, can you?
I'm sorry, what was
Objection
that?
calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, fair to say it got a lot of press attention, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, you became aware that it got a lot of press attention, correct?
Very quickly, I became aware.
And she became associated with those abuse accusations that she made against you in May 2016, correct? To your knowledge.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You became associated with those domestic abuse accusations that she made against you, correct?
I think that's clear.
And
yes.
you understood that she became associated with those same accusations that she made, correct? You've testified to that.
Well, she had a choice. I didn't.
And you've talked about the immediate impact that those accusations on May 27th, 2016 allegedly had on your career, correct?
Yes.
You testified earlier in your examination on direct that when Amber made those accusations in 2016, you said you lost, quote, nothing less than everything, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But you didn't try to get the restraining order lifted in 2016, did you?
I don't. If she wanted a
It's a
restraining
yes
order.
or no question. You didn't try to get the restraining
No,
order
why
lifted,
would
did you?
I?
And you didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse in 2016, did you?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking him if he had a trial. That's
All
a
right,
fact.
I'll allow.
You didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse, did you?
No, there were no charges pressed against
You
me.
chose
She didn't
not
tell
to-
the police that I had done anything. She didn't mention my name.
And you didn't have a California divorce judge decide these facts, did you?
Objection
Just-
asked and answered.
I'll
You
sustain the
chose-
objection.
You
Next
chose
question.
not to try to clear your name at that time through any sort of legal proceeding, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
And you
question.
chose to sign a divorce agreement in which you stated that Amber had not made any false statements about you for financial gain. We looked at that, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
In fact, you waited until Amber wrote the op-ed in the Washington Post in December of 2018 to file a lawsuit against her, correct?
That is correct.
Can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, please?
It was the only time that I
Permission
was
to
able
publish,
to
Your Honor?
speak and use my own voice.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post in this lawsuit, correct?
Objection relevance asked and answered.
It's not been asked and answered.
Hasn't been asked and answered, but I'm not sure what the relevance is.
You chose to sue only Ms. Heard and not the newspaper that published this article, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post, correct?
Objection relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
You only sued the author of this article, Amber Heard, correct?
Which seems she was the one making the statements. Yes, I had the opportunity to fight back.
Permission to publish Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 2 is already in evidence. So we'll.
Mr. Depp, you realize that the only job for this jury to decide,
Yes, sir.
its only job is to determine whether this op-ed and this op-ed alone is defamatory.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll sustain the objection.
This is the only writing that's the subject of this lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Same objection.
It's fact, Your Honor. He
I'll
only
allow,
brought the
I'll allow that
lawsuit.
question. I'll allow that question.
This is a version of that story of the op-ed that I have never seen. The one that was published before, the only one I've ever seen is the one that was published prior to this. They changed the title because they were in fear of trouble.
Well, I'd move to strike that last testimony, Your Honor.
Well, I mean,
He's
Whether it's
answering.
the online edition or this edition in the paper, this article is the only statement, the only publication of anything that's the subject of the lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
This op-ed, Mr. Depp, does not discuss any of the details of your relationship that we've seen in texts and emails and recordings over the past few days, does it?
Objection compound and asked and answered.
I'll sustain both objections.
In fact, this article doesn't contain any details of your relationship with Ms. Heard.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the
The
objection.
only thing that this article states, Mr. Depp, is that in 2016, Amber made accusations of domestic abuse. Correct.
it was clear that she'd made allegations in 2016.
And she
So
did that when
then,
she
yes.
obtained a restraining order against you in 2016, correct?
Yeah, I suppose, yes. Yeah,
And even if you disagree with the accusations that she made against you in May 2016, it is a true fact that she did make those accusations in 2016 and got a restraining order against you, correct?
Objection, compound, asked and answered.
Sustain the objections. Next question.
To your knowledge, the words that Ms. Heard used in this article about getting a restraining order against you in 2016, those are true, correct?
I'm sorry?
Objection,
words that
it
Ms.
states
Heard
the
used.
document.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. You want-
Can you go to the third paragraph? Pull up the third paragraph, please. The statement that then 2 years ago, Ms. Heard became a public figure representing domestic abuse. That is true, isn't it?
I'm not sure what we're looking at.
Because-
Objection,
Oh, I see it.
calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll sustain the objection.
It's-
I'll
It's not.
sustain the objection.
And in 2016, for the first time publicly, Ms. Heard accused you of domestic abuse, correct?
In 2016,
Yes.
that's correct.
No further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes? Do not do any outside research and do not talk to anybody about the case, okay?
Well, he's managed to drag it on till the first break. I wonder if he's going to take it all the way to dinner as well. I mean, this is. I mean, it's probably a good time for Johnny to take a break, actually, so that he can just reassess and.
Yeah, he is getting rather annoyed. He needs to pull back a little bit. He can't be that pushy about it, that attacking. It is obvious that Rottenborn is playing to the jury, don't you think? He knows these things are going to get ejected. He has to. He has to know he can't do compound. He has to know he can't challenge the witness that way. He's not.
Of course he does. Yeah, of course he does. He's trying to fit a lot of things into the question to make it stick into the jury's mind because they don't have any evidence. That's the thing. I haven't seen anything in this other than just a smear campaign. And let's be honest, tabloids, like somebody's just put in the chat, they're not fact.
They're right.
I mean, in the UK, you can read the Sun or you can read the Mirror, and they're on opposing arguments. One of them will be praising, let's say, Tony Blair in the past, and the other will be criticizing Tony Blair.
Yeah, I have issue with the Guardian too. I don't think it's ever a good way to open up apparently as an American, he doesn't know. Like the Guardian is not known to be a truthful source the most time. If that is your evidence, like a couple of articles from the Guardian, you got trouble, dude. You got big trouble. Just a layperson's opinion here, just based on other things I've seen, but still, obviously he doesn't know about the reputation. But anyway, I thought that was quite humorous. And yes, true, MG, you didn't know it was a circus. It comes with flying monkeys and everything, as you see. There was there's a lot of craziness going on there. Yeah. 3 rings, totally. 3-ring circus.
Yes, definitely. So, just another distressing moment for Jack. I mean, he's trying to win 50 million, right? So I suppose when you're trying to win $50 million, you've got to, you got to sit in that chair for a couple of days and answer some questions. So
true. Well,
it is what it is.
I don't think he's trying to win $50 million. I think he's trying to right a wrong more than that.
Probably.
I think he's trying to get his reputation back and
but
prove
I
that
think
Amber's
now,
a liar. All he wants to prove is that Amber's lying.
And I think now, though, he definitely will go for the money because of the
he's earned it.
that
He's
they've gone through.
definitely earned it. He's earned every penny for sure. But for sure, does anyone else find it incredibly ironic and quite hypocritical that Rottenborn gets so upset about being objected to? The man who stood there and said objection 27 times during one testimony. Remember that back in day 2? Objection, 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 objection. That's all he did. Okay. And he gets so upset.
He has a little fit, doesn't he?
He's so ironic. He's such a hypocrite. Oh my
he goes, I don't believe that you've objected to this. You know, I'm trying to admit this evidence that
Mm-hmm.
one man wrote years and years ago that says Johnny Depp's an abuser. Who's this one man? Oh, it's Amber Heard's legal team. It's Amber Heard's legal team.
I heard that Ginger Lee, the comment she has in the chat, she said she just she hopped over to Emily D. Baker's stream, who's a lawyer. She was she worked for the DA's office at one time, but now she doesn't. And she actually said, someone asked her what Rottenborn's strategy is, and she said, if I know, because like it's so clear, like what the hell? If the lawyers are saying what the hell you doing, Rottenborn, I mean, come on, like what are you doing? Like, dude, you're looking ridiculous. Yeah.
He's supposed to be building a case, right? So what's happened with Johnny Depp? Johnny Depp has taken him through a timeline. They've started off early. They've given the background information. He's talked about his childhood, his growing up, his fame. They've brought in individual specialists that have talked about how they knew Johnny and Amber at the same time, etc. So that he's telling a story through their relationship, and the theme that's running through that is that they're all saying the same thing. You know, they're all creating this narrative, and then the rest of he's building a proper story. This guy's all over the place. He hasn't got a story. He's not taking the jury through a set of events like from 2013 right up to 2016 in order. In this month of this year, let's move on to the next month. Let's move on to the next month. He goes from 2016 back to 2013, then to 2019, then to 2011. He's all over the place. I don't think this is very good tactics.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is either. And plenty of people agree with you in all of the what I'm getting in my DMs right now is every single legal channel is saying exactly the same thing. What the heck, Rottenborn? Like, what are you doing? This is like really bad. This is bad. Just
is it
not? Yeah.
So this is what everyone else is saying. So we're on the right track. That's good.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know what? Because sometimes you don't need to be an eagle. You don't need to be a legal eagle to know common sense, to know when something just looks like stinks, like them, like bad fish. You know, I'm just like, it's just you just sometimes some things are quite obvious, and this tactic of Rottenborn's is not working, and it's obvious. He's giving plenty of play to Johnny to push back. He's giving the objections are getting sustained. They are agreeing that he's out of line repeatedly agreeing, and he still does it.
I think the way it ended with the rapid fire questions, he was building up to a crescendo, a bit like like a volcano erupting. He'd been steadily building up, and then he just erupted, firing questions, and then he got the final point in, which is what he wanted about the year 2016, and then he's like, right, okay, let's have a break. Somebody's put in the chat they're redirecting after the break, and that wouldn't surprise me the way that finished, because that was like his swan song.
It was, and it was obvious that he couldn't get Johnny to agree or say what he wanted. He wasn't making his point. So what I've seen this actual team, Amber's team, do repeatedly is we'll just say it out there for you exactly what we want you to think, because we just want the jury to hear it. So that is what that rapid fire was. Just here is what I'm trying to tell you. Absorb it. We don't care if Johnny answers or not. We don't care if you object or not. We're just going to put it out there. So it's in the air and you heard it. Really, really bad manners. This is what I mean by bad legal manners. I don't like this kind of stuff. It's shady. It's shady.
We just got a super chat from Perp for $5 Australian. LOL, that logo, comma, capital A Roman, she dash man, stepping on a king, capital usurping, ease throne, comma, how appropriate, exclamation mark. Did I read that properly?
I don't know. It was that only once. Could you read it again, sir? Could you repeat that?
Oh, dear, that's gonna be it. That joke is never gonna get old. I tell you what, I'm probably gonna still use that on streams in a year's time.
Yeah, it's gonna be like an inside joke. Like Deppites everywhere will know exactly what you mean. You know?
No, you did not. Brachium.
That's right. I'm trying to get him to read it again. Like we didn't hear it unless he says it 4 times, right? Like, come on, we got to do it Rottenborn style. You got to say it 4 times, or you didn't say it. There you go.
Oh, very funny. So the redirect, if it is redirect after the break, fantastic. We can finally
Well,
set to rights all the wrongs that Rottenborn done.
I
But
do
what was
believe I heard
interesting,
him say, did he not say like no further questions? Is that what he
I
said when he left?
I didn't hear that, to be honest.
Okay.
But the one thing that I did find very interesting is they didn't discuss the apartment, the penthouse. They didn't discuss that incident. I wonder why that was.
I don't know.
Why wouldn't they discuss the incident in the penthouses? With the 'cause-
Well, are you really asking? Because I could tell you if you really want to know. If you're really asking, I could tell you. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat could too. If you really want to know.
But the good thing is that it's already been brought into evidence because of Isaac. Isaac brought it in with the red wine stain. So he's already discussed it, which means that then they can bring it up.
They are. It's there. And thank you, chat. Yes, I did thought I heard him say that. No further questions. And that means we are going to redirect after the break.
And not long now, just another 4 minutes. And then we'll be back off again on redirect. Can't wait. Cannot wait. Johnny will come back. He'll have a big different. His frown will have gone. He'll be back. He'll get his opportunity to speak. I hope he doesn't drag it on too long because they haven't got an awful lot of time left. I wouldn't have thought, for getting his side of the argument out. They need to just address some certain points. And
there's a couple of legal things here, like in regards to the 50 million that he's asking for. Usually in civil cases, it is the jury after, like, just because they'll say that he wins doesn't mean he'll get 50 million. It is up to the jury to decide damages. It's usually a sliding scale on what gets proved, what they do, depending on each state's law. Each state in the United States is different in regards to how that gets done. So just winning the case doesn't mean a guarantee of whatever you asked for. Not in these civil cases for things like this.
Can they award him more? Could they award? If Elon Musk came on and said, "Oh yes, I'm the father of the baby. We had a relationship. I'm still very close." Would they be like,
we were
we'll
seeing
award
each
him $1
other the
billion.
whole time you were married? Something like that. I don't know. Punitive damages do exist. So let's see. I'm not sure about that state. I'll have to check on it, but that would be punitive. That's like extra. It's like penalty stuff that gets added on. It's kind of a layman's term for it. I'm sure there's a much more technical definition, so don't come from YouTube. I know it. Yeah. Then the jury would add additional damages on it. And sometimes that does happen. We'll have to check out the state.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they'll just be wanting to clarify some of those text messages. Would be the main thing. I don't think they're too bothered about the character assassination, about his, hit pieces and stuff like that. I think, but some of the text messages that just need a bit of, clearing up what the words meant, how it was in context, whether it was part of a Monty Python skit or that kind of humor, etc. And just the and also the recording on the plane, because he played the wrong clip. That's going to be a big win, I think, when they bring that up.
Yes, Goodens, that does mean redirect does mean that Johnny's lawyers then get to ask him clarifying questions based on the testimony that was already given.
Yes, definitely. And nice to have so many people in stopping by. We're getting up to consistently around about 160, 170 when it starts off. So considering how crowded this place is for people, sort of like doing these streams, it's nice to get a consistent amount of people coming back and sharing the show if you can. Yeah, I mean, that would be cool.
That is good. Like, tweet it out, people. Get some more here to discuss it with you. And Mandy, good point. I'm not going to read the new name that you have there for Rotten. But yes, also these final questions by Rotten, everybody can read it. Saying all this was just due to the op-ed. Not true. Defamation per se in Virginia can look at everything Amber Heard said to prove defamation, not just the op-ed. That's right. They opened the door, and that's how it is in Virginia. Thank you for clarifying that, Mandy. It's a very good, valid point about defamation in Virginia. It's good. Is he?
What? Hang on just a sec. I'm just trying to import another image. I want people's opinion on today's thumbnail, actually.
On today's thumbnail. Oh,
Yeah.
on what
Well-
should she use the screen for? You know what? There's a meme that you're gonna love, Ranty, that's out there right now from Mocking Media about Amber's first performance as an actress, and it's her in a as a child in a pool with a floating turd. It's
Okay.
quite
With a floating turd.
with a floating turd, yes. I was like, where did you find this? Like, my God, this is like, yeah, there's some incredible memes out there today.
Right, what does people think of this for today? This is today's thumbnail. Be ruthless, tell me the truth.
I hate her face. I'm telling you the truth. I cannot stand her face. You get these, but that is a good picture. It shows her very like evil looking. So I have to give you credit for that. But her face all big on my screen like that is not giving me the pleasance at all.
It would be interesting. Oh, I wish they'd check. Well, I might change that to a toilet roll.
No way.
And then I changed the wordings to when you shit on a bed, always make sure to bring this toilet roll with you.
Oh my God. Oh,
Make
that's
sure
too
you don't use your sheets to wipe. Use this instead. Oh, dear me.
You know what, Mia? That's a good point. A lot of times when you lose the case, you do get the part of the damages is the legal fees, which would be quite ironic. Oh, she has to pay for her lousy lawyers and his too. That would if she loses.
They're on no win, no fee, mate. I'm
yeah,
telling you. They
yeah,
picked them up at the local bar, I think.
I know. Oh, don't even don't even spread that. I do not adore, like, I am so biased. Like, oh my God, Brit. Like, I know you're just making fun because you know me, girl. You've heard everything I've said about Amber Heard for years. Like, come on. That's the joke. That is the joke. Like, that I would be on her side. Yeah, let's run with that. Well, you know what? I could be based on how her attorneys are acting. I might as well be because they're doing just as good a job. They really are.
Oh, we got a new one here. Mia Mina, Audit in the Absurd. My husband has given Rottenborn a new name too. Rotten ass.
There's a good one. There is, rotten bum, rotten. Yeah. Although Mandy's is kind of my favorite, but I won't say it out loud. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Mandy has a filthy.
Yeah, and she has no, but you see, she's actually totally the opposite. Mandy, I tell you the truth. Mandy doesn't even curse. Like when we're on stream together, I gotta ring it in because I'm the bad bear, and she is like so good. She's like she doesn't curse, she doesn't get out of line, she doesn't raise her voice. She's so smooth. Yeah, she doesn't.
She's not as bad as no, she's not as bad as Beaver's love hole.
Oh my God! Well, no, well.
My Beaver's love hole. When did that change?
She changes it every day. Have you not noticed? She loves to change her name, and it's always it's hysterical every time. Like the name itself is a joke. But yeah, I would say as far as the way they enunciate and speak, or how they formulate their sentences, they're polar opposites. Mandy and Beaver, yes, total polar opposites there. But no, that's why when she said that name, I'm like, she's serious. Like, she's serious if she wrote that. She's damn serious and pissed off at him for sure. And I'm with you, Mandy, because this was ridiculous testimony. If you've been watching, I was so frustrated. The amount of objections and the fact that it was kind of amusing to watch him get so annoyed at being objected to after all he's done is object to everything, like rapid fire to the other side. And then he's getting all, there's only one term for it, Randy. He's all butthurt. Like he's like a butthurt over the whole thing because he's getting his feelings hurt that they're objecting to him. He can't get his narrative out. He keeps getting interrupted, which is the same strategy he used against them in the beginning. It was inventive, Britt. I know, Britt. Believe me, I know. I don't have any doubt, Britt, that anyone who actually hears me talk about Amber Heard would ever even think I was seriously on her side. I know they know you're joking. And we lost Ranty for a moment there. So I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Can you let me know in the chat if you can still hear me? But I'm sure Ranty will reconnect and join us in a second. Something must have happened to the stream. It does happen sometimes with StreamYards. I will. It'll be 2 minutes. He'll be back. Okay. What do I do, True? What do I do? So let's talk, everyone. Yeah. Okay, you can hear me. So let's talk. Let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Now's my chance for what, Almond? Almond, I don't know what it's my chance for, but let's talk. Yes, I am, Robski. I'm here alone. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk about the trial. You know, Perp, we're not trying to get rid of him. Stop it. No, we want him back. I did like the TikToks that you sent on Twitter, Mermaid. They were rich, man. There were so many wonderful TikToks over the weekend about the testimony with Johnny that they were quite humorous. They were all little clips. They were all little clips of Johnny talking back to Rottenborn and Rottenborn being an absolute idiot. And they were glorious. They kind of made me feel better about how terrible that testimony ended up to be. Welcome back. Would you like your show back? Would you like your show back? Here you go.
Yeah. And
there you go.
we're still in time. We're still in time, actually, now.
Yes. Yes. They have
for this. So let me just share the screen.
Mm-hmm. Robski, my favorite food is pineapple pizza with jalapeno peppers, pickled onions, and a real salty
Mr.
salty
Depp,
cheese.
when did you see Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed for the first time?
Oh.
It was presented to me by one of my team. I can't remember, but it was within a day or so of it. A couple of days of it having been written, I believe.
And what was your reaction when you saw it?
Shock. Because at that point, it had been a good solid two or so years of this, of the accusations, of the allegations, planted firmly on my back. So something that I had to carry with me. And I just couldn't believe that it was continuing. That it was continuing in such a way that it was clear that the more bad press, the more hit pieces that came out on me, the more of these stories of Ms. Heard and her righteous chase against me. It wasn't stopping, and it's difficult to once you've chewed on it for a couple of years, it becomes pretty difficult to swallow anymore. As it was completely untrue.
How did you feel when you saw the op-ed for the first time?
Objection asked and answered just now.
My prior question was about his reaction.
All right, I'll allow it.
Hurts. Yeah, a blinding hurt. It was
It was like somebody had hit me in the back of the head with a 2x4. And as I said, I had no ability to speak prior to, because even if I had done an interview to try to explain myself, it turned into a hit piece. So my mouth was shut. And this was the opportunity where I thought, something's got to be done. It's just got to be done. I couldn't take it anymore.
When did you first learn that Disney was not going to recast you in the Pirates franchise?
It was probably 2 or 3 days after this op-ed appeared. One of my crew, again, I don't remember who had sent me, excuse me, had sent me a piece that was in some magazine, and Sean Bailey, who was the number 3.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know yet. I'll overrule it at this point.
Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sean Bailey, who was the third in line, as I suppose, in the upper echelon of Disney, just basically said in the
Objection, hearsay.
Your
What
Honor,
Sean Bailey said.
this is about him
It's in
learning
an
about this. It's
article.
not for the truth.
It is the truth. She's
If
asking.
you want to approach.
Is my microphone working, guys? Can you hear me?
I heard you.
Ah, good. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Just everything froze for a moment then. They're back already. Sit your ass down, bum.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury who Sean Bailey is? I think you were starting to.
Yes, I'll try again. Sean Bailey is the number 3, or was at the time. I don't know what his status is anymore, but at the time he was the number 3 sort of upper echelon of Disney top dogs. And Sean Bailey was quoted as saying that.
Objection, hearsay.
Mr. Depp, where was Sean Bailey quoted, without getting into what he was quoted as saying?
He was quoted in whatever the article was that that was brought to my attention.
And can you please just clarify what article you're referring to?
I don't know what journal it came from. I don't know what magazine. I don't know any of that. So I don't know who did the interview with him.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel when you learned that you were being dropped from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise?
Well, it was the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. It was a character that Captain Jack Sparrow was a character that I had built from the ground up, and was something that I've of course put a lot of as you do with all characters, but you put a lot of yourself into the character. So, and also having worked on these films with these people and having added much of myself, much of my own rewriting of the dialogue and scenes and the jokes and whatever they are, I didn't quite understand how that after that long relationship and quite a successful relationship, certainly for Disney, that they would, that suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent.
Up until the point that you learned that you were not going to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise any longer, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies?
The last thing that I knew from the I say there's the producer team, there's the creative team, and there were many discussions. I, in fact, had been approached to take part in writing
Objection,
Pirates
hearsay.
6.
Mr. Depp, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies, aside from what you'd been asked to do?
My feeling was that these characters should be able to have their proper goodbye, as it were. A franchise can only last for so long. There's a way to end a franchise like that, and I thought that the characters deserved to have their way out of to end the franchise on a very good note. I planned on continuing until it was time to stop.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about a quote where you said you wouldn't come back to the Pirates franchise for $300 million and a million alpacas. Do you remember that?
I do.
When relative to learning that you would no longer be a part of the Pirates franchise, did you make that statement?
I think long before I made the statement, there was a very deep and distinct sense of having been betrayed by the people that I had been working with, the people that I had worked hard for, the people that I had delivered a character to that they initially despised, but somehow, even I stuck to my guns with the character and it seemed to work. So,
Do you recall when specifically you made that statement about the $300 million and the 100 alpacas?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
I believe I made that statement during a press conference in the San Sebastian at the San Sebastian Film Festival when I was asked about my situation.
And what year would that have been, if you can recall?
I believe it was last year or so.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 804? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
As soon as my eyes go on, I hopefully will. Scaramanga Brothers, yes. Pirates, 4 and 5, yes.
What is this document?
I don't quite know. I'd have to read it to get some
Could we
understanding of it.
Could we scroll through so Mr. Depp can look at the rest of this document?
Oops.
Riedhoff hasn't said a single word today, has she?
Nope,
Right,
she's been sitting there.
It looks, this appears to me to be some species of contract, no?
Is this a contract that you entered into?
With Disney.
Your Honor, I'd ask that plaintiff's exhibit 804 be moved into evidence and published.
Any objection?
I think it's outside the scope of direct or cross-examination.
I'll overrule on that objection.
Okay, and yeah, well, I'll reserve other objections to portions of the document, depending on what she's going to ask about. Could be hearsay.
But she's asking to put it all into evidence right now.
Well, then I would object to that at this point.
Are you going to come forward? If I could just get a redacted copy of that at some point. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Depp, if I could direct your attention to section 6 of the contract, which is on pages 8 through 10 of the document. Mr. Depp, what does this reflect?
Sorry. It appears to be the agreement of Pirates 4 and 5 compensation and merchandise.
Mr. Depp, at this time, how many other franchise films had you been a part of?
At that time, Alice in Wonderland. Boy. Alice in Wonderland. I'm so pathetic when it comes to knowing what movies I've done. I'm sorry. I just, I don't watch them. I feel better not watching them. I couldn't, I mean, what was the question again?
How many?
I have
many
order
other
in the
fran-
court, or I will have you removed. Understood? Thank you.
How many other franchise films had you been a part of at the time of this contract?
There was a third. There was Pirates. There was, oh, sorry, with Warner Brothers, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and then Crimes of Grindelwald.
And how does the compensation reflected in this contract compare to that what you receive for the other franchises that you've been a part of?
Objection foundation.
He just established that he was a member of other franchise films at this point.
And he hasn't established a foundation that he knows how he was compensated.
Well, I'll overrule the objection if you can answer.
I believe the compensation, obviously, all the pay and back end and all those things are negotiated by
agents, lawyers, and this was comparatively, this is my salary on that film. And other salaries were of a similar status, I suppose.
If I could direct your attention to the 12th page of the document.
Yes. Cool.
Is this your signature, Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
You can take this down, thank you. Mr. Depp, I recall that you testified that you don't know during a given period what movies you were working on. So my question is, who would know that?
Well, first and foremost, as my agent, or agents. I do recall a couple of the other films that I'd made after. One was initially called Richard Says Goodbye, and that was, they changed the name to The Professor, and during all of the nastiness over the past 6 years, that film went straight to pay-per-view. There was another film called Minamata that was produced. It was my company, Infinitum Nile. We had developed a film called Minamata about Eugene Smith and the Minamata, the mercury poisoning of a very small fishing village in southern Japan. There was that one, and then there was a film called Waiting for the Barbarians with Mark Rylance and Robert Pattinson. Those were 3 films that I'd done.
Mr. Depp, during your cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a number of text messages between you and Paul Bettany. Do you remember that?
I do.
Could you please explain to the jury what your relationship with Mr. Bettany is?
Mr. Bettany and I had, we'd met while I was making a film called The Tourist in Venice, and we were, it was an instant connection. He's born and bred in the UK and has that English sort of dry, kind of obtuse, abstract sense of humor. And that was one of the things that we connected on, is taking, even if it was a difficult or unpleasant situation, we would, do our best to deal with it with humor, as opposed to just a constant complaint or whining or anything of that nature. We dealt with it with humor, albeit sometimes as these are private texts that have been, there was a lot of in context. It's important to know that none of it was ever intended to be real, and the language that's used, which I am ashamed that that has to be spread on the world like peanut butter. For example, the text that is about burning Ms. Heard is it's directly from Monty Python in the sketch about burning witches and then drowning the witches. This is a film that we'd all watched when we were 10, and it's just irreverent and abstract humor. That's what we were referring to in those texts.
The text message that you just referenced, other than Mr. Bettany, who else saw that text message at the time that it was sent?
No one, of course not.
Based on your own observations, how would you describe Mr. Bettany's relationship with Ms. Heard while you and Ms. Heard were together?
Abominable.
Why was that?
Ms. Heard despised Mr. Bettany mainly because we had become such close friends, and for her he was a threat, and would take me away from her with regard to if Paul Bettany was getting the attention from me. That was a showstopper. It would cause all kinds of unpleasantries, to the point of where when we were on the island with Mr. Bettany, his wife, and his 4 children, Ms. Heard and Mr. Bettany got into some debate over lunch, and I just remember that whenever Mr. Bettany tried to make a point, she would talk over him, and then it started to get quite rude. She got mean, and she got loud, and then I believe it was his 18-year-old boy who was getting ready to go to a very bright, brilliant kid. He entered the conversation because this was something to do with what he'd studied in school, and he knew quite a lot about it, and he voiced his opinion, and Ms. Heard demeaned that young man to the point of where he burst into tears and walked away. And it was at that point that I had spoken to Ms. Heard and said, that's just unacceptable. That behavior is unacceptable. You have no right to demean that boy. You cannot always be right. You should try being wrong sometime, because you might learn something. And then I asked her to, I thought it was best that she leave the island.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245? And Mr. Depp, I believe this is another text message with Mr. Bettany that you were shown on your cross-examination. And directing your attention to the text message at the top of the page from May 30th, 2014. Do you recognize this text message you sent to Paul Bettany?
Yes, I do.
And could you please describe to the jury what you are conveying to Mr. Bettany in this message?
This again this is I suppose, an example of the way that I write and express myself. That is to say, you stretch the you stretch your situation out to give him the understanding that you're drowning, essentially. So everything that I say here is, in fact, an impossibility for the human body. I would have been, well, I would have certainly at least had to be rushed to the hospital for a stomach pump. There's a line here that, if you don't mind, I say that when I say I'm done, I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love, for little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. The pills that were referenced were the pills that I was coming off of, and they were the only thing that could give me some semblance of the same numbing effect that I searched for as a child with my mother. And saying that I was too messed up in the head was, it's kind of like if you've been told since you were a child that everything you do is wrong, and that I shouldn't have even been alive, or whatever, joyous little treats that my then very sick, very ill mother brought to me. Ms. Heard was well aware of my past, my childhood, therefore was very adept at knowing exactly which buttons to push. So at this point, I mean, I felt like, well, I was that little boy again in my head, like, I guess I am incapable of doing anything right. I guess I will never be happy. I guess that this is who I am. I can't get along with this person. But it's confusion, it's nothing that it's nothing that anyone could sustain for any length of time. It's nothing that anyone should have to sustain for any length of time when you're being demeaned, berated, judged, and treated like a lesser animal. I'm treated as if I'm only surrounded by yes men, and that I'm a bad father, and that these things were endless. They were endless, and there was no call for them. It's hard to understand why someone that is supposed to love you could be that cruel. And there's also times where you just say, okay, I'm gonna try to not have I won't fall for the argument. I won't participate in the argument. Because I knew where it would go, into her circular pattern of psychological abuse.
Mr. Depp, what do you mean when you use the term blackout in this text message?
blackout. Yes, because I'm talking about 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, 1,000 of them, 2 bottles of champagne, no food for days, half a bottle of whiskey. Those things, had that been all absolutely true, would have not only caused a blackout, but it would have caused a severe alcohol poisoning, overdose. I would have had to have gone immediately. If that were true, I would have had to have been taken to a hospital, or I'd just die. So, no, blackout is when someone gets so drunk on alcohol, essentially on alcohol. But the pills that I had my addiction, that I was addicted to, the oxycodone, which are very, very powerful opiates. Two of those would knock me out. That is to say, so there's blackout, which is you can be, a person could be wide awake and wreaking havoc, or having a giggle in a blackout and never remember it. But when you've taken the prescription medication, it knocks you out. You are certainly not, well, you're not in any condition to, first of all, swing at anyone. You are out. You go on what's called the nod, and then it takes you away into sleep. It's just very deep sleep. And I found that much more accepting than having to hear constant badgering and insults.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 153, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing this during Mr. Rottenborn's examination of you last week?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you the full text exchange, which is in Plaintiff's Exhibit 120. And since there's been a number of text messages drawn from this document, this would be Plaintiff's Exhibit 120C.
Which page would that be, or underscore?
This
Four?
would be 4 and
Okay.
5, Your Honor.
4 and 5.
He'll object. Because it includes context.
Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's 120C into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
All right, 120C in evidence, publish.
He didn't object. Has he won an objection?
Mr. Depp, who are you communicating with in these text messages?
In fact, though it says Marino, these are texts between my ex, that is to say, the Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children. And this is again, abstract humor that we're conveying back and forth to one another. This was all, it was a joke. It certainly wasn't about Miss Heard. We didn't speak of her much together.
Do you recall what you were talking about?
I don't recall who it was. I don't recall who it was, but it was someone who had for some reason, I think it was, oh, I think that the possibility is that 2013, it might have been, we had a nanny at one point, who we, in fact, we had, we found her, she was caught stealing even from my, at the time, my, yeah, maybe 10, 11-year-old boy, Jack, who was bright enough, because he knew it, he was bright enough, he had a $5 bill that he wadded up and put on his desk in his bedroom. And when he came home from school.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object on relevance. The question was, who was this about?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, I'd also like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 143, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week. Do you remember seeing this email exchange? You could scroll down as well, please. Thank you.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Who are you exchanging these emails with?
Stephen Duders, who was at the time was my assistant.
And what are you and Mr. Duders discussing here?
Gobbledygook, essentially. It was, as I remember, it was a day of work, and there were times when I would send a text to Mr. Duders, because he's the worrisome type. I would send him a text in jest, of course, and to get a rise out of him, to get some reaction out of him. So, you know, I would tell him things like, you know, I woke up and I'm bleeding profusely from the inside of my ear. Is that normal? You know, it would be things like that. So this is exactly the same kind of thing. I think we were even referencing The Hangover, the film The Hangover, in part of this, about the Mike Tyson and sort of bizarre circus that I was telling him that I had in my room, and that there was blood everywhere. It was a joke to just sort of throw him off, worry him, and make. Ultimately, it was a joke, and we were laughing about it.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, portion of this email exchange is literally true?
We're all set to leave here at approximately 1:30 p.m. Hope you rested well.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to talk to you about some text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you where you refer to the monster, and this is in the context of in conversations with that don't include Ms. Heard. Do you remember seeing some of those communications?
Yes.
First, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 427, please, which is a text message from you to Jerry Judge. How are you using the term monster in this context when you're communicating with Mr. Judge?
The monster could essentially, the monster could, it could be two separate things. The monster in her eyes was my
Objection as to what the monster was in Ms. Heard's eyes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll sustain as to her eyes if you want to
Okay.
ask, rephrase.
The monster was defined by Ms. Heard as this out of control
Same objection,
thing.
Your Honor. What Ms. Heard's view of the monster was is not for this witness to say.
Mr. Depp, how do you know how Ms. Heard defined the word monster?
She said the words to me.
And what words did she say with respect to the term monster?
It was her go-to phrase, and it was the go-to phrase for me being, again, as has been embellished and elaborated, the drug use or the drink or the whatever. But the monster was, for me, and again, you start to think about these things and you put it in your own head and what the real context is. The monster was sobriety. The monster was trying to be sober because I was plagued by these requests to stop drinking. But the monster could also be if a conversation, if something starts as a conversation, which would quickly ramp up to quite an antagonizing argument, if I responded to her, if I took part in the verbal back and forth where people do in life end up saying obscenities, screaming obscenities at one another, or calling them names, or when it gets to that point, I mean, the monster was just for me, was just the guy who actually was dumb enough to continue to take part in arguments that would ultimately get nowhere. So that is one of the reasons why I would try to get away from Ms. Heard and not participate in her debates and the knowledge that she wanted to express to me, and circular and painful insults that were just constant. It was rapid fire. So I stopped participating in those. I tried to walk away. I tried to go to another room, even to the point of locking myself in rooms so that she just could pound on the door and scream. That was clearly a mistake. I should have never fallen for that or taken the bait to allow myself to get into a conversation which led to an argument, which led to physical violence. It was not going to be good, so I just walk away, which drove her through the roof.
So, Mr. Depp, why would you use the term monster when communicating with people other than Ms. Heard?
Well, because I heard it all the time. I mean, it was, as I said, that was her go-to. The monster. The monster's here. The monster's back. Monster. So I would refer to the monster again in terms of with Elton, or with friends Patti Smith. The monster was like with Elton. I believe it was just the monster was I I let the monster creep back in or something. That is sobriety. That's what I'm telling him is I have failed. And I've had a drink, or I've been drinking. But my drinking again was not to excess. I would never went into blackouts or anything of that nature. I was disappointed in myself for not staying there. Although when you are constantly in a position to be harassed by your beloved other, what else could I do? I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to feel that, especially from one who had professed such love for me, but gave me mostly hatred.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch subjects, so if this would be a good time for the lunch break.
All right, we started a little later, so I don't mind going a little further.
Okay.
If you want to do that, go ahead.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you this last week and again today.
Yes, yes,
Do you recognize these text messages as between you and Miss Heard?
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Why are you informing Miss Heard that there's a book called Disco Bloodbath?
I at that when I texted her, 2:30 in the afternoon, I was in a bookstore, a used bookstore, or a bookstore that had a lot of first editions and things like that, which was sort of a passion. And I saw a book called Disco Bloodbath, and I thought it was a funny title. I can't say that I was necessarily referencing anything other than I thought it was a funny title, Disco Bloodbath. It sounded like a sort of a bad slasher movie to me. So I said, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. And then she said, we need that book. And then she asked me, is it about last Friday night by any chance? And then my answer to her, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? The fact is, this is a light-hearted exchange that she's even saying, we need that book. Then she makes a reference to last Friday night, which I don't recall what last Friday night was or whatever, so I just how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? A hideous moment could have been some grotesque thing that we saw on television. It could have been anything. I don't recall now, but all I was saying is, and it even says at the end of my text, that's all. Disco Bloodbath, you know. So this was not we were not butting heads in this exchange whatsoever. It was very lighthearted.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 375, which is another document Mr. Rottenborn showed you last week.
Yes.
Could you please remind the jury what's reflected in this photograph?
This is from Australia. On March 8th, I believe it was, where after my finger had been, the tip of my finger had been taken off I began to, I was in such shock, I just started writing on the mirror, on walls, and basically what these were for me to Ms. Heard were reminders of moments in our past where I had caught her, where it was revealed to me, even by her, that she had been caught in lies that she had told me. So that's what these are in reference to. The red, the lipstick that says, call Carly Simon, call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. In reference to You're So Vain, I am imagining. But that's not, I didn't, the Carly Simon message is not mine, that's Miss Heard's.
So let's just break this down a little bit. Who wrote the text that's in black on the mirror?
That would be me.
And what does that say?
She loves, I don't know, like naked Hollywood or something. An artist of, I don't know what the rest says, but what that is Ms. Heard had come to me and she was seemed to be seriously concerned about how she was being portrayed in Hollywood. She was concerned that because she had done films where there was kind of arbitrary nudity and things of that nature, she had voiced to me that she did not want to be, she didn't want to be looked upon that way in the industry. She wanted to be able to escape the chains of being objectified by the Hollywood system, which is a difficult thing for any woman, certainly, unfortunately. But she asked me, how can I avoid being stereotyped as the beautiful blonde who gets her breasts out or goes naked and has to shtuck people in movies, and I gave her my advice on it, on how to avoid it, which I thought was pretty accurate, and her ambition was stronger than what she received from my advice, is what it was. My advice that I thought long and hard about, because I did care for her and I did understand. I didn't want her to have to do that. And early on in my career, I was put in a position where, I could have gone on, I could have been just a guy who was on a TV series for a couple of years. And then, what was going to be left of me would be on lunch boxes and thermoses and posters and teen idol things. And I fought that tooth and nail, because that's not who I was. So I had experienced something similar in terms of being looked upon as something that you're not. And so I fought against it in the very beginning, and it worked out for me for a while there. And I was giving her basically the same advice.
Now, Mr. Depp, you said that you did not write this portion that's in red here that says Simon said it, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. Is that right?
Yes, no, that's not mine.
How do you know that it was Miss Heard that wrote that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled, you can answer it.
There are, well, first it looks like it's trying to match my handwriting, but my handwriting is a lot more of a scribble. And also there's another photograph of this where she went in to make sure that there were, that the red was more prominent. I believe there's also a napkin down there where
Objection, Your
someone
Honor, lack of foundation. He's referring to exhibits that aren't in evidence and
All right,
I have no idea whether they even exist.
I'll sustain the objection now. Next question.
Do you recall whether the lipstick writing was on the mirror when you wrote in the black paint?
No, of course not. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you one of the text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you concerning the injury to your finger. So if we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 398. This is a text message from you to Dr. Kipper that I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And why are you apologizing to Dr. Kipper in this message?
I believe that at that point in my brain and in my life and in my heart, I was completely and utterly frustrated with how I was living my life, and I had some disagreement with Dr. Kipper, and I was apologizing to him for having gone against his wishes, or gone against his advice, let's say.
What did you mean when you said, I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my right finger off again?
It's my way of dealing with a painful situation. It's my way of dealing with a painful situation where I resort to humor. So I had lost the tip of my right finger, and so I'm saying to him, I've now cut off my left finger to remind me never to cut my right finger off again. That's not, I mean, when you say I got my finger cut off, or I cut my finger off, or this or that, it doesn't necessarily mean that you did it yourself. And again, I'm a guitarist and have been since I was 12, and that was the only peace that I found in my life at the age of 12, where I knew I knew who I could escape into music and learn music. And the last thing, I'm a guitar, I mean, I still play the guitar it's still my first love, aside from my children. It's still my first love. There's no reason in the world why I literally would cut my own finger off to ruin this beautiful opportunity that I was given at 12 to learn how to play the guitar. And again, why would I start lopping off digits in my 50s? If I, as Mr. Rottenborn suggests, am a kind of, walking tantrum. When I was younger, why wouldn't I just start chopping off fingers and or some kind of, why would I ruin the only thing that was really good in my life aside from my children? So when this finger went, the tip of this finger went, the only thing I could think in my mind was, thank God it wasn't the left hand, which is the fret hand. I'm right-handed, so that's the fret. That's where the fretboard is. If you lose a finger from your left hand, I'm not Django Reinhardt, who had only 2 fingers to play with. If I'd have lost a finger from here, I would have had to relearn how to play the guitar all over again. It's just not the case. Even though I say I've chopped my finger off, it's like saying, I bumped into a knife or something. It's not. I'm not admitting to. I think if I was going to admit to someone that I actually chopped my finger off, this text wouldn't be as it is. I think it would have been a long explanation as to why I got to that point. But no, I can't take responsibility for what I now call Little Richard, my chopped finger.
Mr. Depp, at the time that you sent this text message to Dr. Kipper, had you told him what had actually happened to your right finger?
Oh yes, yeah.
And when did you tell him that?
He was aware of that day, the day that it happened. Malcolm was aware of it. Jerry was aware of it. Stephen was. Everyone was aware of it. And of course, yes, when I went to the doctor, the emergency room, I lied to them because I didn't think it wise to cause a ruckus, implicate Miss Heard, and then have 8 million stories out in the press about how she'd thrown a bottle of vodka at me, and it smashed all the bones in the tip of my finger and cut off about, well, it was all sliced down through. You've seen the pictures. It was pretty horrible. It was, and I didn't want to put her in that situation. I didn't want to put any of us in that situation. I didn't want to put the film in that situation. That was why I said it was crushed in an accordion door, and it was only the second doctor who actually told me what he was.
Your Honor, hearsay?
I haven't finished my sentence. How do you know?
I'll overrule for the moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Should I? Thank you. It was the emergency room doctor was first. The next day, I went to see a specialist, a hand surgeon, and this was still in Australia. And he had recognized that my excuse for the finger being gone.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, what the doctor conveyed to him about his thoughts on the finger injury. That's classic hearsay.
Your Honor, it's in the context of medical treatment.
No, I'll sustain that objection.
Your Honor, I think this is
That's
a
good.
good stopping
All
point.
right.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess. Again, do not do any outside, any else.
Well. Johnny coming back firing as we expected, and laying the ground for some of the, let's say, forensic photograph experts that hopefully are on standby to say that yes, this mirror here with that wasn't Johnny Depp's, and hopefully also with the finger, hopefully get that medical note in at some point by the specialist.
Yeah, and also there was a lot more context added to all of the stuff that Rottenberg tried to say. They actually added the context around it. Johnny got to explain in his own voice complete sentences without getting cut off, very thoughtful, trying to be clear, just to give the jury more to chew on about those text messages and stuff than what Rottenborn rather was trying to present.
Well, let's not forget as well that I don't know what they're talking on still, but I don't think it'll be too long. I think they'll probably come back at 2, so it won't be a full hour today, I don't think. I don't think that the jury have got a lot to go on from what Rottenborn, they'll be sat there thinking, what did we learn from Mr. Rottenborn? That'll be what's going through the head. They'll be thinking, well, now that Johnny's explained it, and it makes sense, because it probably made sense to a lot of people when they were reading it. They saw the jokes, they saw the throat message, they saw the other jokes, they saw the Monty Python skits. So they already probably knew this. They probably knew when Johnny was talking, because he explained the monster quite eloquently in his opening gambit here. So
he did.
So just clarifying that just reaffirms everything that So it just made Rottenborn's entire argument null and void, because it didn't have any bite to it. There was nothing there that they could say, oh, yes, Johnny Depp did this. It was all inference, or it was sarcasm, or it was dark humor, and it was put in context with things like the Monty Python. It's just, totally. They've got nothing to go on. They'll be walking away and they'll be thinking, what did Rottenborn achieve?
You know what he achieved, in my opinion, the whole morning, all it proved is that to a jury, if I was sitting there, it proves that I wouldn't like it if someone tried to twist my words so far out of context, that anything without context can mean anything, and that you need more information to make a decision. So really, he just proved to the jury what their job was, to not judge based on what comes out of his mouth, to wait until the whole story is told.
Well, his objection. Well, his objection. He literally objected to Johnny Depp's legal team from presenting evidence of context to a particular set of text messages when he was cross-examining Johnny Depp, because they said, well, we're happy to allow that, but we want to object because we want the rest of the messages so that you can get some context to this. And he said, oh no, I only want this one message, and I'm not interested about the rest. And the judge agreed with him at this point. So it's interesting that I think that coming back, I'm pretty sure that they'll redress that, and they'll say, do you remember when we tried to remember this? Do you remember this text message that you were sent? Do you want to see it in context, jury? And when they show it in context, that's when it'll all click with the jury. They'll be like, fucking hell, yeah, it makes absolute sense. No wonder he didn't want that in context. Yeah. So what have we just learned from Rottenbottom? Rottenbottom is a scumbag. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, well, yeah. In a way, I like Harley's corner's comment there. Objection: those statements about the jury's opinion are speculation. Yes, they were. That's it. Yes, they were. Absolutely, and that's right along with it. Oh my gosh, it paints the defense as even more desperate. I agree, Aaron. Absolutely, it is really it's kind of making it evident that they just need you to interpret things a certain way. They don't have a lot of wiggle room there.
If they can bring in that if they can bring whatever I can't even remember what the fucking text message was now, but it didn't appear to me to be that bad, whatever it was. I read anyway, but they wanted it in context. And so obviously when on this redirect, they're going to bring that up and they're going to show the jury what it meant in context. And then the jury are going to go, oh, yeah, of course. Now it makes sense. Now I understand the conversation. Yeah. And what he was trying to say about that, yeah, now I understand that it was totally taken out of context. So they're going to understand, and then they'll be able to put the pieces together about everything else. And what
Exactly.
Johnny's doing here is he's shoring up those dams, those damn walls that seem to be pierced here and there. And now it's game on again.
Yeah. And what it is once you show what's missing from a puzzle, you're going to keep seeing the missing pieces. You're going to keep seeing that part is missing as it keeps coming up, because a true MG makes a valid point. They don't have to go over every single text message now. They have proved with just a few that context matters. So now the jury can have doubt about what has been laid down as the narrative of the prior text messages that were discussed. Oh, is that your lunch? What is that? Are you having been to, wait a minute, you're having, what are you, that's curry? A tiki masala? No?
It is a curry. It's a special curry, though. It's like a Sri Lankan chicken with rice. Mm. And also, I can't not have it with these. Poppadoms.
Poppadoms or naan, yeah.
Poppadoms, yum, yum, yum. So, yeah, I'm so hyped for the next session because, yeah, I think that we're going to finally get those final pieces in the wall. I'm confused as to why they haven't brought up the incident of the penthouse where they brought the police in. The incident that this is the time that she went to get the restraining order, right? The temporary restraining order over this incident. Why was that not brought up?
Well, it hasn't been yet. Well, in redirect, they can't because they have to address what was already addressed. It's called redirect for, re-clarifying on things that have already come up. They could have brought it up when they had him first, but they didn't yet.
No, but why did Rottenborn not bring it up?
Well, why? You keep asking me this. It's so damn obvious. Why? Because that whole incident just speaks loudly of fraud to the court. Maybe he doesn't want to fraud the court with such things. Maybe he's got some moral fortitude there, and he refuses to discuss such a ridiculous thing. I don't know.
Oh, it's going to be so good. I believe we're back at 2:00, right?
Yes, we should be. They start at 2 usually, so that's another 40 minutes, like 40 minutes, right?
Well, what I'm going to do then, I'm going to go back 40 minutes on this and play a little bit
And
of it
just let it play it.
Yeah, and then when we return, because I need to eat my dinner, obviously. When we return, we'll be ready for the afternoon session.
I need to break myself. I'll take a quick one and take care of some things, and I'll be back before they come back.
Okay, right. Let's put this on now, guys. We'll speak to you soon. Speak to you soon.
Okay.
To
You're right, Aaron.
first of all, swing at anyone, you are out. You go on what's called the nod, and then it takes you away into sleep. It's just very deep sleep. And I found that much more accepting than having to hear constant badgering and insults.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 153, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing this during Mr. Rottenborn's examination of you last week?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you the full text exchange, which is in Plaintiff's Exhibit 120. And since there's been a number of text messages drawn from this document, this would be Plaintiff's Exhibit 120C.
Which page would that be, or underscore?
This would be 4 and 5, Your Honor.
4 and 5, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's 120C into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
No objection.
All right, 120C in evidence, publish.
Mr. Depp, who are you communicating with in these text messages?
In fact, though it says Marino, these are texts between my ex, that is to say, the Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children. And this is again, abstract humor that we're conveying back and forth to one another. This was all it was a joke. It certainly wasn't about Miss Heard. We didn't speak of her much together.
Do you recall what you were talking about?
I don't recall who it was. I don't recall who it was, but it was someone who had for some reason, I think it was, I think that the possibility is that 2013, it might have been, we had a nanny at one point, who we, in fact, we had, we found her, she was caught stealing even from my, at the time, my, maybe 10, 11-year-old boy, Jack, who was bright enough, because he knew it, he was bright enough, he had a $5 bill that he wadded up and put on his desk in his bedroom. And when he came home from school.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object on relevance. The question was, who was this about?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, I'd also like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 143, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week. Do you remember seeing this email exchange? You could scroll down as well, please. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Who are you exchanging these emails with?
Stephen Duders, who was at the time was my assistant.
And what are you and Mr. Duders discussing here?
Gobbledygook, essentially. It was as I remember, it was a day of work, and there were times when I would send a text to Mr. Duders, because he's the worrisome type. I would send him a text in jest, of course, and to get a rise out of him, to get some reaction out of him. So, I would tell him things like, I woke up and I'm bleeding profusely from the inside of my ear. Is that normal? It would be things like that. So this is exactly the same kind of thing. I think we were even referencing The Hangover, the film The Hangover, in part of this, about the Mike Tyson and sort of bizarre circus that I was telling him that I had in my room, and that there was blood everywhere. It was a joke to just sort of throw him off, worry him, and ultimately it was a joke, and we were laughing about it.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, portion of this email exchange is literally true?
set to leave here at approximately 1:30 p.m. Hope you rested well.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to talk to you about some text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you where you refer to the monster, and this is in the context of in conversations with that don't include Ms. Heard. Do you remember seeing some of those communications?
Yes.
First, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 427, please, which is a text message from you to Jerry Judge. How are you using the term monster in this context when you're communicating with Mr. Judge?
The monster could essentially, the monster could, it could be two separate things. The monster in her eyes was my,
Objection as to what the monster was in Ms. Heard's eyes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll just state as to her eyes if you want to
Okay.
ask, rephrase.
the monster was defined by Ms. Heard as this out of control
Same objection,
thing.
Your Honor. What Ms. Heard's view of the monster was is not for this witness to say.
Mr. Depp, how do you know how Ms. Heard defined the word monster?
She said the words to me.
And what words did she say with respect to the term monster?
It was her go-to phrase, and it was the go-to phrase for me being, again, as has been embellished and elaborated, the drug use or the drink or the whatever, but the monster was, for me, and again, you start to think about these things and you put it in your own head and what the real context is. The monster was sobriety. The monster was trying to be sober because I was plagued by these requests to stop drinking. But the monster could also be if a conversation, if something starts as a conversation, which would quickly ramp up to quite an antagonizing argument, if I responded to her, if I took part in the verbal back and forth where people do in life end up saying obscenities, screaming obscenities at one another, or calling them names, or when it gets to that point, I mean, the monster was just for me, was just the guy who actually was dumb enough to continue to take part in arguments that would ultimately get nowhere. So that is one of the reasons why I would try to get away from Ms. Heard and not participate in her debates and the knowledge that she wanted to express to me, and circular and painful insults that were just constant. It was rapid fire. So I stopped participating in those. I tried to walk away. I tried to go to another room, even to the point of locking myself in rooms so that she just could pound on the door and scream. That was clearly a mistake. I should have never fallen for that or taken the bait to allow myself to get into conversation which led to an argument, which led to physical violence, it was not going to be good. So I just walk away, which drove her through the roof.
So, Mr. Depp, why would you use the term monster when communicating with people other than Miss Heard?
Well, because I heard it all the time. I mean, it was, as I said, that was her go-to. The monster. The monster's here. The monster's back. Monster. So I would refer to the monster again in terms of some with Elton or with friends Patti Smith. The monster was like with Elton. I think it was just the monster was I let the monster creep back in or something. That is sobriety. That's what I'm telling him is I have failed, and I've had a drink, or I've been drinking. But my drinking again was not to excess. I would never went into blackouts or anything of that nature. I was disappointed in myself for not staying there. Although when you are constantly in a position to be harassed by your beloved other, what else could I do? I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to feel that, especially from one who had professed such love for me, but gave me mostly hatred.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch subjects, so if this would be a good time for the lunch break.
All right, we started a little later, so I don't mind going a little further.
Okay.
If you want to do that, go ahead.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you this last week and again today.
Yes, yes,
Do you recognize these text messages as between you and Miss Heard?
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Why are you informing Miss Heard that there's a book called Disco Bloodbath?
When I texted her, 2:30 in the afternoon, I was in a bookstore, a used bookstore, or a bookstore that had a lot of first editions and things like that, which was sort of a passion. And I saw a book called Disco Bloodbath, and I thought it was a funny title. I can't say that I was necessarily referencing anything other than I thought it was a funny title, Disco Bloodbath. It sounded like a sort of a bad slasher movie to me. So I said, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. And then she said, we need that book. And then she asked me, is it about last Friday night by any chance? And then my answer to her, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? The fact is, this is a lighthearted exchange that she's even saying, we need that book. Then she makes reference to last Friday night, which I don't recall what last Friday night was or whatever, so I just how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? A hideous moment could have been some grotesque thing that we saw on television. It could have been anything. I don't recall now, but all I was saying is, and it even says at the end of my text, that's all, disco bloodbath, you know. So this was not a, we were not butting heads in this exchange whatsoever. It was very lighthearted.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 375, which is another document Mr. Rottenborn showed you last week.
Yes.
Could you please remind the jury what's reflected in this photograph?
On the, this is from Australia. On March 8th, I believe it was, where after my finger had been, the tip of my finger had been taken off, I began to, I was in such shock, I just started writing on the mirror, on walls, and basically what these were for me to Ms. Heard were reminders of moments in our past where I had caught her, where it was revealed to me, even by her, that she had been caught in lies that she had told me. So that's what these are in reference to. The red, the lipstick that says, call Carly Simon, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. In reference to You're So Vain, I am imagining. But that's not, I didn't, the Carly Simon message is not mine, that's Miss Heard's.
So let's just break this down a little bit. Who wrote the text that's in black on the mirror?
That would be me.
And what does that say?
She loves, I don't know, like naked Hollywood or something. An artist of, I don't know what the rest says, but what that is Ms. Heard had come to me and she was seemed to be seriously concerned about how she was being portrayed in Hollywood. She was concerned that because she had done films where there was kind of arbitrary nudity and things of that nature, she had voiced to me that she did not want to be, she didn't want to be looked upon that way in the industry. She wanted to be able to escape the chains of being objectified by the Hollywood system, which is a difficult thing for any woman, certainly, unfortunately. But she asked me, how can I avoid being stereotyped as the beautiful blonde who gets her breasts out or goes naked and has to shtuck people in movies, and I gave her my advice on it, on how to avoid it, which I thought was pretty accurate, and her ambition was stronger than what she received from my advice, is what it was. My advice that I thought long and hard about, because I did care for her and I did understand. I didn't want her to have to do that. And early on in my career, I was put in a position where, you know, I could have gone on, I could have been just a guy who was on a TV series for a couple of years. And then, you know, what was going to be left of me was, would be on lunch boxes and thermoses and posters and teen idol things. And I've fought that tooth and nail because that's not who I was. So I had experienced something similar in terms of being looked upon as something that you're not. And so I fought against it in the very beginning, and it worked out for me for, you know, for a while there. And I was giving her basically the same advice.
Now, Mr. Depp, you said that you did not write this portion that's in red here that says Carly Simon said it. Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. Is that right?
Yes, no, that's not mine.
How do you know that it was Miss Heard that wrote that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled, Al. You can answer it.
There are well, first it looks like it's trying to match my handwriting, but my handwriting is a lot more of a scribble. And also there's another photograph of this where she went in to make sure that there were, that the red was more prominent. I believe there's also a napkin down there where
Objection,
someone
Your Honor, lack of
wiped.
foundation. He's referring to exhibits that aren't in evidence and
All right,
have no idea whether they even exist.
I'll sustain the objection now. Next question.
Do you recall whether the lipstick writing was on the mirror when you wrote in the black paint?
No, of course not. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you one of the text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you concerning the injury to your finger. So if we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 398. This is a text message from you to Dr. Kipper that I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And why are you apologizing to Dr. Kipper in this message?
I believe that at that point in my brain and in my life and in my heart, I was completely and utterly frustrated with how I was living my life, and I had some disagreement with Dr. Kipper, and I was apologizing to him for having gone against his wishes, or gone against his advice, let's say.
What did you mean when you said, I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my right finger off again?
It's my way of dealing with a painful situation. It's my way of dealing with a painful situation where I resort to humor. So I had lost the tip of my right finger, and so I'm saying to him, I've now cut off my left finger to to remind me never to cut my right finger off again. That's not, I mean, when you say I got my finger cut off, or I cut my finger off, or this or that, it doesn't necessarily mean that you did it yourself. And again, I'm a guitarist and have been since I was 12, and that was the only peace that I found in my life at the age of 12, where I knew what I knew who I could, that I could escape into music and learn music. And the last thing, I'm a guitar, I mean, I still play the guitar with, it's still my first love, aside from my children, it's still my first love. There's no reason in the world why I literally would cut my own finger off to ruin this beautiful opportunity that I was given at 12 to learn how to play the guitar. And again, why would I start lopping off digits in my 50s if I as Mr. Rottenborn suggests, am a kind of, you know, walking tantrum. When I was younger, why wouldn't I just start chopping off fingers and or some kind of, why would I ruin the only thing that was really good in my life aside from my children? So when this finger went, the tip of this finger went, the only thing I could think in my mind was, thank God it wasn't the left hand, which is the fret hand. I'm right-handed, so that's the fret, that's where the fretboard is. If you lose a finger from your left hand, you know, I'm not Django Reinhardt, who had only 2 fingers to play with. If I'd have lost a finger from here, I would have had to relearn how to play the guitar all over again. It's just not the case. Even though I say I've chopped my finger off, it's like saying, you know, I bumped into a knife or something. You know, it's not. I'm not admitting to. I think if I was going to admit to someone that I actually chopped my finger off, this text wouldn't be as it is. I think it would have been a long explanation as to why I got to that point. But no, I can't take responsibility for what I now call Little Richard, my chopped finger.
Mr. Depp, at the time that you sent this text message to Dr. Kipper, had you told him what had actually happened to your right finger?
Oh yes, yeah.
And when did you tell him that?
He was aware of that day, the day that it happened. Malcolm was aware of it. Jerry was aware of it. Stephen was. Everyone was aware of it. And when and of course, yes, when I went to the doctor, the emergency room, I lied to them because I didn't think it wise to cause a ruckus, implicate Miss Heard, and then have 8 million stories out in the press about how she'd thrown a bottle of vodka at me, and it smashed all the bones in the tip of my finger and cut off about well, it was all sliced down through. You've seen the pictures. It was pretty horrible. It was, and I didn't want to put her in that situation. I didn't want to put any of us in that situation. I didn't want to put the film in that situation. That was why I said it was crushed in an accordion door, and it was only the second doctor who actually told me what he
Objection,
was.
Your Honor, hearsay.
I haven't finished my sentence. How do you know?
I'll overrule for the moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Should I? Thank you. It was the emergency room doctor was first. The next day I went to see a specialist, a hand surgeon, and this was still in Australia. And he had recognized that my excuse for the finger being gone.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, what the doctor conveyed to him about his thoughts on the finger injury. That's classic hearsay.
Your Honor, it's in the context of medical treatment.
No, I'll sustain that objection.
Your Honor, I think this is
That's
a
good.
good stopping
All
point.
right.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess. Again, do not do any outside discussions, and don't talk to each other about it, okay? And we'll see you after lunch, okay? If everybody in the courtroom could still be quiet, please. Court is in session. Thank you. All right, so we can take a recess till 2:20. Just for planning purposes, though, I plan to go to 5:30 today since we had a late start. So just to let you know, and I know you plan on having a remote witness, which is fine. Just let us know so we can set that up. But also make sure your remote witness knows that this is a courtroom. I don't expect them to be any outside noises or anything else going on, and direct attention. And also if they would know that if there's an objection, for them to hold off answering until that's resolved. That goes for all remote witnesses when we get to them, okay? All right. See you at 2:20 then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. We should be back from the break shortly, yeah? Oh, Colin, good question. I wonder if it is Elande, a remote witness, but we have a few. Oh gosh, you get me every time. Look at you. You get me every single time. I'm just looking at the chat and then I just glance over and bam. Oh god.
It's got to be done. It's got to be done. What can I say?
I know, yeah. Oh gosh, it's so amusing.
I was bored after my dinner, and I just thought, you know what, I could do with making a little meme about that.
Yep.
Let's remind ourselves about what she did. She freaks out if
Yeah,
if he
she
took his
freaked
own
out.
boot.
Yeah, yeah. She had a procedure. Like you had to follow procedure.
Oh. That's a good one. I enjoyed doing that. So what are we going to expect this afternoon? What are we going to expect? Are they going to get into any of the juicy stuff? The black? They can't get into the
Well,
blackmail stuff, can they?
I don't know. They did mention a remote witness, so somebody that is dialing in for their witness statement. So it's not like a taped deposition. Well, there'll be live question and answers, but they won't be in the court. They'll be via comm, like video.
Right. That's I don't know who that's going to be though, unless it's the police. I think the police would turn up in person, wouldn't they?
I think they would. They are
Well, they travelled to the UK, didn't they?
They did, and they are in the States, so not sure.
So yeah, I mean, I thought the afternoon, I thought the afternoon prospects were looking a lot better than they were after listening to Rottenborn for 2 days.
Yeah.
All it was just character assassination. There was nothing, no evidence of any. There was no direct evidence of anything. No direct evidence of anything ever. Nobody he didn't have a message from somebody saying, "I saw you do this," or "We saw you do that," or anything. He had nothing at all. So what's he trying to allege? That everything happened behind closed doors and he just turned into this monster behind closed doors that nobody ever saw? That's what they're going to go for, isn't it? That's what their friends are going to say. Well, you didn't know him. To the personal, to the outside world, he was one way, and to us behind closed doors, we saw the monster.
Yeah, well, her friends might say that, but that's not what his friends are saying. Like on stage,
No.
They're saying he's kind. They're proving he's kind by their long-term relationships. So things.
It's a good job that Isaac was in there in the first. If Isaac hadn't been living there, who would he have had to turn to say what went on?
None of them, because even the sister, although she was nice to him and everything, and she gave him support privately, she won't do it publicly. She won't go against Amber publicly. So that's going to be something, because she had her own issues with Amber several times. So well, his family is, that's always a quagmire.
And him trying to bring the kids up again. I mean, they agreed at the start of the trial that they weren't going to bring his kids up, right?
Yeah, Juju brings a good point. I have gotten a few DMs and seen some Twitter things that most of Johnny's testimony was taken like very well, except for around when he tries to explain like the disco ball stuff, and he starts getting into the movie references and things. People got a little confused, but I kind of agree with Juju that you could actually put it in the jury's mind that most of his crazy texts are like movie references or funny sayings from books and movie references and things like that he's doing a playoff on them. And then kind of you can put a little context around them. Well, people would have to actually get that and like be in that kind of environment. It's going to be a little rough. This chat is full of so much.
It's full of what? Sorry?
It's full of a lot. Like there's a lot to read. Like everyone has good, valid points in discussing this. Mm.
So what did you have to eat? Did you have anything?
I did. I had like a thin London broil sandwich with horseradish. Yeah, I just had a small, like a little half, just enough, little bit.
So nothing like the gigantic plate of food that I ate.
No, nothing like the gorgeous Indian meal that you had over there. Stop! You're making me like very jealous. My mouth waters. I love spicy food. I love Indian. Yeah.
Yeah, I think doing this trial, it's going to put probably 3 stone back on me, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because you sat here all day and you get bored, and then you get hungry and you can't.
And then you do it.
don't-
Yeah.
Oh,
But if the break was longer, you could actually walk out for the takeout. But you have to call the Uber, eh?
well, no, they do deliver, but
Mhm.
I just need to go to the gym in the mornings from now on. I think that's what I need to do. Get
Or
out and
you
get
could
back into
just,
the gym.
or you could just continue to do twerk videos every morning. I mean, that looked like a good workout.
Yeah. I actually reposted that.
Did you?
Yeah, and I got a few more people go over there.
Oh my gosh, you put it out public. I thought you were going to keep it like
No, I
unlisted.
didn't do it. No, it's unlisted. It's definitely unlisted. It's not going public.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah, I thought it
That's
was
only
like,
for the
I was like,
special
how
people over
great.
here.
Yeah. Well, the
That's only for
special
specials.
people over here are admiring your bum and your moves and your legs and everything. They don't have anything negative to say about it. So that's good. That's quite entertaining. Yes, the twerk out, Robski. I'm all for it.
So if I get 700 new members, I'll run around the block naked.
I would agree.
That would need a lot. That would need a lot of new members.
A lot. Wait a minute. Did you just say? Wait, did I just hear you say if you got new members, you would run around the block naked?
Yes, 700 new
You did
members.
not, don't
700.
say that. Don't, because you know eventually you're going to get 700. You better put a time frame on that.
Okay, yeah, 700 new members within the space of 6 months.
That is possible, people. You know that, right? We're going to be. I could just say I'm going to be seeing Randy naked. Randy's going to be naked running around the block within a couple of months. It's a given.
In total, not new members, just in total, 700 new members in total, which is not, I feel, listen, I had to put a challenge out because people were saying, what should we do for the next challenge? And, well, what do you do after a twerk? I don't know. It's kind of embarrassing, right?
I think there was a little in between you could have gone to before running around the block naked, but there you go. It's okay.
All right. Yeah, well, I can always come down. I'm available at, so let's say, 500 new members for...
What are you going to do at 500? Like, oh my God. Oh, true, MG, I agree. Not everything in a private text could be taken as a joke. And it is hard to look at some of that in the context he was trying to lay out when he gave that explanation. And I am pro Johnny 100%. But even I think the jury's going to have a little trouble with that. Yeah.
And the thing is, I didn't actually clarify what the block is. See, I was talking about
how is the block?
There's a block of wood outside in the back garden, so I can run around the block. That's fine.
Okay, so he's going to run around a block of wood. You're still going to be naked though, running out in your backyard.
Yes, I'll be totally naked, but it doesn't mean I'm going to show myself naked on camera, does it? I could just show myself from the top.
So we're going to just see your naked feet running around. You're sneaky. You're sneaky. Well, at least, okay. All right. We're going to see his naked feet running around a block of wood.
Now, just don't get Rottenborn to come after me and have me sitting down for 2 days to ask me what I actually meant by that.
Okay. Mandy said she actually Discorded me the description of disco bloodbath, and I should read that out loud. What do you think?
Say again. So I'm sorry. I
Mandy said she sent me the actual definition of Discord bloodbath from the movie. I guess it's a movie. Okay. Oh, it is. Okay. It's just an Amazon review of this movie. Is it okay if I read it? Yeah.
Yeah. Why not?
Okay, so the Amazon description says, in 1996, New York City drug dealer and club kid Angel Melendez was bludgeoned, injected with Drano, dismembered, and tossed into the river. James St. James was there when the killer confessed, but before that, there were the clubs, the parties, the drugs, and the many fabulous and some not so fabulous outfits. Disco Bloodbath is celebutante, St. James's story, equal parts confession and attempt at closure. There is no square-jawed detective's account of the investigation of the crime. St. James is a drug-addled clubster who wears a wedding dress out on the town and invokes Judy Garland as he talks about the scene in which he had Melendez immerse themselves before the murder. His story, despite its gruesome subject matter and frequent shocking lucidity, has a chatty and anecdotal quality that's compelling, endearing, and unrelentingly human. Written by Lisa Higgins. Whoa! That sounds like a wild movie, actually.
It does, and to be fair, that's the only part of JD's testimony that looks a little bit like dodgy to me, because because you just know that Amber Heard's team and Amber Heard herself are going to jump on that, because they will create a narrative now about what happened that previous weekend. So Johnny Depp doesn't remember. That's great. That's an open goal for them. That's literally free reign for them to make anything up. A bloodbath sounds great. And this reference, because he doesn't have context, it could mean anything. So I know for a fact that Amber Heard will, quote unquote, know exactly what happened on that day and and explain that all of this blood meant this, that, and the other. Because we know, because Johnny Depp hasn't got a defense against it, because he just said that he doesn't know what happened. He doesn't know what it referred to. So that was a major slip up from Johnny, I think. If he could have remembered what it was that he was actually referencing, or what had happened the weekend before, but just saying he didn't know, it just leaves it so open to abuse.
Yeah, I do. I do agree with you. They it does leave a little bit of too much speculation, and let them draw conclusions. No, I'm sorry, Breakia Monkley. I don't do camera, so that is very unlikely. There are not enough members ever.
She only does camera behind the scenes after the show.
After hours, after the show, whatever. I might twerk, but you won't see it on camera out here for sure. Just like I told True, I would.
She twerks.
Yeah, somebody had to show him. Somebody had to show He didn't know. No, anyway, as I told True, it's not that I don't bebop around and shake my booty, but you're never going to see it out here. It's not going to happen.
I might have recorded a few of those on OBS,
Oh yeah, you might have if it ever happened. This is true, but no. No, I think it might be a black belt right here on our YouTube. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
That was for personal use that I would never dream of selling for £50 each video. I would never dream of selling it.
Oh man, you could really go with it. Yes, it's a book, Mandy. I misspoke when I said I'd like to see that movie. You're right. I need to read that book, not see that movie. It's a book. Yeah. Yeah, Disco Bloodbath is a book, everyone.
Now we should be coming back right about now. It's time. It's time. We just need it to switch on over. Yeah.
I'm with you, Mia. I'm really with you on that. And it's not that I think like my face is like anything that I shouldn't have out here. It is the amount of freedom I have without doing it that I enjoy, and I'm going to keep enjoying it. So there you go. Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you what she looks like. I'm not going to tell anyone what you look like.
It's okay. You could at least tell them it's not bad. I mean, they think I'm Frankenstein.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's really bad.
That, oh my God. Crikey boy, with friends like you. Oh my, oh, how that turned. Oh, that was not in my favor. Oh, yeah. Oh, chat, oh my, I'm bruised. I am bruised. Oh my God. I am so bruised now. Oh, now, that's not going to make me do it though. Like, I'm not like that kind of
Oh,
woman.
I definitely know that.
No, I'm not that vain. I'm not going to show you and prove it to you. Yes, Kyle, I'm going now. My favorite fish.
Chris says, a twerk reveal at 1 million subs. Absolutely. If I get 1 million subs on this channel, I will, for absolute sure, release the twerk video. Unedited, as it is. In fact, I'll do a follow-up that lasts for 2 minutes. I'll do an entire video, 5-minute video of it, twerking. If I get to 1 million subscribers. There you go. It's never going to happen, but, it's nice to dream, right? And let me just clarify, though. If I get to 1 million subscribers when I'm 75 and I can barely walk, I'm not going to twerk. Just for clarification,
You're not going to, eh? But I'm not going to reveal, that's for sure. I just tweeted you a Twitter feed of Amber's face when all of those sustained objections came through for her side looking ridiculous. She did not look very happy. It's a good face.
I mean,
yeah,
it was one
might
after
be
the
your
other,
next
wasn't it?
meme face. Yes, I sent it to you in your Twitter DMs. I forwarded it to you.
The
From my friendly fish friend Kyle's Goldfish. Some of you are all over Twitter so well. We appreciate you keeping on top of this and helping us stay informed. And you amuse me to no end. You got me cracking up and looking at different things like all day, and I absolutely love it.
Promise me you won't twerk now, and I'll stay subscribed.
Oh, which one? Is he talking to you? Okay, Almond. You tell him. I think he's gone for the day with that, actually.
No, he was talking about you, actually. He
Me?
wasn't talking he was definitely talking about... No, he's seen my video. He loves my video. He was saying earlier. It was definitely about you.
So I promise you, I will not twerk on YouTube. That's not my style, Almond. I promise you that. You will never find me twerking on YouTube. I might say the word.
My beavers love... Oh, my God. I can't even say that in a straight face. You didn't twerk. How did I not twerk? That's
because I told you, because you didn't roll the butt. Remember I was talking about the rolling of the butt.
How the hell do you roll your butt?
Well, you didn't get that part down. I know that's an art form, but you didn't get that part down.
Rolling the butt.
The rolling the butt while you were bouncing. Yes, it's an art. What can I tell you? Kyle, I might need some Amica cream for those bruises he gave me about my looks. I know. You owe me some there, Ranty. Send me some cream. Some Amica cream.
Your butt cheeks have to clap. Oh my God. Right. Okay. Well, I'm not redoing it. You've got what you've got.
That was his first time best day. He didn't do bad for an amateur, right? I mean, that was his first twerk. Come on, give him some credit. He had just learned he just didn't even know what it was until till Thursday after stream.
You didn't see the outtakes though, did you?
They should have saw the instructional video when we were looking. If they could have heard your explanations as we were watching the videos on how to do it, that would have been a good outtake. You should have played that in the background.
I might put outtakes on my Patreon.
I know. Actually, it actually came across almost like soft porn the way he was acting. It was like crazy. Boy, it was fun. Yes, practice makes perfect, Robsky. I say, like, he should do it like every couple of 100 subscribers. He should do another one.
For a private collection.
I do mocking stop. Don't you contribute to this madness with that stuff. Don't you help them. I'm telling you, with friends like y'all, like, I don't know. Ay.
Where's Johnny Depp? What's going on? What the late?
How do you roll your butt? I know, Mandy. It's like, well, you know what I'm talking about, Mandy. You know that like action. You know what I'm talking about. Oh,
All right, we ready for the
okay.
jury?
Redirect.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
Oh, rotten bum, get your ass up there and have an argument about something. I object to not having my objections.
Yes,
through.
I object to you destroying my whole argument. Oh, Mocking, you're doing a really good job of behaving. I'm actually as well as you can. Yeah.
When I object, you must uphold my objection. And if you don't, I'm going to have a tantrum. I'm going to throw my my toys out of the pram.
You know what it is? He objects that there's nothing to object to. That's what it is. He's got a serious objection to the lack of objection, credible objection. That's what it is. No, that's not going to happen, Fire. It's not going to happen.
Sit yourself down, Elaine. What's up with you? Come on.
Yes, hi, Elaine.
You'll get your chance next to fuck up again. Does it all the time.
Yeah. At least she's doing something. Not been doing much.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, are we ready for the jury then? Okay.
Does Johnny Depp have to stand up when the jury come in? I suppose they have to follow protocols, don't they? Gabor Coxis. The twerk video made me rethink my life choices. Maybe it is flat.
All right, thank you. You can be seated. Your next question.
Mr. Depp, before the break, we were talking about how your finger got injured in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, please. Mr. Depp, do you recall Mr. Rottenborn showing you this exhibit during your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
And can you please explain when, relative to your finger injury, you sent this text message?
That's the day before. Am I correct?
At the bottom, it says, I cut the top of my finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital.
Australia, exactly. The time difference, sorry. Yes. That's what I said.
And so when, relative to when your finger was injured, did you send this text message, to your best recollection?
This looks like it's at the time to me.
And in the middle here, it says, her obsession with herself is far more important. She's so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was a choir mate. What did you mean by that?
Unfortunately, I meant exactly, um, I meant exactly what I said in this text. It seems it had become clear that there were she seemed to take more care in and importance in going on auditions, going to the Met Ball or going to any sort of premiere or opening or whatever, where she could be
Objection beyond the
photographed.
scope of the question, Your Honor.
All right.
Sorry?
I believe he was responding to what he meant by what he wrote in his text
And
message
then
to
he said I
Dr.
meant exactly what the word said, and now he's going beyond.
All
the
right, I'll
scope.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn.
Your
Sir, if
Honor,
you could just answer the question, Mr. Depp, please. Direct your
Sorry.
attention just to your attorney, okay?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you an audio recording where you referenced your finger getting cut off in Australia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to play a different portion of that recording that came before the portion that Mr. Rottenborn played. So if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, and we will be playing the portion from at 1 hour, 54 minutes, 11 seconds to 1 hour, 56 minutes, 10 seconds.
It's early, it's quick, it's so not, you're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee, if you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space you would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? You know, I got mad at you in Australia about this. I said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that, give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit, because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just,
No, it's
if that
different.
happens, if it happens,
It's different. You never.
if it happens, I'm just gonna say, look, I need some time. That's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No,
I guarantee you it will.
if you're stuck in throwing punches,
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes,
Talking
in our
about
argument,
fights. Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undeterminate amount of time. You do it without actually respecting. When you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never.
Mr. Depp, whose voices can you hear in that audio recording?
Ms. Heard's and myself.
And there was a mention about Ms. Heard getting mad about something in Australia. What did Ms. Heard get mad at you about in Australia?
There were many instances where Ms. Heard would get upset, angry, and argumentative and violent in Australia. There were many times. The one that was the day when my tip of my finger disappeared, that had to do with a phone call. When she arrived in Australia, she'd complained that an attorney who was explaining to her the
Objection, objection, Your Honor, is hearsay as to what he alleges her attorney was explaining to her. That's clearly
We can
hearsay.
move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
In the context of this audio recording that we just heard, what to your understanding is Ms. Heard referencing when she says you split?
I would excuse myself from the situation. I would try to get away so that nothing escalated. Because if given the chance to allow things to escalate, Ms. Heard would take it to the very extreme, which ended up with my finger being chopped off. So I rather thought it was the best idea to avoid things like that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 272. I believe this is another document that you saw during your cross-examination. Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes,
And these were after your detox on the island, is that right?
that's correct.
Now, where it says here, this was the right thing to do to speed up the process, what are you referring to there?
When we were on the island and I was going through the process of detoxing from the opiates, which was a very unpleasant and powerful, painful process. It wasn't working with Miss Heard there. I could not properly detox, as every day was another problem or this or that. So I asked we leave the island and go back to Los Angeles, and I asked Ms. Heard if she would please allow me to get a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where she and her friends could go for, I needed 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, anything I could get where I could finish the detox by myself without any unnecessary interruptions or unpleasant interruptions. To which she replied that she was felt like I was throwing her out and abandoning her, and after all she had done for me, when the fact is, though, no matter what I wrote to her mother and to her, I needed the time, because I would have gone straight back to the pills. I would have not been able to detox properly without that time alone. And she reluctantly gave me the time. And I sent her and her friends to Beverly Hills Hotel and in a bungalow, and went through the detox by myself in Penthouse 3 for the next 5 or 6 days.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a video that was taken of yourself where you're slamming some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
First of all, where are you in that video?
That's the kitchen at a house that I've on Sweetser that I've lived in since mid-90s.
And do you recall what you were upset about in that video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I don't recall, as I don't know the date of, there's no metadata that I am aware of for that tape. Also, Apparently looking for any metadata is impossible as it is
Your
now
Honor,
owned
beyond the
by.
scope of the
I'll
question.
sustain the objection. You want to ask the question
Mr.
again?
Depp, what do you remember, what, if anything, do you remember being upset about that resulted in what was seen in that video?
I can't recall if it was bad news about my mother's health. I can't recall if it was something to do with my former business managers, finding out that they'd taken me for a very nasty ride. I don't recall exactly what it was about. What I do know is that it didn't have anything to do with her.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled, I'll allow it. It's fine.
There was nothing between us before she entered that room. It was me alone.
Okay. Do you know where Miss Heard was before she entered the room?
I assume that she was up in the, she'd gotten out of bed and gotten dressed and come downstairs.
Mr. Depp, earlier today, Mr. Rottenborn played a recording where you can hear Miss Heard seeming to claim that you put a cigarette out on her. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
I'd like to play you another recording, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 365.
Okay.
And this is, for the record, an 11-second recording, so we'll be putting in the entire.
All right. Any objection to 365?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 365 in evidence.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. 2 couches. What do you want? Please. Please give me a couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, right. What do you want?
I want couch.
We don't have to speak once.
I want couch.
Couch.
Agree, please, though. You said you agreed
Couch,
before we
agreed.
started talking. I want to stop fighting.
Have I been fighting?
Yes.
Your Honor, she said this was
Everything
11
you said has
seconds.
been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited
Not you.
and meant. No, I'm not saying
it's
that.
45.
You asked.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. I may have been 45. I may have misremembered.
She
It's
said
it's
it
a.
was 11 seconds long. and that went way longer.
I
Okay,
apologize. I misremembered.
All right, it's in evidence.
It may help if we ask them to move the media player so we can see it too, because we just have a blank screen, so.
Okay, it's
Well,
45
that's just
seconds.
probably because we didn't publish it. There you go. Okay. Okay.
Can we play that? Thank you.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. 2 couches. What do you want?
You
Please.
don't pay attention to it.
Please give me couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, right. What do you want?
I want couch.
We don't have to speak once.
I want couch.
Couch.
Agree, please, though. You said you agreed
Couch,
before we
agreed.
started talking. I want to stop fighting.
Have I been fighting?
Yes. Everything you've said has been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited
Not you.
and meant. No, I'm not saying that. You asked me yours. By the way, you just threw a fucking cigarette on me.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's in that recording?
Do I recognize what's in the recording?
Yes.
Seems pretty clear that she's ordering me to the couch. And I didn't want to go through with any, again, avoiding confrontation, trying to avoid confrontation in any way. I can certainly say that without hesitation, there is no way under the sun that I would flick a cigarette at her or burn her with a cigarette. If I flicked ashes and ash got on her, but she's certainly not screaming out in pain as if a cigarette is being put out on her. That's ludicrous.
Do you recall the situation that's reflected in that audio recording?
I believe that's Montreal, excuse me, Toronto, which was right after the Venice Film Festival. We were at the Toronto Film Festival.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about a couple text messages from May 22nd, 2016 that Mr. Rottenborn asked you about earlier.
Yes.
And before I do, could you please remind the jury what was going on between you and Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016?
On May 22nd, on May 21st, I hadn't seen her since the 22nd of April, her birthday, which was when I left at 4:30 in the morning. I believe,
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative. He's already gone through all of this in his direct examination. And she asked him what was happening on May 22nd. And he's getting into what happened on May 21st. We've already been through this.
I believe that he's providing context for where they
I think
were
we
on the
can- we can
22nd,
go to
but
the 22nd.
if you could, Mr. Depp, please explain where you were on the 22nd of May in 2016.
as far as I can remember, on May 22nd, 2016, I was preparing to leave for New York for rehearsals and then a tour with the Hollywood Vampires. I was either preparing to leave or I was had left.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 736, please? And do you recall sending this text message to Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016 at 6:19 p.m.?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean when you told her nothing I have to say to you should elicit anything but a sense of ease?
It was essentially, for me, I was bringing up what I'd spoken to her about before, which was a peaceful resolution to the problems, a peaceful resolution in terms of a peaceful and private and quiet and calm divorce. And so that's why I say it shouldn't elicit anything but a sense of ease, because it was not about, I didn't want to argue. I didn't want anything but to end the marriage in the kindest way possible for all, her family, my family, her, myself, etc.
And what did you mean when you said all my love and profound apologies?
Profound apologies is that it just didn't work. We just could not work. There was no way. And I had to try to put a peaceful end, a peaceful stop to the endless opportunities for these constant arguments. If I didn't put a stop to it, then, I mean, if I didn't try to put a peaceful stop to it, peaceful end to it, then if you don't stop it yourself, it'll stop you. It'll stop you, and you don't know what that could be, but it was horrific, and I wanted her out of it, and I wanted out of it. No one deserves to live like that. No one deserves to live like that. Not her, not me, not anyone. So I just wanted a smooth exit for both of us. That's all I was looking for.
Mr. Depp, yes, or last week, Mr. Rottenborn played a clip from an audio recording where Miss Heard told you that you vomit in your sleep a lot. Do you remember that recording?
Yes, I do.
And what's your response to that?
When someone tells you that you vomit, she didn't tell me. I heard it in court. When someone brings up the fact that you vomit in your sleep every night, and well, at first I think you'd be aware of it. And also, I think the first thing that I would do is seek medical attention. It didn't exist. I'd never vomited in my sleep every night. There were times when I would get, yes, physically ill from the endless shots that you take when you're just, you're unable to take it anymore. And it does affect you physically after a while. So I would have to leave and go and vomit when fights got into these surreal and absurd and horrible places. But it still confounds me as to why she would record that. I don't know why anyone would record that.
Mr. Depp, the clip that Mr. Rottenborn played was from Defendant's Exhibit 839. And just for the record, this is a portion of a larger recording, which is reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. So with the court's permission, I'd like to play a clip from Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. And the portion I'd like to play is at 19 minutes, 40 seconds to 25 minutes, 25 seconds.
Right, do we have 342 already in evidence? Or
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
no, so you want to put 342, which is just the entire audio in?
Yes, I don't
Evidence.
believe that there's anyone else in this audio recording, Your Honor.
I don't believe I hear this before. Okay, 342, any objection?
As long as there's no one else in the audio recording.
We can confirm afterwards. So if Your Honor would, if it's more comfortable, we can put it in as 342A.
Okay. And what was let's put 342A, and what's the part that you're going to? play?
It's 19 minutes, 40 seconds to
Okay.
25 minutes, 25 seconds.
All right, and there's just the two of them, and that's this excerpt, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
All right, that's 342A in evidence, then, thank you.
I don't care.
Do you understand why 10 minutes downstairs
I don't
didn't
care.
seem real?
I don't care.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't care. I don't care.
You too.
There's plenty of things you've done, plenty of things you've fucking done. that were absolute fucking lies.
I didn't
And I didn't
ever.
fuck with you about it. So anyway, don't leave it. So I'll see you in a bit. yeah?
Is that what matters?
Your lies?
Is this what matters to you, your party?
Your lies, honey.
I never led you. And what we're talking about tonight is what? Why? Why? Why are you doing this?
Leave. Leave back.
Why? What is it that is so important always to run away to? Why?
It's a runaway, yeah. I run because I'm a cop.
Why don't you stay? You asked me once not to leave, and I'm asking you. So why every 5 seconds do I get I'm leaving because there's a fucking movie party I gotta go to? I have never prioritized you behind that. And you, of all people, all this talk about not being that guy, you have done nothing but over the last 2 days but tell me that your movie parties were more important, including the night before last. When I said to you the same thing, stay. And today you apologized, said, I love you, I'm so sorry. And then today it takes you 2 seconds. It takes you 20 seconds at most to go, fuck that, I hate you, I don't want to be with you, goodbye, I'm leaving, I'm running away. But I'm not running, I'm walking away.
Well, the one thing is for sure, I don't want to be with you. I don't. I really don't.
Then if you don't want to be with me in life,
Goodbye.
then you need to actually do it. You need to actually take off your ring and forget that 5 hours ago you said the opposite. Otherwise, you can't keep throwing that around. You can't keep saying to me that this is something you care about. Is that what it's worth to you?
Yeah. Yeah. For you, from all this bitching, from all these rules, all these.
Rules? Because I asked you to stay?
Because
Because I asked you to stay.
No, because you're fucking
What was
horrible.
it? What was it when you asked me to
Because you're a
stay?
pain in the ass.
What was it when you asked
I
me to
can't
stay?
stand it. No.
What was it when you asked me to stay? In Australia, you said you promised me not to leave. You said you promised me not to leave. What did I do?
I thought you would change.
What did I do?
Not change.
What did I do?
Not change.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You changed.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You stayed and you didn't change. And you were a fucking
I stayed.
pain in the ass. And you were a cunt.
So I stayed. And I've been a cunt ever since, which is why you told me
Pretty much.
about every other day how you couldn't imagine your life without me, including today. So
When
which
you
guy,
said-
does that seem normal to you?
When you're
Does that
great,
seem
yeah.
normal to you? The guy, you told me tonight that you couldn't imagine your life without me, and now you're throwing your ring on the ground. Does that seem normal?
Let's have you tell me.
That seems sober? You seem normal?
The definition of normal. You.
Does that seem normal?
You.
Does that seem normal to you?
Borderline personality disorder.
I'm borderline personality disorder now.
Without question.
When I've been consistent all night saying, don't go, don't fuck this all up. I'm not fighting with you anymore. I've been saying this to you the whole night. I'm really sorry we disagreed. You're not perfect. I said this 2 hours ago. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect.
I love you.
But we
put
don't-
First.
Have to do this every time we disagree.
No. No, we don't. But we do.
Please,
We do.
please, come here.
And you have
Please come here.
every insult.
Please come here. I'm not insulting you. I have not been insulting you.
Back.
I love you. Johnny, what do you need me to do? I love you. Stop.
Smack me on the ear again.
I love
Well, smack my ear again. So it fucking resounds in my fucking cranium.
you.
You like that? Huh? I love you too. No. No. I don't love you that much. No, I don't. I do not love you that much. To give up myself? No. I do not. I will not give up myself. And you want me to fucking be some kind of cursed goddamn parrot or a fucking weird frenzied dog? No, I won't be it. No?
Randy, I'm trying to talk
Or
to
your goddamn
Calm
fucking lover,
down.
Fantasia,
Calm down.
Fantasia.
Calm
I'm not gonna be that shit, man.
Baby, stop.
No, I don't want to be with you.
Baby,
These are the fucking
stop.
rules? Fuck that.
Rules. You're making this whole thing. You're doing this whole
Oh,
thing
yeah.
yourself. No one's fighting you.
I'm making this up. That, above all else, is an insult.
Mr. Depp, what are you and Ms. Heard discussing in this recording?
It is another argument that is apparently not an argument to her. The screeching of her voice, the demand that things go her way and only her way. I was done, and I think I stated clearly, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with you. I'm not going to be a parrot on a or some little dog that runs through hoops for you. I ain't going to do that. And I wanted out. She said, take your ring off. She still wouldn't let me leave. I did, and she still wouldn't let me leave. So it's just another example of kind of being nailed in one spot and not allowed to do anything but react to her screaming and screaming like a banshee, and then telling me to calm down when I had been pretty calm, I thought.
Where were you trying to go, if you can recall?
Anywhere, away.
And why did you ask Ms. Heard if she wanted to smack you in the ear again?
She had given me a good chop in the ear, one of those where leaves you ringing, and it was not long before that, and so I thought, maybe this will make you happy. Will it make you happy would you like to hit me in the ear again? Would that make you feel better? Will that make you stop this? Would have done anything to have stopped. Outside of taking anything to some physical level, I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. That's not me. It's not who I've ever been. It's not who I'll ever be.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's DX 598. I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C.
Okay.
And first, I'd like to play the portion from 31 minutes, 14 seconds to 33 minutes, 4 seconds.
Any objection to 598C?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
And then we will go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes, 27 seconds to 59 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right, 598C in evidence.
It's all
You know, and it
conditioned.
builds, right? Like you build, I build, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now I'll blood bath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is relevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Right, but if
At least that's how I see it.
indeed,
You know?
but if things get heated
Yeah.
and it looks like it's going somewhere nasty, and the name calling begins and all that stuff, I've got to get away because I don't want to be ever in a situation again like that. Never,
Me too. Me too.
never. So
Me too.
that's don't freak out if we do have a fight and I walk away.
I'm not going to do that. I'm asking you to stay when you feel you are also in the interest of working it
I
out.
think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two, or I mean, a moment. I mean, it takes some time. It takes some time to think by ourselves without being, you know, barraged by each other's fucking bullshit, whatever's. I just let's take a break from it, and then come back, try and be calm, and walk through the thing. But I'm not gonna stand and fight with you. I will not. You can call me a coward.
I don't
You can
want
call
that.
me anything you want. All those names, do it. But I will not do it again.
Please stop asking. I mean, please, can you stop for the sake of this conversation?
I'm just saying I won't do it again. That's all. Okay, great. Then let's take our space and let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Amber, I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop.
I'm
Stop. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have some kind of revelation makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please
what are you
stop
doing?
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah,
this
I think.
much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really.
Mr. Depp, in the beginning, well, first of all, do you know where you are when you're having this discussion with Ms. Heard?
The only, excuse me, the only clue that I have is that Sean is being called. I'd called Sean, and said to drive her home, or I believe it was probably at Sweetser, so then she could drive back, he would drive her back to downtown Penthouse 3 with, she didn't seem in any shape to drive to me.
And earlier in the clip, there was a reference to a bloodbath. What does that mean in the context of that conversation?
I don't know. Again, it seems like some word that was, it became
Objection,
part
Your
of it.
Honor. He said he doesn't know.
All right, I'll sustain objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, at the end of the day on Thursday, Mr. Rottenborn played an audio recording for you where you were heard saying you were going to hurt yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm not going to play that audio recording again. It seemed upsetting to you, but I do want to ask you a couple questions about that, okay?
Sure.
Could you please tell the jury when that recording is from?
That recording is from July of 2016. This was a few months after the restraining order had been put on me. I had been on tour through Europe, and then coming through the States, I got messages from Christian Carino, who was both of our former agent, saying that Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me in San Francisco because we had one of our last dates on the tour was San Francisco. And I was confused as to why Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me, especially since I was under a court order not to come within, I don't know, 100, 200 feet or something of her. So at first I said,
Objection, Your Honor. The question was simply, do you remember when that was from? It's beyond scope.
Okay. So where were you when that recording was taken?
that was in San Francisco at a hotel room. So we went to a hotel room so that we could finish the discussion that she wanted to have with me.
And how did that discussion go?
Not particularly well. I was quite confused as to why I had been summoned to her at that point, since all the news was just about the fact that I had allegedly done all these horrible things to her, and so I was talked into going there. I went and met with her in hopes that she would retract her lies that the world was now fed, had been fed, and in no way was she ready to do that. And I couldn't understand why I was there. Everything had been taken from me. My children couldn't escape the fact that all this had gone down. So
Objection,
I was
Your Honor. The question was, how did the discussion go? He's talking about his children. It's way beyond the scope.
just talking.
Sir, just wait for the objection.
I think he's describing the context around that conversation.
All right.
It's way beyond the scope of the
All
question.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, why were you threatening to hurt yourself in that audio recording?
In fact, I wasn't threatening to hurt myself. I thought that Ms. Heard had brought me to San Francisco. At that point, it was clear she was under false pretenses. I don't know what she was after. So I I had a knife in my pocket, and I just took the knife out and I said, "Here, cut me." That's what you want to do. Ultimately, you've taken everything. You want my blood? Take it. Have my blood. And then she said, "No, no." And then I said, "Look, if you're not going to take it, you want it. I know you want it. That's all I've got left. Take it." If she wasn't going to do it, I would have done it, because that's psychologically, emotionally where I was. I was at the end. I was broken. Not only had I had to deal with everything from coming in from, arrows from all over the world, but now I don't know what she was trying to do. So I just thought the only answer is, here, cut me, take my blood. That's all I've got left to give you. Obviously, there was no threat to Ms. Heard with that knife. It was about spilling my blood, because I thought that's what the only thing she didn't have at that point. And I was broken, and really just at the end. I couldn't take it anymore. I thought everybody, I know that that's his job, but that was quite a cruel.
Objection, Your Honor, we're well beyond the
No,
scope.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Finally, I'd like to play a portion from Plaintiff's Exhibit 357, specifically the portions at 18 minutes, 43 seconds through 21 minutes, 46 seconds.
357, is that correct?
357, yes.
All right, so is this going to be another one where it's going to be an A, or is this going to be all that's going to be offered?
Why don't we go with A to
We're
be
going
safe?
with A. Okay, could you give me the numbers again, just so I have them for the record? What are you going to play?
It is 357, beginning at 18 minutes, 43 seconds through 21 minutes, 46 seconds.
All right, any objection to 357A? All right, 357A in evidence.
It's been going on too long, Amber. Maybe we just gotta stop this. Just gotta stop it.
I don't know how to get my reputation back.
We write a letter together.
So, I mean,
Saying that we're going to take this out of the public eye, saying that we're going to try and work this out on our own, saying that the media has created such a fucking hateful storm that it's sickening, that we love each other, and that we want to make sure each other is okay. Have we had fights in the past? Have we had this or whatever? Fuck it, they already know all that shit. Don't matter. Here's the deal.
no, it matters. It makes. You have no idea. Every ounce of my credibility has been taken from. I mean, and done so in a dishonest way.
Amber, the abuse thing is we've got to deal with that. Yeah, we've got to deal with that,
I don't
Amber.
have any way of my credit. It's my credibility.
And why did you put that out there?
I did not. You forced me. Your team forced me to by going on the offense.
I didn't force you to.
From the very beginning. I promise. Look up the timeline to these things. Everything is. Forget it. Forget it. You don't believe what I say. You don't believe what I say. But I did not choose this. Every step of the way has been an offense.
I did not put this anywhere. I didn't. Let me talk to the fucking team.
I did not call the cops. I made them so statements.
IO called the
I did not
cops.
call the cops.
You told IO to call the cops.
I did not call the cops, and I did not give them any statement when they came. I've been trying to protect you.
You told IO to call the cops.
While it was happening.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry because the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a fucking finger, man. Come on. I had a fucking jar of mineral spirits thrown at my nose.
You could please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if it's fair fight my ass.
Exactly, because you're.
Mr. Depp, when did you have the conversation reflected in this recording with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall exactly when it was.
What's your best estimate?
My best estimate is that it was long before quite a while before the meeting in San Francisco in July. Excuse me.
How far after May 21st, 2016, do you think that conversation was?
Objection, calls for speculation. Sorry, he said he doesn't remember when it was.
I'm asking for his best estimate.
I'll allow it if you can answer it this way.
Sorry, could you ask it again? I was distracted.
How long after May 21st, 2016, do you believe that conversation took place?
I would say that it was not too far, maybe a couple of months. It was far enough to where the world media was already bombarding me. So it was an attempt to try to make all the.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What are you referring to when you said you and Ms. Heard will write a letter together?
I was trying to make a peaceful settlement.
And what are you referring to when you say you lost a finger?
A very large bottle of vodka severing my middle finger in Australia.
And what were you referring to when you said a can of mineral spirits was thrown at your nose?
One of the arguments on the island where Miss Heard had been howling at me with some argument, and she picked up a can of mineral spirits about yay big and just heaved it at me, and it struck me on the bridge of the nose and right there, the forehead.
And what did you say in response when Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence"?
I said, yes, I am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you can have a seat next to your attorney, please.
Thank
Okay,
you.
all right, your next witness. Ben King. Somebody going to go get Mr. King? You can just,
do away with these.
Who's Mr. King?
or you just leave it. You can leave it there.
Who's the next witness? Oh,
I don't
well, that's his
recognize.
job done.
I don't recognize the name.
Could
I'm
it be an
looking.
officer?
That's what I'm looking right now.
you think they covered everything? Do you think they managed to get around everything?
It's his former estate manager, Ben King. He actually testified in the London High Court for the libel suit.
Oh, so you know what's going to happen, Rottenborn? He's going to be saying, He's going to ask a question, and then he's going to
And-
impeach him.
And he's going to bring the
Impeach him.
transcripts from the other court and try to get them that like nothing's changed. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Hmm. You're probably right.
We just got a super chat. Thank you to Bo's Nose, $4.99. It says, Ranty, keep kicking absurdity in the gonads. I have loved watching your coverage of this trial. Glad you're able to do this full time. Thank you so much.
It is good to hear.
Right, and good afternoon, Mr. King.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Ben King,
And Mr. King, can you briefly tell us where you're from?
London, central London.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background? What's your occupation?
I'm a house manager, a personal assistant presently with an individual who also lives in central London.
Okay. Can you lean into the microphone a little bit more?
Yeah,
I know
sure.
it's a-
Sorry, here we go.
now, did you say you're a house manager?
That's right, personal assistant, house manager.
And can you just tell those of us in the courtroom who aren't familiar, what does that mean?
I work presently for a gentleman who's in the entertainment industry, who and I manage his property, a large apartment in central London, take care of the daily needs and running of that, oversight of the staff, and traveling with him when needed and things like that.
And how long have you been in this occupation?
Ooh, since about 1991, I started in private services, if you like, in house management, in butlering, in all that stuff.
Typically based around London?
Correct. I started work in London. Was my first big job at Buckingham Palace, funnily enough, for 4 years, and then I continued in different positions, full-time and self-employed, freelance capacity for many years as well.
Just generally, can you tell us, and without getting into any specifics, but what type of people would you say you typically provide these services for?
Generally high net worth people, individuals or families, residences.
Okay. Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Depp?
I met and worked for Mr. Depp in 2014. And subsequently a couple of times after that.
Okay, and can you briefly just explain to the jury how it came to be that you were working for Mr. Depp?
Sure. Yes, at that point I was working in a freelance, self-employed capacity. A lot of my jobs came through friends of friends, personal recommendations, etc. And I was asked by a friend of a friend on this occasion, would I be available, to go and manage a property where Mr. Depp was going to be staying for about a month in central London. Was I available? Would I be willing to do it? And I was available at that point. And so I said, yes, yeah, absolutely.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, what time frame are we talking about here?
That was August 2014.
Okay. And did you in fact end up working for Mr. Depp in that time frame?
I did, yes.
Now, just to clarify, were you employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So who was your employer?
I was paid through a large hotel which was close by to the house, who also they provided the housekeeper who was working with us for that month as well. So I was paid through them.
Can you just generally explain to us what kind of work you were doing for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Sure. Yeah, it was the setup of the house, basically. Setting up the house initially, which meant ahead of the principals arriving, which meant making sure all the linens were in place for the bedrooms. It was a sizable property. and just organizing everything ahead of their arrival. Once they arrived, it was the management of that property, the oversight of it, and the day-to-day running, some service, like butler service, and managing the housekeeper day-to-day through that whole month.
And when you refer to the principals, who are you referring to?
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Where exactly were you working in London at this point? Just kind of describe for us the house. I guess.
This house, this was in Mayfair. It was a large townhouse in an old building, but it was very contemporary inside, modern, furnished, very modern sort of way. Quite spacious, maybe 4 or 5 bedrooms, I think. A small indoor pool, a small gym. Quite an open plan layout throughout the house.
And how long were they there?
For the month, essentially, yes.
Can you tell us just generally what hours you would typically work in a day while you were working for them in London in this time frame?
Yeah, approximately. It depended on what was going on, but I mean, generally 7 or 8 in the morning till 7 or 8 in the evening. Typically, there was a chef employed as well. Russell, brilliant chef. He tended to stay after I left in the evening. He would cook dinner, serve dinner, and thankfully cleaned up after dinner. So I could leave sort of early to mid-evening, usually most days. Unless we had guests, unless there were guests or other things going on.
During your time managing the house for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in 2014, did you have occasion to observe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
How often?
Most daily, I would say. Pretty much most days through that period.
And did you yourself interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, also daily, I would say.
Which of them would you say, or did you see one of them more often than the other?
Ms. Heard was there. Mr. Depp was, the reason I think they rented the house was because Mr. Depp was working at a studio. I think it was Mordecai, the movie. So Ms. Heard was there at the house most of the days. Mr. Depp often went to work and came back later on in that evening, that day.
How would you generally describe the interactions that you observed between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Initially, very sort of loving towards each other, nice couple. Mr. Depp was always a gentleman and keen to make sure Miss Heard was taken care of. Anything she needed, often pour a glass of wine for her. Just nice, pleasant.
How about your own interactions with the couple? How did you get along with them both?
I think very well. They were really open to me, and I mean, my background is quite formal, so it was quite an informal setting. I was able to ask questions to either of them. Ms. Heard especially, it was really helpful to get information about what time they wanted dinner, basic stuff like that, or anything. It was good interaction all the time with the both of them.
Okay. Now you mentioned wine. Can you tell us to what extent did you observe either of them consume alcohol over the course of these 4 weeks?
Sure. When I started that job, or when I was taking that job on, I was told, I think by Mr. Depp's assistant, that he was. Oh, sorry.
Can you answer without telling what you were told?
I was made aware that Mr. Depp was.
Could you put your microphone on?
Okay.
Same objection. He's explaining what he was been told. Now he just said I was informed.
I don't think it's offered for the truth, Your Honor. I think it's just offered to explain his own behavior towards the couple.
No, it's can we approach?
Okay.
Rottenborn being a jerk again. What an idiot. He's just asking, how much did they drink?
It's context, and how you're going to tell it if you don't find out why you had certain information, why you acted a certain way.
Mm-hmm. So it would have probably been like, I imagine it's going to be something like, well, I would make sure that there was 28 bottles of red wine in, and
Mhm.
six bottles of of vodka or something like that, and that would be for
Mhm.
Amber Heard.
Yeah. How did I know that was coming? Yeah.
All right, so Mr. King,
Yes.
moving past the conversation, let's not
Right.
touch on that. But just in general, can you describe the alcohol consumption that you personally observed and what you personally witnessed?
Sure. I didn't see Mr. Depp consume any alcohol during that time in London. There was a large consignment of wine that had been delivered to the house at the start of the visit. Many cases that I had to find a place to store. And generally speaking, on a day-to-day, about 1 or 2 bottles of red wine were consumed per day. I think that's fair to say.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp drink any of the wine?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard drink any of the wine?
Yes, I did.
Regularly?
Daily.
Now, I think you already testified that you observed interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, and you generally found them to be friendly. Is that fair?
Very much so, yes.
Were there any exceptions to that?
Towards me?
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Did you ever observe any arguments between the two?
Yes, I did.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay, and can you describe for us the arguments that you observed?
I can describe 2 of them, certainly. There were a few arguments on that during that month.
Let's just start with those 2.
Okay. The first one I remember was an evening. Actually, they were both the ones I recall and I was close to were evenings. This first particular evening, the couple were due to go out for dinner, I guess. I know the car was waiting in the little courtyard there, ready for them to go, and security were waiting to take them. I was waiting to see them out into the car. I was at the foot of on the ground floor level, to wait to see them out, essentially. And the first thing I heard was Miss Heard shouting upstairs in the master suite where they were getting ready to leave. I heard her shout something, I don't recall what. I was in the vicinity, I wasn't really there to listen. And I heard loud footsteps sort of going across, there's like a corridor, if you like, at the top of those stairs that went around the master suite. Loud footsteps, and then more footsteps following, more shouting. And that sort of went on for some time. I mean, I knew that what time they needed to leave. I don't recall what time that was, but I knew they were supposed to have left already. And it went on for a bit.
Do you recall how that first fight or argument resolved?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I know that they left eventually, albeit late. I don't know how it really resolved, because I sort of made myself busy, but not going too far away from the door to make sure I saw them out.
All right, and then what about the second argument that you mentioned?
Second one, I was pretty much in the same vicinity, the same room on the ground floor. Again, the couple were in the TV room, I think, which was off the main sitting room, early evening, and I was going about my early evening duties, replenishing drinks close by, lighting the fire, lighting candles, whatever it might have been. I was close enough to hear Miss Heard say, "Why did you take your hand away from me, Johnny? Don't you love me anymore?" Like, not in a playful way, I might add. And I think he replied, "Of course I do, don't be silly. Of course I do." And it kind of launched from that point. And at one point, Mr. Depp got up and went to the bathroom or went upstairs, and I was sort of scuttling around out of the way, because I wasn't there listening. I was just there doing my stuff in and around them. Yeah, It's a strange, sort of banal way to start an argument, but
How would you describe Miss Heard's tone when she said, why did you take your hand away, Johnny?
accusatory, spoiled teenage child, maybe. Is that fair? It pretty, not playfully, let's put it that way, more angrily.
Over the course of the 4 weeks in August and September 2014, when you were working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in London,
Yes.
Did you ever observe any physical violence of any kind between the two of them?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe any injuries on either one of them?
No, neither of them.
Okay. After those 4 weeks, did you ever work for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard again?
I did. A couple of occasions. The following year was the first one, the following spring.
Okay, and where was that?
In Australia.
And was it unusual for you to be in Australia?
In Australia, maybe, but not unusual for me to travel for clients from my assignments to wherever it was needed.
Okay. How exactly did it come about that you were in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Towards the end of the London visit, Mr. Depp had kindly said, thanks so much for looking after us. We really like you. Maybe if you're free next year and we can arrange it, we can make it happen. Perhaps you'll be able to come to Australia with us. I've got to film Pirates 5. So I said, great, I'd love to. Obviously, I was freelance at the time, so it was going to be about 4 months work. I think it was billed as, so I thought, yes, I wouldn't mind some of that. Thank you very much.
And where in Australia were you staying?
There's a Gold Coast, yeah, but sort of Brisbane area. Brisbane was the main airport, so it's about an hour's drive south of Brisbane.
Okay. And do you recall when you arrived?
I arrived on February the 4th. I know I flew on that day.
Okay. How did your job responsibilities in Australia compare to your job responsibilities in London?
Much the same, just on a bigger scale. The house was larger. There was a bit more setup to do, but essentially the same oversight of the house, responsible for it during the whole gig.
And were you employed by Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard?
No.
Who were you employed by?
Essentially by Disney, the production company affiliated with Disney, who were making the movie. I think their name was Herschel, was the production company.
Now, I think you said you arrived in Australia on February 4th, 2015.
Correct.
Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. How about Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard? When did they arrive?
The setup for us was about a few weeks. I think they arrived towards the end of February 2015.
And between your arrival and their arrival, what had you been doing?
Just setting up the house. I lived on site. There was a guest house on site, a 2-bedroom, single-story guest house that I stayed in for those first couple of weeks, setting up the house and just getting everything ready during that time. And then I moved out to apartments, which we all had. I mean, a lot of the crew, the chef had an apartment. We all had apartments about a 30-minute drive south of the house.
Okay. And so we're talking about this house in Australia. So
Yes.
Can you kind of describe that property to us?
Yes, it was a large house on a few acres of land. A 3-story house, 5 bedrooms, with 2 or 3 buildings within the grounds as well. A good sized house, beautiful location.
How many entrances would you say it had?
Entrances, many. I mean, many certainly on the lower ground level out to the garden. On the first or on the main floor level, there was many entrances. I mean, every room in that house had a balcony at least. Every room on the lower ground floor had a sliding door or a door out. The utility room, the garage, the gym, everything. Obviously the front door. Many. On the main level, the large glass sliding doors out to the pool area, which had a gazebo and the steps down to the ground.
Okay, and once Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard arrived to stay at this house, was anybody else staying in the house?
Staying in the house, no.
Was
Yeah.
anybody else staying on the grounds?
On the property, yes. I mean, there was a couple there, caretaking couple, Sean and his wife, Sandra, who worked for the owner of the house. They lived on site essentially all the time. They were there pretty much throughout. And their house was, whatever, a couple of 100 yards away from the main house. And yes, security were there also.
All right, sticking with the caretaker just briefly, about how long would you estimate it would take to walk from the main house to the caretaker's house?
Under 5 minutes. I mean, yeah, no more than 5 minutes.
Okay. And then you mentioned security. What was the security setup?
Security was set up by Jerry Judge. They were employed, they stayed in the grounds for the duration. They didn't come into the house. They had a little sort of shack round by the perimeter wall where they would start their patrols from, walk around the grounds, around the exterior of the house at certain times of the day, write their reports and go back and stay in their shack.
And how many security guards would be on site at any particular time?
I think one in the day and one in the night, so they did sort of 12 hours about, as I remember it.
But it was 24/7?
Yes, definitely.
Do you know whether those were local employees or were they regularly employed?
I believe they were Australian, yes.
Okay. Now, I think you said you were not on the property 24/7, right? You had an apartment elsewhere?
Correct, yeah. I kept the same hours as I did in London, essentially, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, not quite, but 7, 8 a.m. till evening, till everything was set up and I could leave.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity when you were in Australia to observe Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's interactions with each other?
Yes, of course.
And how would you describe them?
Initially very good, like in London, it seemed very pleasant towards each other.
Did you observe any arguments?
Yes, I had several.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yes, a similar pattern, it seemed, to London arguments. One in particular was very similar to the second one in London. Started in the TV room, funnily enough. Loud voices, and Mr. Depp leaving the room, shutting the door, going to another room to play his guitar or to a bathroom, whatever. And Miss Heard closely following and opening the door or certainly rapping on the door. It seemed to continue.
Give us an estimate about how many arguments you think you observed in this time frame, approximately?
Several. I mean, we were there for several months, so certainly many more than in London.
Did you observe any alcohol consumption in Australia by either of them?
Yes, again, Ms. Heard, I was, again, part of my responsibilities was to provision the house and have everything set up for that. So I regularly brought red wine for Ms. Heard, which she consumed, the same amount as in London, I think.
And what amount is that?
Generally speaking, 1 or 2 bottles a day.
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Depp start any arguments with Ms. Heard?
No.
Oh, so hold on, objection.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, could you put your microphone, there we go.
Leading, objection, leading.
I'll sustain this to leading if you want.
Okay, we can move on.
New question.
Do you remember anything about Friday, March 6th, 2015?
It was essentially a normal Friday, if you like, end of the week. Yay. Nothing extraordinary about that day.
Did you come into work that day?
Yes, yeah, I was there.
Okay. Do you recall about what time you would have left the house on that date?
I remember taking a photo of the beautiful sunset over the pool. The sun would set over the pool and the creek. I took a photo of that around early evening, so 6:37. I would think I wouldn't have left much later than that.
Was Mr. Depp there when you left?
I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp was at the studio still on that day. I can't remember sort of seeing him to say goodbye, have a good weekend.
How about Miss Heard? Do you recall if she was there when you left?
Yes, she was.
Did anything unusual happen that weekend?
Yeah, I would say something pretty unusual happened.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I can.
Foundation.
All right, foundation. You want to lay a foundation?
At some point, did you become aware that something had happened between
Yes.
Mr. Depp and Miss
To the
Heard?
extent it calls for hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain that objection.
All right, turning to the following Sunday.
Ms. Williams, how much more do you have? Because it's time for our afternoon break. If
I think we can. I have a little bit more, Your Honor, so I think maybe this would
Okay.
be a good time for a
All
break.
right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? You're excused, thank you.
Well, Rottenbum's on his A game. Whenever it comes to anything that's incredibly detrimental to Amber, he objects, right? He's
It is,
on
but
it.
he can't object to the amount of wine that's being served and the amount of wine that only she is drinking. Yes, I think they had a talking to maybe at lunch.
I'm a little concerned with his recollections though, because the both times that he's alleged that Johnny Depp's walked away, he's citing one incident, and both times he's named two places that Johnny went to. So that's really concerning for me, and I think Rottenborn is going to pick up on that. So the first incident in London, he says that, and Johnny walked up and he went to a bathroom or upstairs or somewhere, right? So,
Well, he's saying
like,
he walked
where did
off,
he go?
but doesn't know. Well, if he's out of view, he doesn't exactly know, does he? What if he just leaves the room? How is he supposed to know if he went up the stairs or to the bathroom to the left or to the right? I mean, if he's out of view. So that's not that unreasonable to not know that, you know?
Well, it's just the fact that he named two specific places. You know, if he didn't know where he went, he should have said, well, he left the room and he went somewhere else. I'm not sure which room he went to, but he specifically said, a bathroom or upstairs. And to me, that's a little troublesome because he did the same thing when he said about Australia. He said he think he went to a room, another room to play his guitar or a bathroom. Now, there's a big difference between going to play a guitar in another room and a bathroom and then hearing him banging on the door. What door was it? You know, so I know Rottenborn's going to go after him hard for that. Hard for that.
Yeah, he's going to try. But Johnny's testimony alone says he was in both another room and the bathroom. So both are possible. Both are still true. I mean, it is possible for two things to be true at the same time. He could have not seen which room he went into, but that doesn't mean he didn't go into the room.
Unless he clarifies it by saying that what I meant to say was that, he went to multitudes of different rooms,
But what is the important part of the testimony? Johnny left the argument. Johnny walked away. Doesn't really matter where he went. It's not like he went to a hostel or something, or he, went out to a dance party. None of that was said. The important part is Johnny left. Johnny left. For me, anyway. And I hope that that's where the focus is of the jury.
We can, yeah, I mean, a lot of this is all tying in with all the closing arguments, yeah? So they're going to say that, when it comes to closing, they're going to say this witness, this witness, this witness, this witness, all say that Johnny Depp leaves the room. We have Amber Heard on multiple audio saying, you run away, Johnny, you don't fight, you run away, you leave at minute one and you're off, you just go. So all that's going to play into, You know, because if he's never the one instigating how can he start a physical fight if he's always running away? It has to be
Exactly.
her chasing after him to confront
She is.
him for a physical fight, you know.
And she's
So
admitted that, and she did pursue, like what Alman is reminding us that she did pursue him relentlessly if he tried to leave. She has begged him continuously, do not leave these arguments. I need to have a real fight with you. Like, what is that? Like, I have to have a real fight with you. I have to, like, we have to have an actual real fight. Like, you can't just keep walking away. It's not fair to me. And I'm like, what does that mean? You know?
I think that's the narrative that, I mean, even if, you know, proving defamation is it's a hard thing to do, right? And maybe the odd instance that they could twist it into, you know, sort of like technically getting a win. But I think the vast thing of this whole trial is just to clear Johnny's name, to say that, okay, this happened to him. He was the one that was being abused, not her. So that's what I'm getting out of this. I mean, the support for Johnny is overwhelming, isn't it? I mean, I can't even believe how much on Twitter you can barely find a post from anyone supporting Amber Heard. It's crazy. In fact,
it is.
Anybody in the chat right now that supports Amber Heard, press 1. And nobody. I'll make I'm not going to say I make you a mod, but I'll make sure that nobody gives you any shit. But if you actually think Amber Heard is, you know, the one, I just want to know, because we've got 140 people watching. So if I can get 1 or 2 or 3, it'll be a percentage. We'll get a percentage of people. So just press 1 if you do.
Yes. Thank you, Effie Peer Review. Have a good night. Thanks for being here.
I think a lot of what her traits are showing is that she's got she definitely does have some kind of personality disorder, and also this sort of like needing to have someone around her, this petulant child that I mean, if you heard that video, did I put it on Facebook?
Asking. I don't know. They are asking also in the chat what we think of the last audio that they played. What are your thoughts on the last audio?
Last audio was.
I'm trying to recall. Was that the one where she wouldn't let him leave and he kept saying he wanted to leave?
Oh no, where she went from, oh Johnny, oh so sad, and then she started raging at him. Was that the one?
Is that the one you're referring to? Yeah.
I can't remember. She was all over the place. You remember she starts off low and needy. I need you, Johnny. Don't go. I need you. And then she's raging. You know, don't you go? Blackmailing him. Blackmailing him. It was emotional blackmail, right?
Yes, it was. It was very needy. It was very pulling. It was very like, you got to do what I want. It's all about me. It didn't matter that he needed to leave. It didn't matter that he said this wasn't good for either of them. And he kept saying that, not just for him, but for her too. This is not healthy. Like, we can't do this. This is not good for either of us, you know, and she don't hear it. Another good point, Ranty, is that this witness, Ben King, he is very stable. I think he can handle Rottenborn when the cross comes. I think he's going to be able to do it, and I think he's going to get extra information out. I don't see him getting rattled. He had good dates. When he was solid, he was solid. I do agree he didn't really specify which room or whatever. It gives them a little bit of a place to go, but I don't think they're going to get very far with it, because the witness is going to be able to keep saying he left to go, you know, he left. Those are the important words. He left. He de-escalated. He tried to remove himself from the situation, as he should. You
know. In the closing statements, do they get to play the audios again? Are they allowed to put a collaboration of audio, video, you know, audio together to remind the jury?
No, this is evidence. You don't normally go up with a exhibition of all of the evidence that you have put in for your closing arguments. It is usually just a prepared statement of some type by the attorneys to close up the case of everything that they have done. They can mention, of course they mention it, and they will make you recall it. That would be, you know, good legal practice to have you recall everything that is submitted. But I don't recall ever seeing like a presentation of all of the evidence that was presented. You know, but maybe. I just don't recall ever seeing anything like that.
Mm.
And also, because it gets
It's a novel case, though, isn't
entered.
it? It's definitely a novel case. It's a he
It
said,
is.
she said. And to be fair, I mean, let's look at it another way. Would it have even got this far without all these recordings? I mean, who was
Probably
doing all
not.
the record? I know Johnny Depp recorded a couple, but I think that was
Yeah,
only
he did
down the
towards the
line
end. I think
towards the end.
at the end, he was definitely recording. That is true. When people say, well, Johnny recorded too, yes, he did. He did towards the end, but he was not when they were dating in 2012 and 2013, like a certain person, or he was not that I'm aware of, that I've heard.
But she was recording the whole way through, and she's got all these tapes. She
got
saved all these tapes.
pictures, all these things. And someone said,
She-
like, when I said, why does she keep like trying to get him to not leave? Like, why is it like so important? And they're like, because you can't document evidence of a fake thing. You don't have the opportunity to pin anything on them if they're not there.
Mm.
I'm like, oh yeah.
She saved, she saved everything, right? And we wouldn't. Would there even be a case? I don't know. If she hadn't recorded anything and just made the allegations, and had just had some random photographs, where would Johnny have gone from that? I don't know. Is her own recordings her own downfall here?
Well, he kept saying, are you recording me? And she kept saying, yeah, and he was like, oh, well, whatever. Like, he thought it was odd, like, all along, but it was just some weird thing she did. Hi, Sandy. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry. Of course, we love you when you're here. What's the matter?
You now have to pay. You now have to pay your fine for being late.
Yeah, a re-entry fee. Is that what we're going to start? Like with a because she was here earlier and then she had to leave. We'll charge for re-entry. Okay. He's tough.
We're just on a break. We've got about 5 minutes left before they come back. So
Yes.
if you need to get a brew, I suppose now is the best time to go and grab one.
I get a brew. It's too early for
A brew.
me. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. Oh, but Mia, yes.
You know what a brew is? Do you know what a brew is? You know what a brew
it's a beer.
is?
Is it beer?
No.
It's
It's a cup of,
oh,
cup of
wait.
tea.
Are you calling a cuppa? Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're
It's
calling
a
a cuppa.
brew.
So go get tea.
Yeah.
A brew. Okay. I thought you meant like a brew here in America. Am I wrong, Americans? Like, would you think that was a beer? I don't know.
Well, here in the UK, it's it would be a cup of
It's a
tea
tea.
or a coffee.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's about tea time, right? It is about. Yeah.
Maybe I should talk more like this butler. What do you think? Should I be more butler like?
I don't know. I know what a cuppa is. Like, if you said cuppa, I would know what you meant for sure. But in Canada, a brew is a beer. Thank you, Roxanne. A can of special brew. Yes, that's a beer. See, the Americans would all think you're drinking a beer. Well, now we know that he's drinking a cuppa, which is it was the tea or coffee. Like when I say cuppa, it's usually coffee because I'm here in America. But my nan, it would be tea all the time. So.
That's right. Sandy did. She did tip me this morning. I do apologize. It was a long time ago. I've lost track with all the messages.
It's a long day, and he's got all that twerking on his mind. He can't.
Oh
be
my
held
goodness!
responsible.
Shall I link that one last time?
You should link it for Sandy if you're gonna.
God.
Yes, you should. You should link it for her so she can just watch it special.
So on Thursday, I said if I got 2 new channel members, I would do a twerking video, not knowing what it was, and then once I got 2 new channel members, I then had to do the twerk. So I did that on the weekend. I put the video out, and I would highly recommend that you do not watch this. so don't watch it. It's only for those that were around at the time that were, sort of like saying, go and watch it. It's embarrassing, obviously, but here's the link. I'm putting it in the chat right now, and come back after you've watched it.
Make it twerk. Make it twerk. Okay. All right. Oh.
Anyway,
we've got quite the bunch in here. It's kind of split. Like there's Americans, there's Canadians, there's English.
Yes,
Scottish.
definitely.
There's plenty of Scottish. Yeah.
If I say something, Juliana, I follow through with it. I'm one of these people that likes to keep my word. I don't like to.
He kept his
promise
word.
something and not do it. Yeah.
Man of his word. It's the first thing I saw this morning with my coffee. I was What a way to
Spitting it
start
out.
the day. I don't often get to start the day that way, Rinty. It was special. It was truly special. What do you
Oh,
mean
dear.
you don't understand Gaelic and Trig? Because I understand that. I do have a little Scottish. Kenny's understand, and I dinna ken Gaelic. I know. I do not understand the Gaelic, yes, but I do actually. So now you're gonna have start another rumor that I'm from another foreign country. And I got another fake accent up my sleeve or something. Here we go. Oh God. Yeah, this is it. But yeah, I get it. I get it.
Simon
Yeah.
Lawson says, "Oh my God, just watch the twerk video." Pissing
Did
myself
you?
laughing.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're not responsible for any of the wet panties going on around here. If you lose your bladder, they're going to laugh really hard. I suggest you all take a good entry first.
Jesse says, "Oh my God, I'm dead. I want to see you wiggle it just a
little bit." No. You see, Jesse, you got to help me tell him how to just do that roll, because like he didn't get the roll part in, and they were saying that it wasn't an official twerk. He might have to redo it. We're gonna need some. I know. Thank you, Sandy. It does count. That just I'm from Earth. That's it. Like yeah, that should be. I'm from Earth. Oh, Dulwich. Okay, Dami do. All right.
Francie got down at the end.
He did. He got into it, didn't he? He picked a good song too. Like it was very appropriate. And was he not properly attired too? Like he really picked it. He really thought about it. He put some effort into it. He did. Oh, come on. He saw he oh God. Oi. Oh my God. I know it was quite enjoyable. Jesse, I'm with you. Like it's gonna be a favorite. Like, we're gonna have to bookmark that one. It is. If I'm not feeling just a little down, I'm just gonna play it. It's good because and I do appreciate a man with a good sense of humor that keeps his word. Look at that. He's a man of his word. Yeah. My Welsh could use some improvement, turtle moves, but I can recognize certain things. But I do love language. I actually do. I like I like to play, and Google Translate is my best friend. Like sometimes I'll play with people on Twitter and I'll answer them in different languages, like constantly, and on the back of my videos too, just for the hell of it. I like French and English and German, and Polish. Oh, I need therapy. Oh God. Oh God, the press up. Oh no. Alvin, you just saw it now? Oh, I thought you saw it earlier. Oh, I should have warned you. Sorry, love.
Oh dear me. Juliana, if you want to, it's an unlisted video, so if you want to, sure, but it's not getting published on here. But you can share it around if you want. Oh, that was funny.
Oh, you're really pulling it out on me, Intrigue. I'm gonna have to work. I'm gonna have to really work for it now. Okay, hold on. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh,
oh, that's a good one. Armageddon's Fire, Ranty the painter and stripper. Funny.
This is too much. Yeah.
Ranty's bum is not rotten.
I know. That's I just saw that one. That one's great. You're not rotten bottom like Rottenborn, right?
That's true. That's true. There is a rotten bum somewhere. And I just know he's waiting. He's waiting in the wings to challenge him on what rooms he went to, not the fact that he left the room. But see, everything you say on the stand is taken, especially with Rottenborn anyway, is very literal. He has a thing like the words have meaning.
My Gaelic is so bad, Intrigued. I'm trying. Basically, I can just tell that you're basically just asking me if I speak it. And I'm telling you, it's so bad, I wouldn't even claim the word speak. Let's just say I might understand a little bit if you're lucky, but I wouldn't try to converse with me in it. Aw,
Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back.
aw. You know what? But your last statement there with the heart, if I recognize that correctly, that is quite sentimental. And ditto, you're okay. You're just an okay intrigued feline. That was very sweet. If I'm correct in what it says, but like I said, my Gaelic is quite bad. Did anyone else speak Gaelic in the chat? Oh, they're back. Oh, mute.
Oh, Heard's not standing up. Turd's sitting down.
Mhm.
What's she looking like today? What would you say that attire is?
School
Frumpy?
marm, frumpy school marm, like from way back. Yeah.
Yeah.
It should say. I thought that's what it said in Trick. It said, "I love you." Yes, and that's very sweet. I'm gonna save that one.
Seems to be a lot
Iron
of.
bro. Oh, hi, Kyle. Mm.
Right, here we go.
Mr.
Okay.
King,
Yes.
before we went on break, we were discussing Friday, March 6th, 2015.
Right.
After you left the house that evening, when did you next see Miss Heard?
Sunday the 8th
And where did you see Miss Heard?
at the house.
What were your typical hours?
Monday to Friday from 7 or 8 a.m. till the end of play each evening, early evening usually.
Why were you at the house that Sunday?
I was called to the house by one of Mr. Depp's assistants.
And about what time did you arrive at the house?
Around 2 o'clock, 2:30.
Who was there when you arrived?
Debbie Lloyd was there. David Kipper was there. Amber Heard was there. Jerry Judge was there.
And I think by now probably everybody's familiar, but can you just very quickly say who those people are?
Sure. Debbie Lloyd was a nurse. David Kipper was Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard was Miss Heard, and Jerry Judge was head of security.
And when you arrived at the house on Sunday, March 8th, 2015, what did you do?
I just parked up and went into the house.
And did you observe anything when you went into the house?
Yeah, I mean, initially I walked into the front door. Initially I heard rather than saw anything. I could hear pretty hysterical sobbing, crying, which sounded like Miss Heard to me. I heard Jerry Judge's voice. There's a few steps as you go up into the house, so you can't immediately see what's going on. But so I went up the steps. I could see then Miss Heard over on the right-hand side, over towards the TV room with Jerry Judge. David Kipper was in the kitchen area, which was pretty much directly ahead as you walk up those steps.
And were you able to visually see Miss Heard?
Yes,
And you were able to hear her as well?
absolutely.
How would you describe her demeanor?
Hysterical, probably the best way to describe it. Crying a lot, and just crying uncontrollably. I think it's fair to say.
And how would you describe Jerry Judge's demeanor when he was speaking with her?
He was just keeping her calm, saying, "It's all right, love. It will be all right." Jerry was good, like he had a big heart. Jerry, he's a good guy. He was calm. Jerry was always calm. Well, mostly.
And what did you do next?
I saw they were engaged across away there, so I went into the main kitchen area, which, as I said, was just directly ahead of those main steps. and spoke to David Kipper.
And following that conversation, what did you do?
Well, he told me that Mr. Depp had.
Objection hearsay.
All right.
Your Honor, it's, well, maybe we approach.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course they don't want this out there. They don't want to know what he was told when he turned up. Yeah. They don't want him to get his testimony out, do they?
No, they're going to try to stifle it, but it's partially out now. I'm hoping they find a way to get it there.
If he's good at his job, he will
Well,
be able to.
Listen, he said he could hear her, so that's one thing. So what she said is now going to come into evidence. And if he was actually talking to Jerry Judd, he can say what he said. It's not hearsay if he actually spoke with him.
It wasn't Jerry Judge, though, he was talking to, was it? He said it was Kipper. What did he say to Kipper, wasn't it?
Kipper, yeah, because Jerry Judge talked to Kipper.
Let's see who won that.
So you can answer the question. What did you do next?
So I spoke to David Kipper, who was in the kitchen area, seemingly rummaging through a bin. He said that Mr. Depp had sustained an injury to his finger, one of his fingers, and he was looking for the fingertip that it said it had been severed. So I said, well, shall I help you? As one would. And he said, yeah, that would be a good idea. I left him in the kitchen. He said there was a lot more damage downstairs. So I went to, we split up. He left him in the kitchen. I went downstairs to search.
At some point, was Mr. Depp's fingertip found?
Yes.
Who found it?
I did.
And where did you find it?
Downstairs in the bar area, the games room bar area.
So can you walk us through how you found it?
Yes, so I walked down the stairs. There was a bit of damage down the steps. That a big chunk had been taken out of the marble staircase. On my way down, remnants of what looked like a plant pot or something around it smashed. Walking down into the bar, I could see the damage that Dr. Kipper had told me about. A broken ping pong table sort of collapsed onto the floor, and lots of glass and broken glass and cans strewn around the bar area.
And where exactly was the finger in the bar area?
Directly below the bar. The bar was set up like a conventional bar that stuck out from a wall, and with a marble top. There's a big chunk out of that as well, like on the staircase. Directly at the end of the bar, there was a scrunched up piece of kitchen paper, if you like, tissue, with lots of blood around it, on it. So I thought that's probably a pretty good place to look. And it was within that scrunched up piece of paper on the tiled floor at the end of the bar, the base of the bar, by one of the bar stools.
Was there any property damage around the finger?
Yes, a fair bit. On the floor around that area, there were puddles of what smelt like alcohol to me. Seemed like several drinking glasses, a couple of bottles. One was a Stolichnaya vodka bottle. And at the end of the bar, as I said, there was a big chunk out of the bar itself, the bar marble top. At the end of the bar, there was plaster damage right at the end of the bar on the wall. Behind the bar, smashed and cracked mirror. There's a blue mirror that stretched that whole span of behind the bar. Lots of cans again behind the bar on the floor. Broken window at the end of the bar, and more plastered work damage on the wall above the sink. It was sort of a kitchenette bar, if you like, as well.
You mentioned bottle of vodka. Was the vodka bottle intact?
No, no, nothing was really intact. The top of it, the top of a bottle was like, it had a label on it, which is how I knew it as a Stolichnaya bottle. It had that sort of squiggly S, sort of yellow top. There was a large chunk of a bottle, which I guess was the rest of that, and several other, lots of other broken glass around the area.
After you found the fingertip in the bar area, what did you do next?
Well, I gathered it up in that kitchen paper and sort of took it upstairs. I might have shouted up to David Kipper, I found it. I'm not sure, but I walked back upstairs to the kitchen and got a bag, a little plastic bag, put the fingertip in there, set it on top of some ice in this plastic kitchen container, and pretty much handed it over to David Kipper and Jerry Judge, I think at the time, who were keen to get it to the hospital quickly to see if it could be reattached.
Do you recall about what time you found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area?
It was about an hour after I got there, so it would have been around 3:30, I would think, 3:20, 3:30.
Now, you've told us a little bit about the state the house was in when you arrived.
Yes.
Can you generally describe for us, and maybe go level by level through the house, what damage you observed?
Sure. Do you want me to start at the lower ground floor in that bar area? I've described a lot of that.
Sure, that's fine.
It was pretty extensive down there, all that broken glass, the blood. There are a lot of blood drips across that floor. It is a kind of cream-colored tiled floor in that whole games area. As I said, the ping pong table was collapsed. Blood drips across the floor and around the bar. And the damage on the walls, as I said, the plaster work at the end of the bar, behind the bar, and the chunk out of the marble top. So on the ground, that was the predominant damage in that area, on that level. On the next floor, on the main floor where David Kipper was, in the kitchen itself, again, a few broken glasses and cans on the floor, soda cans behind the kitchen island, the chef's kitchen island, liquid sort of puddles. There was a sitting room with a couch on a cream-colored couch, which had a fair amount of blood drips on the cushions, and that was obvious. The TV, which was directly in front of that wall-mounted TV, was cracked with, it seemed like remnants of a coffee cup embedded in some of it, and the rest was below, looked like coffee splattered behind and underneath the TV, and on the floor as well. Through there, we'd set up an art studio. So a lot of the art materials from that, paintbrushes, paint, various art materials were on the floor. A lot of paint on the floor. Blood drips throughout that area as well, especially over there's a vast sort of wooden parquet floor. There was a lot of oil paint and blood drips up to the staircase. In one of the bedrooms, there were two bedrooms off of the main kitchen area. One of those bedrooms had blood drips on the duvet, and a lamp had seemingly been broken. The shade was removed. There were a couple of lampshades in the art studio area on the floor. That was about the extent of the damage. Going upstairs to the next level, there was a few blood smears on the wall and on the drips of the stairs going up. Again, a cream-colored carpet, which is not ideal. And so that's the top floor was the master bedroom, master suite floor, and two bedrooms also up there. Outside the master bedroom, there was damage to the plaster work on a pillar outside on the wall. blood drips into the master bedroom, across the master bedroom floor. Going into the master bathroom, there was a his and hers sink and a mirror, a large mirror above each of the sinks that had writing on each of them. Again, that one of the bedrooms or both of the bedrooms, I think, had blood on the duvet covers, and another lamp was broken. And Mr. Depp's guitar was in one of those bedrooms, a bloodstained guitar. His iPad was standing up on one of the beds in one of those bedrooms. That's about the extent of it.
That's the damage
on each level, yeah.
Whose job was it to clean all that up?
That was mine. That was mine. My responsibility. The house was essentially my responsibility.
So were you familiar with the damage generally throughout the house?
I got a pretty good idea as I walked around and saw it all, yes.
Did you observe any damaged phones?
No.
Did you observe any damage to a wall where a phone might have been ripped off the wall?
No.
Bleeding.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Maybe the next one. Okay.
Was there any artwork in this house? Decorating the house?
The owners had left their art in the house, yes. Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had done some artwork themselves, yes. But yes, there was some that came with the house, if you like.
Focusing just on the artwork that came with the house, did you observe any damage to any of that?
No, nothing that I needed to repair or replace. Certainly not. Thank goodness.
Is there any other damage that comes to mind?
Just a lot of blood, a lot of repairs. The floor, as I said, was quite heavily with blood and paint. Yeah.
And in terms of bodily fluids, it was just blood that you observed, no urine or anything else?
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right, I'll sustain
fine.
strike the answer from the record.
No other damage. Does any other damage come to mind?
No.
Can we take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 375, which I believe is already in evidence? And can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
Mr. King, are you familiar with the image that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, that's one of the mirrors I was telling you about in the master bathroom.
And so were you involved in cleaning any of this up?
I cleaned both of those mirrors at some point that evening, that night. Yes.
Were you able to tell what was used or what substance what sort of the ink is that's used on the black writing there?
That was the same oil paint that was on the floor, on the parquet floor downstairs and various other places. It was the same oil paint.
All right. How about the red writing that says, call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. Were you able to tell what was used to make that writing?
Lipstick, I
Objection
believe.
Foundation. Objection Foundation.
He's testified that he was cleaning it up.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
It certainly seemed like lipstick to me, red lipstick. It was quite waxy. I remember taking that off. It seemed like lipstick.
Okay, we can take that down. Mr. King, about how long were you at the house on that Sunday?
Quite a long time. It actually went into the early hours of Monday morning, so at least I got there around 2 in the afternoon of Sunday. I don't think I left there until 2 or 3 o'clock the next morning of the 9th.
Over the course of the time that you were there that day, did you have any interactions with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I certainly did. Yeah.
Can you describe those for us, please?
Yes, not too much initially. She was very, as I said, quite hysterical and crying a lot, and Jerry Judge was taking care of her, keeping her calm. Later in the evening, it was suggested that Miss Heard go to a local hotel, uh, to leave the house, go to a local hotel, which then became a suggestion that she go back to LA. And that's, I think, when I started interacting, in terms of, at some point I volunteered to travel with her to LA.
How did Miss Heard respond to the suggestion that she leave leave for Los Angeles?
She was resistant to both of those suggestions, very resistant. She really didn't want to go, and said, I can't leave, I can't leave. You know, it'll be the end if I leave. Those sorts of things. And so it was just, these went over a few hours, those negotiations, if you like. And eventually, Ms. Heard agreed that I would fly with her.
Very, very believable testimony.
And did you, in fact, fly with her?
I did, on Monday the 9th.
Okay. Sticking with Sunday, when you were interacting with her on that Sunday, how close were you to her?
Very close, you know, like very close in front of her.
And do you recall observing any injuries on Miss Heard?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you notice anything unusual about her physically at all?
No, I mean, she was obviously crying a lot. She had red eyes, and but no, otherwise no.
Okay. So what happened the following day, that Monday, March 9th, I guess it would be, 2015?
Right. So, I mean, it was eventually agreed that I would fly with Miss Heard. So I had to at some point go back to my apartment, drive to my apartment to pick up my passport, which, funnily enough, I hadn't brought with me, and some clothes, you know, a bag to take. So I think I left the house early hours, as I said, 2 or 3, may have been a bit later, a.m. I drove back to my apartment, which was 30 minutes drive south, picked up those things. I mean, I didn't know how long I was going to go for, but I knew I was traveling. So passport, quick shower, pick up a bag of clothes, and I drove back up to the house. I don't recall exactly what time I arrived there, but I know we had to leave. All the arrangements were being made by the travel agent, and Jerry Judge was liaising with them to make the flight arrangements, and which I believe was going mid to late morning. So I think we had to leave the house around 7 or 8 a.m. that morning, Monday the 9th.
And did you travel to the airport with Miss Heard?
Yes, we were driven.
How would you describe her demeanor that morning?
Calmed down a fair bit. She was mostly on the phone, to be honest, for pretty much the whole of that car journey, to various people, one of which I believe was Mr. Depp.
Do you recall her saying anything on the ride to the airport about what had happened the night prior?
Nothing really mentioned in that as way of an explanation, no.
What happened when you got to the airport, if anything?
We were running a bit late, but I remember that. Luckily, we were traveling first class, so the driver knew to pull up to a kind of VIP, for want of a better word, VIP check-in point. And so the car got pretty close to where the desk was. Miss Heard was still on the phone, and so we sat there for a bit with the driver, and Miss Heard was talking. I don't know who to at that point. And I was thinking, we need to make this flight actually pretty soon because we were already running a bit late. So I decided to go in, maybe I can go in, check in our bags ahead, and then come back and get Miss Heard. She should be finished by then, which is what I did.
And did you eventually get on the plane?
Eventually we did. It was a close call, to be honest.
Once you were on the plane, did you have any conversations with Miss Heard?
Yes, I mean, not initially, but she took some time in the bathroom. She was on the phone again to the point where the cabin crew had to sort of tap on the door and say, we need to leave now. Everybody needs to sit down. And she did come to sit down, that, after 10 or 15 minutes in there. And so eventually, and luckily, as I said, we were flying first class, which was lovely. She was in the window seat, like I think it was 1A, 1B window seat. I had the aisle seat. And finally, we could both sit down, and in way of conversation, wasn't a great deal, to be honest. I did sort of say, finally, so what happened? Obviously referring to the house. And I mean, she didn't give much explanation, if any. She did say, Ben, have you ever been so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I sort of said, no, actually, I'm pretty calm, even-tempered guy. But she did repeat it. She looked pretty incredulous that I hadn't, and she repeated it. You mean you've never lost it with somebody, got so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I said, unless you count the sort of time when I was 14 years old and I hit the light switch in my bedroom because I wasn't allowed out that night or something. With a person, no, never. And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. She dropped it then.
How would you describe her tone when she asked those questions of you?
To me, incredulous, would be fair to say. Surprised that I hadn't lost it with somebody.
Does anything else stand out about that flight?
It was fairly calm. After that, it was calm, but I mean, we were both exhausted. I certainly was, and I think I can't remember eating even. Just slept most of the flight until obviously we landed, or were close to landing.
At any point, did you observe anything about Miss Heard physically on that flight?
Yes, I did. Right toward just before we landed, I noticed some marks on her arm, her left forearm.
How would you describe those?
Long, kind of uniform, evenly spaced, sort of long, thin marks. Very uniform, in fact.
And when did you first notice those?
On the plane towards coming into land, we're gathering the stuff up. I noticed them then.
What did you do after you landed in Los Angeles?
Once I'd fired up my phone on landing, I saw the arrangements that we would be picked up by one of Mr. Depp's security personnel, who I think was Travis McGivern. So I made contact with him, and he met us in the place that had been arranged. We walked through the arrivals lounge and met him at the end of that. Got in the car with him and drove to the Eastern Columbia building.
And how would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor in Los Angeles?
Yeah, pretty calm. I mean, she seemed, obviously a lot calmer from the house, but she pleasant towards Travis, certainly in the car. Obviously, they knew each other. When we got to the building, she was kind enough to show me around the apartment. I'd never been before. She showed me around the penthouse, little tour. She wrote down some restaurants recommendations because she knew I'd be staying a few days probably. So, and I don't really know LA that well. So she recommended a few restaurants. And then I left. I said, if you need anything, as usual, as I always did, need anything, give me a shout. I'll be staying fairly close by. Just give me a call or a text.
How long were you in LA?
Less than a week. I think I flew back to Australia on the 14th or 15th. So about 5 days, 6 days tops.
And when you got back to Australia, what were you doing?
Pretty much putting the house back together, repairing all the damage with the help of professional contracted vendors I brought in, and just getting the house back as it was originally.
At some point, did Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard return to Australia?
Yes, they did.
Were you there when they returned?
Yes.
Did you observe them interacting with each other after they came back to Australia?
Yes. Yeah.
And how would you describe their interactions?
Again, initially, those first few days were certainly very pleasant, almost honeymoon-like, I would say. They strolled around the grounds a bit, and they seemed fine with each other.
Did you ever observe any arguments after they returned?
Yes. I mean, many.
I mean,
several more, yeah.
And how would you describe those?
Not dissimilar to the London arguments in terms of the pattern of those, the sort of provocation and the reaction that leave the room, Mr. Depp leaving the room, going to another room, playing his guitar, seem to follow the same pattern as that, as I witnessed those 2 times in London.
All right. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Here we go. He's going to be chomping at the bit. Ready for this?
Good afternoon.
Hold on to your hats. I knew it would be Rottenborn.
We got about an hour.
To understand your testimony, is it your testimony that Amber and Mr. Depp arrived together in Australia in February of 2015?
Oh, it's not Rottenborn.
Initially, together, I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp arrived ahead of Ms.
Right,
Heard, actually.
Mr. Depp arrived first, correct?
I think so, yeah.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard, Amber didn't arrive until March 5th, 2015 to Australia?
I can't remember the date she arrived, to be honest.
But she could have arrived March 5th, 2015. Isn't that true?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
Sorry, what was the question?
Ms. Heard could have arrived on March 5th, 2015, correct?
It's possible, I suppose.
And isn't it true then that you didn't see any arguments between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp before the injury that occurred to Mr. Depp's finger in Australia?
I saw them argue.
You saw them argue when they came back in April, correct?
I certainly saw them argue in April and through most of the months they were there, yes.
But you don't remember, you can't recall any arguments in February or March of 2015 between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, correct?
Specific days? Not necessarily, no.
Right, so that you don't know, you can't say that there were any arguments before you came to the house on March 8th, 2015, correct?
I think there were, I mean.
Excuse me, say that again?
I think there were.
But you don't even know when she arrived, correct?
Specifically, the day, not necessarily, no.
Okay. And you said when you arrived at the house on March 8th, when you eventually found the finger, it was wrapped in paper, is that right?
Wrapped, I mean, it was loosely wrapped. The paper would open by that point. The blood had dried up and it was sitting in the sort of nest of this paper, yes.
So like someone had put the finger in a piece of paper?
I don't know. I mean, it was in that piece of paper.
It was in a piece of paper, okay. So, but again, like someone had wrapped it up, is that right?
I don't know. It was within that scrunched up piece of paper, kitchen paper, tissue.
So it was in kitchen paper, is that right?
Or tissue paper. It was white with a lot of blood on it.
So like a paper towel?
Like a piece of kitchen towel.
When you say kitchen towel, our language is made, even though we both speak English, I may say a little different. It's like a paper towel?
Yeah, like kitchen paper, kitchen towel. Yes,
okay.
Like a tissue.
And was there that sort of paper towel in the kitchen at the house at the time?
Yes, in both areas, the kitchen and the bar.
Okay. You said you were in Australia starting in February of 2015, correct?
Correct. I arrived on the 4th of February.
And Mr. Depp arrived sometime after that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see Marilyn Manson while you were there?
No, I didn't.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson in late February, early March 2015?
Objection,
I
foundation,
didn't-
speculation, relevance.
I'm just asking if he said he saw, he said he saw him every day, so I was asking if he saw.
I'll allow the question if you can answer it. That's fine.
Marilyn Manson didn't come to the house.
And
I didn't see him at any point.
do you know if Mr. Depp left to be with Marilyn Manson?
I don't know. I didn't always know where he was going. If he went out, it was either to work or the security would go with. I wouldn't generally go. In fact, I don't think I went out with him at all in Australia.
And you didn't go out with Mr. Depp at all when he was in Australia, correct?
I don't recall it. I saw him on set once or twice. Yeah.
So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing in Australia unless you saw him at the house or on set, is that right?
I saw him at the house, yes, every day.
But you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing when he left the house, correct?
Generally going to work on Pirates of the Caribbean 5 filming, yes.
But were you with him?
No, but the security with him, and I had to liaise with him for when he would go and when he would come back for the driver, etc.
But you weren't there when Mr. Depp left the house, correct?
Generally, I didn't leave the house with Mr. Depp on those days, no.
And I just want to make sure, I want to be clear, there were two kind of periods that Mr. Depp was in Australia in 2015, right?
Sorry, say again.
Mr. Depp was in Australia from sometime in February 2015 until about March 8th, March 9th, when he injured his finger, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
And then Mr. Depp left Australia too, correct?
At some point, he flew to LA, yes.
And then Mr. Depp returned to Australia on April 21st, right? 2015.
Okay, that sounds about that time. I don't know the specific date. I don't recall.
And the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, right?
Objection,
That I-
foundation, speculation.
I didn't. Oh,
So
sorry.
There's objection.
You recall testifying to that in the UK?
I'll overrule
Which
the
bit,
objection
sorry?
if you can answer it.
That the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, 2015.
I wasn't involved in the filming schedule. I didn't know when it resumed, to be honest. I knew Mr. Depp would come back to resume filming, for sure.
You didn't live with Mr. Depp in his house in Australia, correct?
Live with? No, I wasn't resident there.
Now, when you arrived at the house, you saw a significant amount of damage, correct?
Yes, through the course of, after I arrived, yeah.
Okay. And the scene was chaos, correct?
Chaos, I mean, there was a fair amount of damage.
The house was wrecked
There was a lot of damage in the house, yes.
and the house was not in a good state, correct?
Asked and
There
answered.
was a lot of damage throughout the
You
house.
got to object first, and then you have your objection,
Yeah.
Mr. Myers.
Objection.
Stand, and it helps. Okay. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. Next question.
And you said there was glass on the floor, correct?
In a few areas, mainly predominantly in the bar, yes. Down in the lower ground floor, correct.
Okay, and there was blood on the walls, correct?
In various places, blood on the floor, blood on the walls.
And there was blood on the walls throughout the 3 stories of the house, isn't that right?
No, I wouldn't say that was the extent of it. There were smears up the staircase going up to the master from the main level. There were smears and drips on the carpet.
So there were smears from the master level up to the bedroom area? I mean, from the main level up to the bedroom area, is that right?
Up to the 3rd floor, yes.
Like someone had walked from the main floor up to the bedroom floor, correct?
There was blood going up the steps, up on the staircase, and some on the walls, smears where you might have done that.
As if someone was walking from the main level up to the master bedroom, correct? Is that what the blood was like?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Or down. I mean,
Up or
there was
down, but
blood
from the
on
main
that
level to
staircase.
from the main level to the 3rd floor, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you said the sofas were damaged, is that right?
One sofa in that sitting room, which was just off the kitchen, was quite an open plan thing. So off that, there was a sofa with a large TV on a wall-mounted TV in front of that sofa.
And the sofa was on the main level, correct?
Correct, just by the main kitchen, exactly.
And where the sofa was damaged, was that with what?
Blood.
Blood, okay. And lights were damaged?
Some lamps, a couple of lamps, yes.
And there were bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge, correct?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Did you see bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge?
Yes, I mean, there was, I don't completely understand what you mean.
You
There
saw
wa-
that,
There
correct?
was alcohol bottles, yes, there was, in the fridge, I mean, there may have been a bottle of wine, I don't know.
And the floors were ruined, correct?
Ruined, I mean, there was a lot of damage on the floor, down in the bar area and the staircase and on the main floor area, on the wooden parquet floor, correct.
And the floors were going to have to be sanded, correct?
I eventually got them sanded, yes.
And it took, you were there, I think you testified, it took you about 12 to 13 hours in the house cleaning up, correct?
Correct.
And you said that there was, is it your testimony that you didn't see any of the paintings damaged?
The existing paintings from the owners from the house no, none of them were damaged.
You didn't see any paintings with a painting of a penis drawn on it?
I did not, and thankfully that was something I didn't have to replace.
Do you know if anyone else
any
saw that?
painting.
Objection, speculation.
I mean, I would have seen it.
There's objection. Mr.
Oh,
King,
I'm
just
so
need to
sorry.
stop. That's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
All right, if you stand, we can see you better when you do that.
Understood.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you said that Jerry Judge was at the house, correct?
Correct.
And he's the head of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was at the house?
Yes, he was.
And Debbie Lloyd was at the house as well, correct?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Now, you understood that Mr. Judge saw scratches on Ms. Heard on March 8th, correct?
Objection, hearsay, speculation, foundation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have, the cleaning lady was going to be coming to the house, correct?
The housekeeper?
Yes, the housekeeper.
Adele, the resident housekeeper. Yes, she was going to be. I mean, yes, she was employed through the week. Again, she wasn't there on weekends.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing everything that was in the house, correct?
Objection, speculation, foundation, vague.
I'll allow it if you can answer it. You can answer it.
Thank you. Concern, sorry. what
There
do
was
you-
concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing all the damage that had been done, correct?
I know that when I left to fly to LA with Miss Heard, I told both the chef and the housekeeper they didn't need to be coming to the house because Miss Heard, essentially the principals weren't there. Mr. Depp wasn't there. Miss Heard was obviously with me at that point. So I said they didn't need to come to the house.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
Objection, hearsay.
It's his own statement.
His own statement. I'll allow it.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
I think I probably made a comment about, I should just come back and deal with this myself, if that's what you mean, and just get cleaned up.
And make sure that she wouldn't say anything, correct?
I don't know. I trusted her and the chef anyway. They were good team members.
As the house manager, part of your job is you said you worked with high profile people, correct?
High profile, high net worth, I think is what I actually said.
Would you agree that one part of your job is to keep things discreet for your clients?
Of course, it's part of my job. Trust and discretion. Yeah.
And Mr. Depp was your client, right?
I worked on an assignment on those occasions, yes, but I was self-employed at the time. Yeah.
But in March 8th, 2015 in Australia, Mr. Depp was your client, correct?
Correct, essentially, yeah. And Miss Heard, both of them the principals.
Who paid? And do you know who paid for your services?
As I said before, I was paid through Disney, who were making the Pirates of the Caribbean, their production company, which I believe was called Herschel.
And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 377, which is already in evidence?
All right. You gotta put on.
This guy says, "Oh, I'm not violent," but you just one look at him, you think he's like
Can you see
frigging
Defendant's Exhibit
007.
377 in front of you?
I do,
I
yes.
know.
And
So
you
professional, though.
recognize this as a lampshade that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015?
Yes, it was, I believe, one of the lamp shades that was missing from one of the lamps.
Okay. And you saw, did you see this painting on the lampshade?
I did, yeah, as part of my walk around to
Okay.
see
And,
what.
and what floor was the lampshade on?
This was on where the art studio was, on that main level.
Yeah, so on the main level. Okay.
Yes. Excuse me.
And was this, did you notice it was dark paint that was on the lampshade?
Certainly looked like it, yes.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
I believe I did. Yeah, without seeing the metadata. But
Okay. And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 374, please? And you recognize Defendant's Exhibit 374 as a mirror that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes, I do.
And this mirror was in the bathroom, correct?
Correct. There were 2 mirrors in the bathroom above each sink.
And this was on the top floor, correct?
The master bathroom,
The master bathroom.
essentially.
And the master bathroom, just so I'm clear, was on the top floor,
Top
right?
floor, correct.
And this painting said starring Billy Bob. Is that right? Is that what you recall?
Yeah, I don't know. I was writing.
And was this in the writing? Was it in paint?
I believe it was the same paint, the oil paint that was used on the other mirror that we saw earlier.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
Again, possible. I haven't seen the metadata, but yes, probably.
And let's put back up Defendant's Exhibit 375. This writing was also in the master bathroom, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And could you tell if the black paint was on top of the red or under the red?
I didn't really analyze it, to be honest. I just knew I was going to have to clean it up at some point.
Right, your whole concern was just cleaning up the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know who wrote what on the mirror, correct?
No, I know that one was oil paint and the other red writing was lipstick.
And lipstick, you're not even sure of that. You just saw it was something sticky. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure it's waxy, like
Waxy.
lipstick-like, same as the oil paint was oil paint-like.
Okay. Did you see paint? Did you see also any writing in blood?
Writing, no, not necessarily.
Okay. Now, did you help when Miss Heard was leaving to go back to LA? You were with her, correct?
Correct.
Did you help her pack?
I think I may have done at that point. Yes, I think I did.
Did you see weren't Miss Heard's clothes ruined?
I didn't see any ruined clothes.
There wasn't paint on her clothes?
Not that I could see, not so much. Yeah, not at that point of packing. I mean,
There was paint in the tub, correct?
say again, sorry.
There was paint in the tub in the bathroom, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall being paint in the tub.
And it's your testimony that there was no paint or blood on Miss Heard's clothes. Is that what you're saying?
Asked and
I
answered.
don't.
I'll allow.
Now, you said you were in charge of the cleanup, correct?
Yes, it was my responsibility.
Um,
The house was.
And you were working with Mr. Judge and cleaning up the house, is that right?
On the night that the day that I arrived there,
Yes.
Mr. Judge did help me at some point. Yes, sweeping up glass, etc.
And was there photos taken of more than the three pictures you've been shown?
Photos.
Photos of the house.
By whom?
Did you take any pictures of the house?
I took a few. Yeah, I mean, yes.
And did you take pictures other than the three that we saw?
I think I probably did as I was going around.
Do you know who you gave those pictures to?
No,
Do you know what you took the photos with?
my phone.
And who would you have sent those photos to?
And send them to anybody at
You
that point.
You just kept them?
Yes.
Did you show the photos to anyone?
No.
Do you still have the photos?
Yes.
Where are they, on your phone still?
They're on one of my devices. Yes.
Okay. Did you take a photo of the vodka bottle that you said was broken?
Yes.
And you have that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't give that to anybody?
There are a fair few photos. I can show it to you now if you want.
How many photos did you have on your phone?
I don't remember the number, but probably more than 10.
Did anyone ever ask you for the photos?
Several of them, yes. Yes.
Did you give them to the people who asked?
Some of them, yes.
Not all of them?
I don't recall how many.
Who asked you for the photos?
I was involved in a case in London a couple of years ago.
Did you give the photo of the vodka bottle to the people that you were involved in the case in London?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled all out.
Say again, sorry.
Did you give a photo of the vodka bottle to the people you were working with in London?
I don't recall which photos I gave them to.
So did you take photos of the walls?
The walls, certainly the smears of the blood and the damage, the plaster damage, yes.
You took photos of the walls with blood on it, is that right?
Yes.
And you took photos of the plaster, right, that was damaged?
At the end of the bar and in the bar, behind the bar, by the sink, yes.
And did you take photos of the ping pong table that you said was broken?
Yes, as part of the bar area, I'm
Did
sure.
you take photos of, there was a glass table that was broken too, correct?
The glass table, I don't recall a glass table.
Okay. Did you take photos of all the damage that was around the house?
Probably most of it, yes.
And the only time you gave those photos to anyone, you're saying, was in the UK case a couple years back?
I'd never shared them with anybody else, yes.
And it costs about $75,000 to clean up the damage, isn't that right?
I don't know the exact cost. I think I calculated at the time, after all the vendors had been and done their thing, it's about 50,000, I seem to recall.
Now, you said you flew back to Australia with Miss Heard, correct?
I didn't fly back with Miss Heard.
Flew back to LA from Australia, thank you, with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asleep for most of the flight, correct?
For a lot of it, I think it's a 14-hour flight, so I think we both slept for quite a lot of it, yeah.
You were exhausted from the 13 hours you were working on the house, right?
Correct.
And your testimony was that Miss Heard said to you, have you ever been so angry with someone that you just lost it, correct?
After I'd asked, so, what happened?
But you didn't inquire as to what she was referring to, right?
I mean, by what happened, it was pretty clear what I was referring to.
Let me ask again, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you?
With her answer,
Correct.
she didn't inquire as to my reason for asking, but it was pretty obvious to both of us what I was asking and what her reply was regarding.
Yes, that's fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. King, you testified on behalf of Mr. Depp in the UK, correct?
Correct.
And you provided 2 witness statements, correct?
Correct.
And then you provided testimony in court, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you take a look at page 1103 of your testimony, you see how the pages go in fours?
Yeah. No.
You see it's actually on the
Bottom right?
bottom right. You see that?
Yeah, got it.
And if you actually look at, you see starting at the bottom of 1102, this was a statement when you said you did not, you say, Ms. Heard asked you, have you ever been so angry with anyone that you lost it? Your answer, that's correct. And you specifically remember that, do you? Yes. You said it never happened to you. Answer, that is correct. Question, she did not, I mean, if it was said, nothing was said about who she was talking about, was it? Answer, she was asking me a question. Question, she was asking you a question. Answer, yes. Question, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you? I do not recall asking. I know that she was asking for a question and I gave her an answer. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that was your testimony you gave in the UK 2 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know what Ms. Heard was talking about when she made that statement, correct? You don't know if she was inquiring, that she was making that statement about Mr. Depp, right?
Like I said, I'd asked the question, what happened, referring to the house. And she gave me that answer. So I think we were both, it was pretty clear to both of us what we were talking about. I mean,
And then you went to sleep.
At that point.
And then you went to sleep, and then you had the flight the rest of the
Sometime after that, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, and you said you saw Ms. Heard with cuts on her arm, is that right? On the
That's
flight?
right, towards the end of the flight, yeah.
Okay. If we could put up 376G.
Did he just impeach him for no fucking reason? Because I have the feeling that that's exactly how he answered it here.
Do you recognize this picture?
I've not seen this picture before.
Were these the cuts? Did you see cuts like this on Ms. Heard?
Is that Ms. Heard?
Why don't we put up 376C? Do you recognize the person in that picture?
That's Ms. Heard.
All right. And did you see cuts like that, which are on her left arm?
Similar to that, long, like I described earlier, long, thin cuts, pretty uniform cuts.
These were the cut. The cuts were like this on her kind of wrist, forearm area. Is that right?
I don't know what the date of this photograph is, but they look pretty uniform like they do here, yes.
Like to enter.
Don't know the date again, metadata stuff. Love it.
Yep.
No objection.
Okay, 376C in evidence.
What's that?
Okay, that is the picture.
And can we
Self-harm.
376G?
Self-harm. In fact, everyone try to scratch the arm, and your hand will instantly just go to that natural place.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing 376C, is this consistent with the scratches on 376G? Are these consistent with the scratches you saw on Ms. Heard?
I don't see a date. Is that the same time? Is that the same date?
Oh,
my
my question is, are the scratches similar to what you saw on Ms. Heard?
These are uniform, kind of long, thin scratches, yes.
I'd like to enter
scratches.
376G into evidence.
Any objection?
I mean, Foundation, he hasn't authenticated the document through this witness.
I mean, I'm just asking if the pictures are consistent with what
I'll
he's.
allow it 376G in evidence.
And can you publish it, please?
It is.
Thank you.
How's that compared to a chopped off finger?
That's kind of minor.
Now,
What is that?
you were in the house, you said, for 12 to 13 hours on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct, going into March 9th, 2015.
Okay. And you spoke to Mr. Judge when you were in the house, correct?
You had interaction with Mr. Judge, yes.
And you had interaction with Dr. Kipper when you were in the house, correct?
Correct.
And you had interaction with Debbie Lloyd when you're in the house, correct?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And isn't it true that in the entire time you were there, you were not informed as to what caused damage to Mr. Depp's finger on March 8th?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking what he wasn't told.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You didn't know what could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper told me he sustained an injury on one of his
Well,
fingers.
objection, hearsay.
Wait, you asked the question.
Oh,
Next
okay.
question.
He said he sustained an injury to his finger. But you don't know what
Dumb
caused the
fucker.
injury to his finger.
One of
correct?
his fingers.
But you don't know how his finger was injured,
I
correct?
don't think anybody mentioned it to me at that time.
Right, no one mentioned it to you at that time, correct?
I don't
Same
re-
objection, Your
recall.
Honor, hearsay.
Sorry, I'll allow it. Next question. He answered it.
Now, you understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording during the cleanup, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Did you come to understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording as people were cleaning up?
At that time, no.
But you now know that there was a phone that was recording people as they were cleaning up, correct?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
I'm not asking for particular
No,
statements.
that's fine. I'll allow it if he knows.
I believe that came up somewhere later on. At that time, I wasn't aware, but I believe I became aware of it later, yes.
Okay. I would like to put up defendant's 378. It's a recording. I want to play a couple of times. 12:07 through 13:19.
Is that the only segment you wish to have?
And then I would also I'd also like to play 1951 through 21:38.
And is this going to be used again, or is this,
I think it would be A.
okay, 378A? Any objection to 378A?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have an objection. I believe this is a recording that has the voices of people other than Ms. Heard and Mr.
Okay.
Depp, and on that basis, it's hearsay,
Okay,
unless I'm incorrect about which document we're talking about.
Can we
sure.
Deary me, deary me. Whew. This guy's good. I'm sorry, but this guy looks to me like his surname's King, right? And somebody said in the chat he's a King's man.
He's staying on task. He really is. Yeah.
He's got the composure of like, I don't get riled, but I can literally walk past you, slice your throat, and you won't even know. He's just like, zoom, done. Like a total assassin badass.
He's an excellent house manager. That's what they want. They want composure. They want you to handle anything. They want you to keep quiet. Be discreet. He's handling everything really well.
Yeah, who would, these rich people, they're not just going to employ a butler that can't handle himself, right? They're going to need, they're going to have someone around there that's just, can handle the situation that it arises, proper butler style.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think, and you only need to look at him. His neck's about freaking 20 inches wide or something, isn't
it? Yeah.
I don't think they're going to allow this as evidence, to be fair, if it's other people talking.
I don't think they are either. I think they're going to fight it. And it's funny that they have the same tactic. It's just to try to get as much in there tried to impeach him on something that wasn't even impeachable. He said almost exactly the same thing.
Just so that
One
they
word
can bring up
like
the
just
just so
some-
they can bring up the UK trial. That's all it is. Because they keep
Mhm.
mentioning it over and over, and they're hoping that the jury will go
Right.
away and
Mhm.
find out what went down in the UK. That's what they're hoping. It's dirty tactics, especially in bringing up all this impeachment. So now that they've done it so often, I really hope that JD's team isn't, put off by doing it themselves now. Because basically, if anyone was going to check that up, they're going to have done it now because these guys have done it so much.
Mhm. Right.
There's no point hiding the case was lost in the UK. Just simply, right, okay, well, if you're going to impeach all of ours, wait till yours get on the stand, you know? They're definitely having a battle over this, for sure. What do you think of this guy's line of questioning? He's very fast, isn't he? Firing these questions in.
He is.
And
He's trying to get him to answer quick so that he doesn't think about it, but it's not working. He's asking metadata. He's asking questions back.
do you think the jury? Do you think the butler should calm down a little bit, slow down his thought process to answer, or is his quick responses throwing off the actual lawyer?
I think it's quick responses that he's so confident and sure about what he's saying, especially when the lawyer challenges him and he comes right back and says, no, I do believe they were arguing. I do believe there were arguments. He said, right, you can't say I didn't see an argument when I'm telling you I saw an argument. Like, he told him straight. He said, oh, but you don't know the exact day. He was trying to find some wiggle room to make it doubtful that he had heard what he heard. And he wasn't having it. He was very clear. Nope, you can't say that
Sorry about
because
that.
I did.
Going back to the photos that you took for a moment, of that damage in the house, you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Depp ask you for the photos?
No.
Did you give the photos to counsel for Mr. Depp?
Some of them, yes. Yeah.
Did you withhold any photos for Mr. Depp or his counsel?
Didn't withhold any photos from anybody. I didn't withhold.
Did you give all of the photos you have on your phone to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
Not all of the photos on my phone, no.
All the photos of the damage that occurred on March 8th, 2015.
Probably not all of them. I don't think so. No.
You didn't give them all. You didn't give them all to Mr. Depp and his counsel.
I don't believe I gave all of the photos.
Why not?
Because there are a decent amount of them. I mean.
So you picked and chose what photos you were going to give to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I gave an amount of photos to them.
Do you know how many photos you gave to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't know precisely, no.
Could you give an estimate as to how many photos you gave?
I really can't. No, an amount. I don't recall how many.
More than 3?
Yes.
More than 10?
Possibly more than 10. Yeah, maybe.
Between 10 and 20?
Objection.
Possible.
Speculation.
I mean,
That's the answer.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Do you know?
sorry.
She overruled you.
Oh, okay. Possibly more than 10. Yeah,
But somewhere between 10 and 20, is that right?
possibly. I honestly don't know.
Could it be more than 20?
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel ask for all the photos?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other what they asked for?
I gave them some photos. I don't recall how many were asked for, requested.
And those were requested in 2020?
Correct. Prior to
the UK
that, yes.
trial. Did they ask for them in this case?
I believe I supplied some for this case also, yeah.
You supplied photos for this case to Mr. Depp's counsel?
I believe I did.
And was that about between 10 and 20 photos that you're talking about?
I don't remember how many for this.
But it was the same amount of photos that you gave to the Mr. Depp's counsel in the UK?
I don't know if it was the same amount. I don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel in this case ask for all the photos you had of the damage of March 8th, 2015?
All of the photos? I don't think they requested all of the photos.
They didn't ask for all the photos you had of that damage.
I don't know if they requested them all.
Was it Mr. Waldman who asked you for the photos?
Originally, I don't remember who called it. Shillings. Were the,
Did Mr. Waldman
the
ever ask
company.
you for the photos?
I don't know if he asked me specifically. If he was part of that team, I assume so.
And you spoke to Mr. Waldman, is that right?
I did a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Okay, and he was part of the team that was asking for the evidence you had of what occurred in Australia in 2015, is that right?
He was part of that team, as I understood it. Yeah.
Okay, and as part of that team, he and others were asking for photos from Australia from March 8th, 2015, is that right?
They requested them at some point, some of them.
And you provided, and that's when you provided the 10 to 20 photos,
An
is that
amount
right?
of photos, correct.
Okay, and then was there a separate counsel that asked you for the photos in this case?
Yes.
There was?
Yeah.
Who
I mean,
was it?
it was essentially the same.
Who was it that asked you
photos.
for photos in this case?
I don't recall a name specifically.
Was it a man or a woman?
I don't. I just part of the team. I don't recall.
And when did they make that request?
When I don't know a date. I don't know specifically.
You know what year?
This year, last year. I mean, prior to this, obviously.
So it could have been in 2022 that they asked you for the photos?
I think it was prior to that. I don't recall.
So maybe late 2021 or early 2022, is that what you're saying?
Honestly, don't recall which part of the year.
But it's either 2021 or 2022, is that right?
I would imagine that's probably correct.
Okay. And you gave them some of the photos you had?
As I just said, yes.
Okay, but not all of them.
Correct.
So do you have
How many
more than
times?
10 to 20 photos on your phone of the damage that occurred in Australia?
Again, I don't recall the amount.
Why aren't they objecting?
But you have a larger amount on your phone than what you provided to Mr. Depp's counsel, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
That's sustained.
Cumulative.
I'll sustain the objection.
Finally.
Going to London for a couple minutes. You didn't live at the house in London, correct?
I didn't live there, correct.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Heard had friends over to the house in London?
She did. They came to stay. Yes.
And they stayed from September 9th through September 22nd, 2014, correct?
I don't remember the duration, but that's possible.
Okay. And they were literally staying at the house, correct?
They were accommodated at the house, correct.
Right. And so you don't know who was drinking the bottles of wine that were brought into the house, correct?
At which point, what do you mean?
When Miss Heard's friends were there, you don't know who was drinking the wine.
Oh, they were all enjoying the wine for sure.
They were all drinking the wine.
I took care of them as I would take care of any guests that came into any house.
And wasn't it 5 to 7 guests that were at the house with Miss Heard?
I don't remember the number. It sounds about right.
Okay. And then at the end of the night, there was 1 or 2 bottles of wine finished, right?
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were there on their own, there was certainly that amount. Yes.
But you know how many? You don't know how many. You don't know how many bottles were there when it was Miss Heard and her friends, correct?
I would say more.
You don't know, but you don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't recall the count, but certainly more than when there were just 2 of them in the house because
you don't
there were
know- but you
7
don't-
extra people or 5 people.
But you don't know the count.
Precisely, no, I don't.
And
recall.
do you know how much time Miss Heard was in London with Mr. Depp, not with her friends?
A fair amount of that time.
What-
I
what do you-
don't recall days. No, I don't recall.
So they were there for a month, correct?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And I mean, when I say they, Miss Heard and Mr. Depp were in London for about a month, right?
Correct, around about a month.
And wasn't it true that for about 2 to 3 weeks, Miss Heard's friends were also staying in London?
I don't think 2 or 3 weeks. I don't recall, but I don't think it was that long.
You don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't think it was that long. I
But
think-
you don't have anything to base that on, right? Just what your memory is saying.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what happened in London when you weren't there, correct?
You mean after I'd left of an evening?
Yeah.
Usually the chef was there still when I left each evening, Russell, who would take care of dinner and leave later that each night.
And then after the chef left, you don't know what happened in the house, correct?
I wasn't there.
Right. And you don't know for certain whether Mr. Depp drank wine or not in London, right?
I don't believe so. There's usually, when it was just the two of them in the house, there was usually only one glass in the morning, either on the kitchen sink or on the bedside stand in the master bedroom.
But you don't know who drank from that. You don't know who drank from that glass when you weren't there, right?
When I wasn't there, correct. But when I usually left the house, I'd already poured Miss Heard a glass of wine before I left, invariably.
But once you left, you don't know if Mr. Depp drank wine or not, correct? And that's pretty-
I wasn't there after I left.
Okay. And you don't know what started the fights you talked about in London, correct? Other than that one you said you heard about her hand.
The second one that I described, I was in the vicinity. I heard the first comment of this. That was the start of that argument.
And you don't actually know if there was an argument before what you heard, right?
That evening, I didn't hear another one. I'll put it that way. It started in that room as I described earlier.
And you don't know what happened in Australia also between March 5th and March 8th, correct?
The 6th, I left on Friday the 6th was when I left for the weekend.
Okay, so between Friday the 6th and when you got to the house on March 8th, you don't know what happened.
I wasn't there.
Okay. And you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
Sorry, say again.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, correct?
Beyond sort of finger prodding and violent, I didn't see either of them be violent towards each other.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
I didn't see her be violent, depending on your...
I can show you a witness statement where you said you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time.
Okay, violence, yes, I didn't see violence per se.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
That was absolutely useless. They didn't get anything out of that guy. Wow.
They
What?
sure tried though, didn't they? And they didn't get anything.
He smiled then. He looks at him and he gave him a big smile.
Mr. King, have you ever been employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So in each of these situations where you've been around Mr. Depp, you've always been employed by somebody else?
Correct.
All right, I'll sustain us to leading. Strike the answer. Next question.
Are you based anywhere other than the UK? Where do you live?
I live in central London.
Have you ever lived anywhere else?
Sustain the objection. Next question.
We heard some discussion on Cross about photos, which I suspect you remember. Why did you take the photos of the property damage in Australia?
As I do, and a lot of my jobs and various assignments and jobs through the years, I take photos as points of reference for whatever reason. I mean, if I'm packing suitcases up and they're going to be in transit and I'm not with the suitcases, I'll take a picture of contents and when I send stuff so I know it's gone and what's gone. I take pictures as points of reference. I sometimes take pictures of table settings that I've done or which I know I can use later on as reference.
Were the photos of property damage in Australia the first photos that you had taken in the course of working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain us to leading. Next question.
Had you ever taken photos before?
Yes.
What kinds of things had you taken photos of?
In London, reference points and dinner table settings. Sometimes Mr. Depp would write notes for Ms. Heard. He'd leave notes on the sort of kitchen table when he left for work. I believe I took pictures of those. They were, there, things like that. Just setups of, once I set up houses, it's always good to take photos of rooms so I can cross-reference later on if I need to.
Did Ms. Heard or her counsel ever ask you for photos of any of the photos you took in Australia?
No.
I'll sustain us to leading. Next question.
Can I see Plaintiff's Exhibit 159?
You should have rephrased them and said, other than JD's team, did anyone else request those photos?
They would, of course, the other attorney was alluding that perhaps the defense didn't get all
And
the
I
evidence.
think this is a
That's
multi-page
not true.
document. Can you scroll through? I think we have 3 pages here. Mr. King, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the floor plan of the house in Australia.
And do you recall on cross-examination, you were asked to kind of describe where some of the property damage was?
Yes.
So right now, on the screen in front of you,
Yep.
Which floor would you say this is?
This is the top floor with the master suite and 2 other bedrooms.
Okay. And I believe counsel asked you if there was blood in one of the bathrooms or one of the bathtubs. Do you recall that?
Yes, they did ask that.
Would that have been on this floor?
I think they were referring to the master tub. I think that's what he said.
Okay. So can you mark on the screen where that would have been?
The master tub? It's over here. Can I just dot it? How
I
does
think
that
you just
work?
dot it, yes.
Okay, so that looks like the master tub to me.
And just to clarify, did you recall seeing any blood or damage there?
In the tub, no.
Okay. Can you mark for us on the screen where you did see the damage that was discussed on cross?
The mirrors, can I dab on here again?
Sure.
Yeah, so these are the sinks. The 2 mirrors were above each, the mirror above each sink.
Okay. Can we scroll up to the page prior? And can you point out for us on this page? Well, first of all, which floor is this?
This is the main level floor, essentially the 2nd floor if you want.
Okay. And can you point out for us here on this map which of the where the property damage was?
Yes. How many dabs am I allowed? Around here, kitchen area. This was the TV, the wall-mounted TV on. I ran out of dabs.
I apologize, actually, Your Honor. Can we move this into evidence?
Any objection to 159? No objection. All right, 159 in evidence.
Can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
So, Mr. King, I apologize for interrupting you. So you were just pointing out where on I think this is the 2nd floor?
Yes, essentially the main level, yeah.
Okay, so other than these 3 dots, do you recall any other places where there was damage?
Yes, where it says family room, there was the TV was wall mounted on that wall in between family and lounge. The sofa was approximately where you've got the red square, red rectangle now, facing towards the TV. The lounge, sorry, too quick. The lounge was essentially the art studio. And the bedrooms over to the left there, where the damaged lamp and shade, blood on the duvet, etc. that I described.
Okay, and then let's go to the first page. And which floor is this?
This is the lower ground floor.
Okay, and can you point out for us, did you find the finger on this floor?
Correct.
Can you point out to us where you found the finger?
Yes, I can. Right here. Ah, there we go. It's the end of the bar. It was on the tiled floor below that end of the bar.
Okay, and any other significant property damage that you want to point out on this floor?
Yes, as I said, this was the, can I dab again? Yeah, so that was the most part of the broken glass. That's where the Stolichnaya bottle was, below that bar by the bar stools. There were 3 bar stools that you could sit at there. On this back wall here, there was plaster damage. Over here above the sink, or to the side of the sink, was more plaster damage on the walls. Behind the bar, that mirror was cracked, broken. Ping pong table was around there, collapsed on the floor. And around those 3 dots there, I'm going to put another one. That was the spillages as well, that smelt like alcohol to me, the puddles of alcohol.
Is that it?
I mean, that was the most part of the damage around that area, in front of the bar especially. There was, I mean, as I said, there were blood drips around that white cream-colored tiled floor in the games room. And this is the staircase down. It was this side that the chip was out of the stone step. And if I can get another dab in there, right about in the center of that bar, the chunk out of the side of the counter bar top.
Okay. How many exits are there on the ground floor?
Well, all of these were exits, all these, my office was off over here. I think you can just see out, it says study, big glass sliding door. The gym had an exit up here. This went into the garage. There was the button you could press for the automatic doors to come up. The laundry area, which is right here, this is actually an exit out into the yard, essentially. The gym, all of those rooms had an exit.
Other than Mr. Depp's counsel, did anybody else ever ask to see your photos?
I'll allow it.
No.
That's exactly what I said, and that's the note that she passed him.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, it's important that you do not discuss your testimony with anybody and do not pay attention to the trial and don't watch anything about the trial, okay?
Of course.
All right, thank you.
Certainly.
All right, you can step down, sir. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you.
That's exactly that's exactly the question I'd have asked. I said, why didn't he ask it this way? And then, what's her name?
Exactly.
Oh, crikey, what's she called? The council at the back there. What's she called?
Camille?
Camille, yeah. Camille passed him a note, a yellow note, and he asked the question exactly word for word how I said. Why didn't he ask it this way? And then they got it in, and they said no more questions. It was just
see that you're on the same wavelength as Camille.
They're watching my stream. They played my audio from before. I'm telling you.
So Mia says she thinks they're trying to set up the destruction of Amber's version of the story, the kidnapping and everything, which is true. Like, she did have access out of the house. She didn't have to stay there. She was not a prisoner.
She wasn't a prisoner.
Mm-mm.
Wonder who they're going to put on next, because we've still got time, haven't we? We've got plenty of time.
No, it's 5:30. I don't think we do.
Oh no, we have. Yeah.
No, we don't. Because they usually end at 5 and they started a half hour late, so that's 5:30, right? I think they might be done for
Ladies
the
and
day.
gentlemen, that comes to the end of our day, so we're going to excuse you for the evening. Again, do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, have a good evening. All right, thank you.
There you go.
I'm just going to tweet something. And then I'm
I'll
going to
put
show
up-
everyone an image that I've just made.
Oh, you made another image. I'll put a
I
few
did.
interesting things in your Twitter. Elon Musk's deal for 44 million went through
Going
for
through the
Twitter.
exhibits you gave me this morning, thank you again for that. But one of them was 485, and I have in my notes that it was 485A, just the first page, but you gave me all 8 pages. Have you both agreed that all pages of this document come in, or is that something that, should I give 485 back and you can try again to give it back to me tomorrow? Okay, all right, I'll give that back to you and we'll see what happens tomorrow. All right, thank you. All right, and are we going to start with a remote witness tomorrow? Is that going to be your first witness? All right, make sure she's signed on by 9:40 so we can have it all set up for 10 o'clock start, okay? All right.
Yeah. Nice. So we have a remote witness that we know is a female tomorrow.
Yeah.
First thing. Okay.
Did you like my image that I just made?
Yes, I did. You missed the Kingsman. Now that one, you see, I didn't jump when I saw that one on the screen. That's a very nice image. He was a very good witness. I'm very pleased with his testimony, and he didn't get rattled, no matter what.
Oh, he didn't get rattled at all, did he? He was
At all. And they tried. They wiggled. They went around. They went under his testimony, over his testimony, all around, poking and poking. And nope, he did not let them put words in his mouth.
Wow. I thought it was a good day for Johnny. Actually, I have to say.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any major obstacles in the way from today, and I think that guy definitely was on a par with Isaac, right?
Yeah. It was 44. Is it billion? Yes. Well, I don't know what it was with the Elon. It's 44 something, Alman. Definitely they got Yeah, it's billion. I'm sorry, you're correct. It's billion. It's yes, try billion. Yes, I'm kind of underestimating the value of Twitter there a little bit. Oh, yes, I misspoke. It's billion. But they said it will go private after agreeing to the deal. So, what does that mean? The title says Twitter has been sold to Elon Musk and will go private after agreeing to a deal worth $44 billion.
Yeah. Well, it's all going to change on there then, isn't it? Especially as it's gone through now. How interesting during the trial. Especially if he's going to testify. What's that going to...
I don't know.
Did he buy Twitter to protect Heard? No, I don't think so.
I don't think it's going to help at this point since Twitter doesn't get to testify. If Twitter doesn't get to testify or bring the evidence, because if Twitter did, she's already done.
Maybe he bought Twitter so that he doesn't have to testify. Conflict of interest. I'm sorry, I cannot possibly go on the stand. Damn.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. No more publicly traded spot. Well, that makes sense, Aaron. Thank you for explaining. I was hoping that's what it meant. Absolutely. Thank you. I was leaning towards that, but I wanted to be sure. I'm just going to read the article more. I also gave you a link to a Paul Bettany tweet. There was somebody said something to Paul Bettany on Twitter about like you can be friends with somebody, but you don't know if he's really an abuser. And he kind of had something really strong to say in Johnny's defense. He said that might be true, but I probably have more insight than say you or all the other piranhas on the internet. He pushed him back like I'm his friend. I think I know him better than you, troll. Go away. That's a great response. Thank you, Intrigued, for sending that to me. It made me giggle. It was nice to see him supporting him out there.
Ben King. Wow. Well, I mean, it was all there. Ben King, Butler from London. London. You know, I mean, look at the guy. He's built like a fucking...
He is, and he's cool. He's smooth. Oh my God, he's smooth too. Like, he's got it all.
He's built like a brick house, and he says, I don't get angry. Unless you include the time that I punched a light switch when I was 12. And that's about the only time. Yeah, sure it is, mate.
Kyle's Goldfish says about the Twitter thing that it means that bots are going to try to sabotage all the tweets supporting Johnny and retweet anything in favor of Amber. What's going to be rotten? Elon's going to release the bots. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's definitely on the roll on the MI6 scale, isn't he?
And Blue Feather said Musk is going to rebrand Twitter as Truth Social. That's an oxymoron. You can't possibly label Twitter as Truth Social and people are going to take it serious. Like, come on,
they're not going
is
to
that
change the brand
serious?
name. They're not going to change the brand name. The brand name is the brand name. Everyone knows Twitter. You know, it's
Yeah,
the one
but
thing you don't fuck around
but
with.
Elon often doesn't do things that make common business sense if he just gets an inkling of what he wants to do. Like he just does whatever he wants. So it could be. I don't know,
Well, no,
but it doesn't. Truth Social just doesn't hit me right. Like you can't possibly think that that's gonna fly. Like
Now,
come on,
if he changed it to Twatter,
it would make more sense.
yeah, that might work.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I did. I have such a terrible ticker. If it has truth in the name, it really is a flat Earth channel. Absolutely. I don't know how Elon would think that that's gonna fly.
So, what do you think then? Final thoughts. What do you think? Do you think good day for Johnny? Bad day?
I think overall, there were some bumps in the road. I did have some concerns, but I think overall they have laid the foundation to tear apart, especially the Australian episodes that Amber is claiming. Absolutely. They have laid the foundation to where it's going to be very hard for that testimony to go through.
Well, especially when the butler was stood right in front. He said, "How far away from you?" I was right in front of her. Did you have any marks on her? No, apart from crying. You know, where she was crying, she was upset.
Yes, he did. Right when she was leaving. Right.
No marks, and those marks on her arm, guys. Listen, if you do that, if you scratch yourself like that, 'cause, you know, like if you were nervous, right? If you were nervous and you was going to scratch your arm, it would be in that direction, and I swear that's where that's the direction of those marks, right? Do you think Johnny Depp has? I mean, he lost a finger. How did she get 4 scratches?
That could have happened while he was like remember he said he held her once back from hitting him. He put his arms around. Like that could happen in any number of different ways. Not that I want to. And you know, here's the reality of it. If that's the only actual physical evidence we have of abuse, I think they lost.
Look at all this abuse. Look at these 3 little marks there. Look at all this abuse, everybody. This was what it was like living with Johnny Depp for 3 years or 4 years.
In a photograph where she's smiling and carrying on like there's nothing going. So like,
I'm surprised. I'm surprised counsel didn't stand up and say, "Do you know if it was makeup that was used on those arms?"
You know, did she apply Amica cream?
Was it
how
this
many
brand?
times?
No,
was it this brand?
Was it this brand? Was it this brand of makeup?
Yes. Why didn't she cover them with the compact? Could it be because it wasn't released yet? Yeah, maybe that's why. No, but what happened to the Amica cream and how many times did she use it? Like, I want to know. Where's Elaine when you need her? Where's Elaine when you need her? Yeah.
They've kept Elaine well away. And I think that's what they're going to do for the rest of the trial. I think they've literally, I'm going to assume that they've binned her essentially just to a role of appeasing Amber, sitting next to her and just being like a mother figure, you know, someone to keep her calm. And they're going to leave it to the rest of the, you know, because they can't put her back up again. She's an absolute mess, isn't she?
I don't know. I just don't know where they're going to go with that. Is Amber right-handed? That's a good question.
Let me ask, have you all liked the stream? Have you all liked it? And have you all subscribed? Because how are you going to find your way back here tomorrow if you haven't subscribed? Because if you like the content here and you like the way we do things over here, we really would like to see you back. And, you know, you putting a little like on the video and a subscription makes me happy and makes the video do a little bit better in the algorithm. So I do lots of things for you guys, sit here all day for 10 hours, and you give me a little back scratch by giving me a little like on the video. It's a fair trade, I think. Very fair trade.
Huh. No, I can't find out if she's right-handed or not. I'm going to have to do some research.
So, yes, we will be back tomorrow anyway. We will be back tomorrow.
We
I
will.
will do a recap video tomorrow. It will be in, let's say, about 12 hours time. I'll have a recap video out. And we will be back for another mammoth session of this.
Yeah, those
again.
were really nice. I like those recaps. They are often, sometimes I'll watch the one from Thursday. I'll watch tonight, and I like to keep refreshed on everything that happened.
I am so Blue Feather. I am so sorry. No, I hated the stream. I disliked and unfollowed. Oh my goodness! I am so sorry.
You know what? There's
I
just
did
something
twerk for you.
about that.
I twerked for you
he
guys.
did twerk for
I
you.
twerked for you.
And you know what, Blue Feather? There's just something about that I just don't believe. Like all of it. I know you'll be back tomorrow. I don't believe it for a second. I don't believe it for a second. Oh, so.
Eskilav said, subscribe days ago. Thank you so much. Right, so yeah, and final thoughts before I wrap up. Do you want to tell people your channel so that people can go and head on over?
Yes. Well, tonight I'm going to be doing on John Benet. I'm going to be doing another part 6. We're going to be we're doing a deep dive into what actually happened because it's unsolved. So we're trying to do some theories and everything. I'll drop that down there for them. We're going to be doing that at 10 o'clock tonight. Kind of late for some of you that are in the UK. I realize that's like in the middle of the morning, like 3 a.m.
So
there's my channel. Yeah,
there's
my
two
stream.
links. There's 2 links there. There's one link that I put in for your channel and one for the stream. So if anyone wants to go and click those links and subscribe and tune into your amazing talent over there, because you do great work.
Wow, that was a big word. I'm like, don't use such words with me. How do you do that to me at the end of the day and I'm supposed to carry on? Like, but thank you. That is flattering. I appreciate it. I really do. And with any good grace, you'll have me back tomorrow and I'll spend the day with you because it's a lot of fun over here. I can't tell you how much I enjoy streaming with you in this chat. They are just so welcoming and fun to banter back and forth with, and we have fun. It seems we could laugh about anything. I think and I truly enjoy that, and I can't wait to see what's in my inbox for tomorrow. So we'll
right. Well,
we shall see.
Well, I'll go and set the stream up right now, and I'll end
good.
this.
Then I can do promos for you. Very nice. I like to do those and set them out.
Okay, so I'll do that now, and I'm going to thank everyone for stopping by. Everyone that liked the stream, subscribed, gave the super chats, and all that good stuff. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. It really does help the channel. And I can't thank you enough for being here and showing the support that you do. Just being here and interacting makes my day. Makes it go easier for me.
Yes, like that stream on the way out, everybody. Let's get them in the algorithm. Like it, tweet it, comment on the back. Even if you just put a smiley face, everything helps get into the algorithm. We got to get them up from 11. We got to get them up there on the stream. So just, do what you can. He deserves it. He really does. He's a good egg. Hey, what's your favorite band? Music. Yeah, you got music you like?
I do, but I like channels that don't really follow. I'd have to show you. They like repeat mainstream music. They like a copy band with their own music as well.
Okay.
I'll show you tomorrow.
Oh, I'm asking for the for the ads, like I like to put music on them. So I thought since it was your stream, I could put something that is more towards your taste than
I'll send you a link.
Stuff. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right, guys. Take care. I'm gonna say
good night, everyone.
Now. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Bye bye. Bye bye.